लैम्बर्ट का डिस्प्ले का सीट लोने 14% है ना ये जो लैम्बर्ट दा सीट PowerPoint में ये
करता के बहुत
जब
आपको पता लग जाएगा मैं बोलूंगी कि चेयरपर्सन प्लीज इंट्रोड्यूस स्पीकर तो फिर
जब
आपको पता लग जाएगा मैं बोलूंगी कि चेयरपर्सन प्लीज इंट्रोड्यूस स्पीकर तो फिर
Very good morning to all the esteemed delegates for the National Conference on Health Professions Education, NCHPE 2021. To all the esteemed delegates for the National Conference on Health Professions Education, NCHPE 2021. We, on behalf of Sri Guru Ramdas University of Health Sciences, Amritsar, welcome you all to the Academic Fest, the theme for which is Looking Back to Leap Forward, Curriculum Innovation. Now, because of the COVID situation and subsequent travel restrictions, many of our international speakers expressed their inability to be physically present here. So some of them will be live online, while others have sent us their recorded talks. However, all the speakers were gracious enough to agree to answer all the participant questions. So I would request any queries to be posted on the WhatsApp number 9880-34321 of Dr. Panita. The same has been displayed even in this hall. And do not, all the participants who are there online, please do not post any queries in the WhatsApp chat during the session. All of you are requested to post your questions on the given number. And we will accept your questions up to 30 minutes after the talk. Now, let me kickstart the day with an interesting quote by Alvin Toffler. The illiterates of the 21st century will not be those who cannot read and write, but rather those who cannot learn, unlearn, and then relearn. Now, all of us have been a part of this competency-based curriculum for the past 2 years and are still learning every day. This competency-based curriculum is an outcome-based approach, as we all know, aiming at creating an Indian medical graduate who has all the requisite qualities of knowledge, skills, and attitude. Now, for this CBME module to be successful, it is imperative that we incorporate all the suitable assessment and feedback tools. Now, to make us all a little more wiser in this area, we have an internationally renowned speaker with us who will talk about disruptive changes in medical education, why programmatic assessment is the solution. The chairpersons for this session are Dr. Himanshu Pandya and Dr. Avinash Supe. So may I request the chairpersons to kindly take their seat. Now, Dr. Himanshu Pandya is the Dean and Professor of Medicine and Medical Education, Pramukh Swami Medical College, Baikaka University, Karamsad, Gujarat, while Dr. Avinash Supe is an Emeritus Professor Surgery and Medical Education, Seth Gordandas Sundardas Medical College. He's also been awarded with the prestigious B.C. Rai Award. So I request the chairpersons to kindly introduce our first speaker for the day.
Good morning to all of you. It's my really honor to introduce Professor Lambert Schuwith, who is Professor of Medical Education and Director of the Center for Research in Health Professional Education, College of Medicine and Public Health, Flinders University, South Australia. Also is Professor of Innovative Assessment, Department of Educational Development and Research from Maastricht, and Distinguished Professor of Medical Education from Changyu University, Taiwan, and adjunct professor from Maryland, USA. I think with all his expertise, we are looking forward towards his talk on programmatic assessment. Over to Professor Lambert.
Afternoon. My name is Lambert Schuwith. I'm a professor of medical education at Flinders University in Adelaide in Australia. In this roughly 45 minutes, I would like to talk to you about a phenomenon called programmatic assessment. And in this how I feel that minutes, I would like to talk to you about with a phenomenon called programmatic assessment around us. And in this how I feel that minutes, I would like to talk to you about with programmatic assessment, a phenomenon called programmatic assessment around us. And in this how I feel that minutes, I would like to talk to you about with programmatic assessment, a phenomenon called programmatic assessment around us. And in this how I feel that minutes, I would like to talk to you about with programmatic assessment, a phenomenon called programmatic assessment around us. And demands of society and healthcare. And before I start, I need to explain that when you work in medical education, demands of you're actually working in healthcare with students who might become doctors. Before I start, I need to explain that when you work in medical education, demands of you're actually working in healthcare with students. Good morning and good afternoon. Before I start, I need to explain that when you work in medical education, demands of you're actually working in healthcare with students. Good morning and good afternoon. Before I start, I need to explain that when you work in medical education, demands of you're actually working in healthcare with students. Good morning and good afternoon. Before I start, I need to explain that when you work in medical education, demands of you're actually working in healthcare with students. Good morning and good afternoon. Before I start, I need to explain that when you work in medical education, demands of you're actually working in healthcare with students. Good morning and good afternoon. Before I start, I need to explain that when you work in medical education, demands of you're actually working in healthcare with students. Good morning and good afternoon. Before I start, I need to explain that when you work in medical education, demands of you're actually working in healthcare with students. Good morning and good afternoon. Before I start, I need to explain that when you work in medical education at Flinders University in Adelaide with students. Good morning and good afternoon. Before I start, I need to explain that when failure. In this roughly 45 minutes, I would like to talk to you about a phenomenon called programmatic assessment failure. And in this, how I feel that it is something I would like to talk to you aligned with a phenomenon called programmatic assessment that happen around us. And in this, how I feel and of course disruptive change I would like to talk to you aligned with programmatic assessment called programmatic assessment that happen around us. And in this, how I feel and of course disruptive change I would like to talk to you aligned with programmatic assessment called programmatic assessment that happen around us. In this, how and of course disruptive change I would like to use aligned with programmatic. Before I start, I need to explain that when you work in medical education, and of course you're actually working with aligned with programmatic. Before I start, I need to explain that when you work in medical education, and of course you're actually working with aligned with programmatic. Before I start. And of course, you're actually working with aligned with programmatic. Before I start. And of course, you're actually working with aligned with programmatic. Before I start. Good morning or good afternoon. My name is Lambert Schuworth. I'm a professor of medical education at Flinders University in Adelaide in Australia. In this roughly 45 minutes, I would like to talk to you about a phenomenon called programmatic assessment and how I feel that it is something that is aligned with changes that happen around us. And I've called it disruptive changes in medical education and why programmatic assessment may be part of the solution. I'm not suggesting that solves all the problems, but it may be part of a solution to better align our education to modern demands of society and healthcare. And before I start, I need to explain 5 to 6 years, who might be consultants in another 5 or 6 years. So you have to look to the future. And of course, I don't have a crystal ball and nobody can predict the future. But what is important is that we think about future scenarios, because we don't know what the future is going to look like, but we certainly have to take into consideration what alternative scenarios there are of what the future might look like. And in order to do that, we look at what's happening at the moment. So what I want to discuss with you are some of the major changes in the world that are taking place as we speak, which might have an impact on how we educate and what the demands are of future healthcare professionals, changes in medical education and how they impact on our assessment, changes in our students, how our students have different abilities, affordances, things at their disposition than, for example, compared to when I studied medicine, and changes in assessment and how I think they all interact with each other. Let's start with changes in our world. And the things I want to discuss with you are the phenomenon of co-construction of knowledge, the way we've changed our management of transactions and trust, sorry, the emergence of cognitive surplus, the development of open ledger systems, of course, the rapid developments in the field of artificial intelligence and machine learning, and how they impact on the expertise, asymmetry between patient and doctor, but also between learner or student and teacher. So let's start with how our views have changed on what constitutes knowledge. Or how knowledge is managed. So in the old days, knowledge was something that was the possession of the expert. The expert had knowledge and the non-expert or the learner didn't have knowledge. And out of goodwill or for a fee, the expert is willing to share their knowledge with the learner or the non-expert. And I've epitomized that by the picture of an encyclopedia, because an encyclopedia is basically the old view on knowledge. A group of experts decide what the non-experts will know, so which entries to put into the encyclopedia, to determine what the non-expert will have to know about each entry, etc. But that knowledge is contained and it's finite. So in the mid-1990s, Microsoft thought, well, there's computer technology emerging. Let's put the encyclopedia on a CD-ROM. And that's easy because a CD-ROM will contain the same amount of information. But what was different is now you have to use a computer. You can't just open a book. You have to insert the CD-ROM into a computer. So it was a bit of a clunky solution, especially when Wikipedia came along. And Wikipedia is a fundamentally different thing, where Encarta was still a traditional encyclopedia, but just on a CD-ROM. Wikipedia was different in that it says, well, all knowledge is co-constructed. And of course, there are facts, but there are ways of looking at facts, there are perceptions, and instead of having a bunch of experts who decided what the knowledge is, now knowledge is something that we co-construct. And there is a self-cleansing aspect to it, and it's a live organ, it's a live phenomenon, it evolves over time. So if I look at what we are doing in medical education, especially with the COVID pandemic, many universities have moved their lectures online and see it as an innovation. But I think the online lecture, from where we're standing, the online lecture is basically the same as Encarta. It's an old thing in a new way of presenting it. The second thing that has changed is the way we manage trust. And if I go back in history, when the communities were still small, trust was personal. You knew each other. So somebody conned you or produced bad work, you knew, and they would be known for bad work or for being dishonest. So when communities grew, we had to institutionalize trust. For the transactions and the trust in the transactions, we formed institutions like banks, law firms, conveyancer. My typical example is when I buy a house, the seller and I go through a conveyancer, and the conveyancer makes sure that if the seller doesn't sell, I don't have to pay, and if I don't have to pay, the seller doesn't have to sell. And the conveyancer organizes the agreement and manages the trust in the transaction, and at the same time manages the transaction, much like a taxi manages the transaction, transporting me from A to B, but also manages the trust. I can relatively safely step into a car with a stranger. Uber has disconnected that management of the transaction and the trust. The transaction is between the driver and me. The trust is managed by Uber. So what we've been going to is we've moved in the direction of distributed trust. Another example is if I want to go out for dinner. Let's say I want to go to a fancy restaurant. In the old days, I would actually use the Michelin guide. And the Michelin guide is based on a small group of people who have visited that restaurant once or twice and write a report and give Michelin stars, for example. Nowadays, I don't use the Michelin guide anymore. So the institutionalized trust of the Michelin organization I don't use anymore. I go onto Google reviews. I look at the top reviews, the bottom reviews. I look at what the experiences were, how the restaurant has responded to the reviews. And I actually put my trust in a community rather than an institution. Our universities still operate under the premise of an institutionalized trust. You buy education and your award, your degree, is trusted because the institution is trusted and the institution has trusted you. It's not based on distributed trust yet, but that's there to come. The most interesting development to me is what Clay Shirky calls cognitive surplus. Cognitive surplus could be described as apparently we humans have a tendency to want to share our knowledge. So whenever I need instruction or help with anything I don't know, I can go online, type my question into a search engine, and invariably I will find a response or even somebody who has made a video instructing me how to do it. A couple of months ago, I had to change the battery in my electronic key for the car, and I didn't know how to. So I typed in, how do you change a key? How do you change a battery for an e-key for an Isuzu? And somebody has made a 15 seconds video demonstrating exactly how to do it. That person doesn't know me. They doesn't even know that I have a question, and yet they're willing to help me. That's a very interesting phenomenon, and it has made so much knowledge, including medical knowledge, freely available. If you type in development of the placenta, you will find multiple beautifully animated videos explaining exactly how the placenta develops, perhaps even better than a lecturer could explain. Of course, open ledgers or blockchains are still emerging, but they have a huge potential. Now, when a student graduates, all the employer, a future employer, knows is what grades they have. You've got their academic transcript, which is basically a reduction on a page A4 a reduction of 6 years of study. In a blockchain portfolio, all those achievements and performances during study could be contained and could be made searchable. So instead of having a set of grades or a set of numbers on a page A4 with some signs and signatures, as a future employer, I could now have a complete dossier, which I could interrogate to see whether this particular candidate is the best match for my organization. It will create a much better opportunity for matching of candidates when it becomes more mainstream. By the way, there are already organizations experimenting with blockchain dossiers, and already educational organizations are experimenting with this. So it's not that far away, I would argue. And of course, artificial intelligence and machine learning have an impact. And unlike what the pictures suggest, I wouldn't say that it's going to replace the teacher very soon. But what it will do is will change healthcare, where the original bread and butter, the value proposition of a physician is to make a diagnosis and to decide on the best management. Increasingly, those steps are being augmented or even substituted by artificial intelligence. And not only making a diagnosis, but with an ever more bespoke management, toxicogenomics, pharmacogenomics, and what have you, with an ever more demand for bespoke management, decision support systems are going to play a role. And I'll come back to this later. So what all these things do is they will decrease the expertise asymmetry. They will change the situation that, or are changing the situation that some patients will come into your consulting room having done their prior work, their homework, and whether it is correct what they found or incorrect what they found, they will come into your consulting room armed with knowledge or what they think is knowledge, and the doctors will have to deal with that increasingly. Also, your students will be able, if they are not doing it already, you're lecturing and they're looking it up on Google Scholar to see whether there is newest evidence, newest research on the topic that you're lecturing about. So we'll have to change the way we educate, and we'll have to change the way we practice medicine. Let me deal with changes in medical education, focus a bit more on medical education. Well, the first one is what could be called point of care information availability. So let's start with a lecture. The lecture, the word lecture derives from Latin, from what is read, or what was read, or what is to be read. And therefore, it was an educational invention to cater to students who did not have access to books. It was in the pre-Gutenberg era. Books were were very expensive, almost impossible to get by. So what happened was the reader had the book, and the reader would read to the students, who would then make notes or memorize or whatever. So it was a purely linear transactional way of educating. Even when I studied medicine, and I studied medicine in a problem-based learning environment, case-based learning environment. So even in that situation, the university still had control over the books in the library, the models in the practicum session rooms, the videos, what have you. All the learning resources were controlled by the university. So they were finite, they were controlled, and they were quality assured. Nowadays, students have, through their smartphones or tablets or computers, have access to a whole world of information, as well as that control environment. And somehow they have to match that infinite world of information, some of which may be relevant, some may be irrelevant, some may be valid, some may be invalid, but they have to manage that. And this requires an entirely different way of educating to teach our students or to help our students manage that infinite world of information and that finite formal curriculum have to be managed in such a way to cater to modern students. And the lecture as a purely transactional intervention focused on people who didn't even have books can quickly become outdated. The other thing that has changed is our view on what constitutes a safe and independent doctor. So in the old days, even when I studied medicine, when I graduated, it was a reasonable assumption that I would have been equipped with all the skills, knowledge, problem-solving ability, attitudes to last me for the rest of my career. And of course, there would be some updating, some CPD, but basically my role and my type of knowledge was not expected to change during my career. And that's why a final examination made sense, because the final examination was basically a check whether you've got everything you need for the rest of your life. Nowadays, we know, or we expect, because the future is so uncertain, that our future learners, our graduates, will have to continue to learn. They will have, not only will they have to continue to learn, they will have to continue to reinvent themselves because society is changing, healthcare demands are changing. So they will have to be able to constantly evaluate and change and adapt to a situation that's, to a society and healthcare demands that are evolving. And in the old, one thing hasn't changed, namely that as educators, our span of control ends with graduation or with fellowship. So that's where we've got control, but our responsibility to society starts with graduation or fellowship. So what in the old days, with that rucksack idea, you've got all the skills, knowledge, problem solving ability and attitudes that last you the rest of your career. That was easy. I mean, we've controlled everything. Now we've equipped you for the rest of your career, and we've done our duty to society. If we have to deal with an ever changing society and we have to deal with graduates who are able to reinvent themselves all the time, that has impact for our education. A one-off assessment, for example, will not be able to predict their future performance, and you will have to look at trends and trajectories and more longitudinal types of assessment. I already alluded to how technology is going to augment and substitute the traditional roles of a doctor, but patients will still be in a position where they are uncertain, where they are afraid, sad, emotional, etc. So more aspects of education will have to focus on that humanistic, on the care aspects of medicine rather than purely on the technical cure. And that's been ongoing already, but it's probably going to become ever more important in the future. So that's why there's ever more attention to soft skills, which are actually not soft at all. They're actually quite complex and difficult skills or abilities to master. The other thing is that in order to create a learner who will continue to learn after graduation, continue to seek feedback and to identify their strengths and weaknesses, they need to be given agency and empowerment. They need to be given some control over their own learning, and I would argue even over their own assessment, because once they graduate, we expect them to be able to do that on their own. But if before graduation, we've never allowed them to do this, to take that agency and to have that control and to take the responsibility, to truly take the responsibility for the learner, for their own learning, how on earth can we expect them that they will suddenly magically transform after graduation? So that needs to be built in, and I'll come back to that later. But also because increasingly there are issues with mental health, burnout, and graduates are increasingly realizing that medicine can be a very toxic environment to work in. If we ever want to change that, we'll have to change it from inside out by having young, empowered, agentic, and self-aware graduates. Again, allowing our students to take that agency, to take that self-responsibility, and treating them as adults will be instrumental in that. And finally, there's a change from what you could call reductionist measurement to integrative competencies. So the old idea was, even when I studied medicine, the old idea was that medical competence is a combination of knowledge, skills, problem-solving ability, and attitudes, and that for each of these, there was a test, and the test measured knowledge, i.e. knowledge could be captured in a single number, 57.3%, that you measure skills, typically with an OSCE, that you measure problem-solving ability, and that you measure attitudes. But nowadays, we've moved away from that. We understand that competence is actually multifaceted and complex, and there are many aspects that need to be integrated and to work together in order to make somebody competent or to develop somebody's competence. And here are 3 popular competency frameworks, and as you can see, they contain much more than the knowledge, skills, attitudes, and problem solving. But more important is that the first one is medical expert or medical knowledge or good clinical care, which is the more technical one. But then all the other, the so-called soft skills, which I still contend are the hardest ones to learn, have gained prominence, have become important. It's the communicating, it's the interpersonal, the professionalism, the system-based, the social responsibility, the management of your workplace. All these things have become increasingly important in the eye of big accrediting organizations. That everything cannot happen without more meaningful results and more meaningful feedback. The learner cannot take responsibility or have agency over their own learning if they're not given feedback. So just a score, you scored 53.7%, is not feedback. And feedback is not about being soft and nice and friendly. Feedback is about clearly analyzing what went well and needs to be retained, what didn't go well and needs to be improved. We also have to deal with a different type of students. I'm not arguing, like some popular social media would argue, that the cognitive architecture of our students have changed, that they're now able to multitask or whatever, or that everything should be a game. I actually argue that learning is not supposed to be fun, it's supposed to be engaging. Fun is for other organizations, Disneyland, for example. But we do have students who have so-called affordances that we never had. And again, I come back to the lecture. The lecture was, like I said, invented to cater to students who didn't even have books. And our students have access to the internet, and through access to the internet, they have access to information, data, information, opinions, whatever, on a continual basis, 24/7, completely location independent. I had to go to a library to get to my information. They can do it from their bed. It's easy at their fingertips. The technology has made it easy. They don't have to type in lengthy commands like those who have used DOS or Fortran or COBOL still know. It's global. They can access information from all over the world, but it is manipulated. Most of the information is manipulated because it is not meant to educate the students. It's meant to lure them onto their web page or perhaps to sell something. There is a commercial activity or aspect to it as well. And they have access to information. And I wouldn't say that information or data is always the same as knowledge. That's a different ballgame. So let's see at what the affordances are. And there are 5 affordances which are interesting to realize. It's communities, communications, collaborations, creations, and convergence. The first one is that a learner is always part of a community. When I studied medicine, I was part of my problem-based learning group. tutorial, I had my friends, and that was it. So with that community, learning happens not as an individual activity, but it happens through interaction. But each of these community members, A, B, C, to etc. to F, they also have access to other communities. And this happens again 24/7, continually, easily through technology. So they don't have to go anywhere. They can have that community at their fingertips all the time. So instead of a linear, I'm the lecturer, I have the book, you don't have the books, I'm reading to you, the knowledge creation happens on a continual basis through networks. And one of these networks could be a knowledge collaborative or collaborative knowledge creation network, such as Wikipedia or any other bulletin board or what have you. The other thing is, and a very important point is that they're also communicating with them at various levels. Who of you hasn't sat in a Zoom meeting and at the same time used the chat function to talk to somebody on a different topic, or use their WhatsApp or text function to talk to a friend at the same time? We're communicating at various levels at the same time more easily than we've ever been able to do in the past. We also have huge amounts, different ways of creations. So in the old days, when I studied medicine, we had pen and paper or pencil and paper, and that was basically it. That was what we could use to store, create, and generate our knowledge. Nowadays, students can make videos, podcasts, stills, images, parallel presentations such as Prezi, linear presentations like this one, like a PowerPoint, tutorials, and they can solicit feedback from all over the world. So they don't have to depend on this individual teacher-student relationship to get their feedback. They can actually get feedback, and more than just likes, they can actually get feedback from all over the world. And I mean, many clever academics are already using social media to get feedback. Let me give you one example. My eldest daughter is on a social media platform where members write stories together. So sometimes member one produces the idea, the second member writes the stuff up, puts it to language, and the third one does the editing, or they reverse roles. So they're jointly producing, creating stuff, which originally is a very individual activity. The final thing is convergence. Convergence has two aspects to it. The first one is that there is a disconnect between the information and the medium that you use to access it. So when I studied medicine, again, at that time, if I wanted to learn about pathology, it was Robin's pathological basis of disease. And the content of Robin's pathological basis of disease was purely only accessible through the book Robin's basic pathological basis of disease. Nowadays, the information is there, and I can use all kinds of different media, including a real book, to access that information. The other thing, the other side of convergence means that we don't do one function devices anymore. So my iPhone or my smartphone has a camera, as a movie editor, is a stereo, is a scratch pad, is a meteorologist, is my diary, is my atlas, is my fitness coach, and my communication device at the same time. So it's all there. It's one device, has multiple functions. Let me go to changes in assessment. But before I do so, I want to make sure we're all on the same page about some basic psychometric stuff. And in the old days, when we were still thinking about assessment purely as a measurement, two aspects were incredibly important, and that was reliability and construct validity. Reliability basically pertains to the extent to which the scores or the outcomes of a test were reproducible. So here's a test for students. Penny Leonard, Amy, and Howard. And obviously Penny did best. She scored 85%, and Howard did poorest. He scored 51%. Reliability could mean three things. The first one would be if I were to give these four students a so-called parallel test, an equally difficult test on the same topic, but with different items, and the students would be completely refreshed and didn't study between the test and the parallel test. Would Penny score again 85%, and would Howard, etc., score again 51%? This is this is the reliability that you need if there is a predetermined pass-fail score. So let's say the predetermined pass-fail score is 60%. Then for Amy, it's incredibly important that if she scored 59% on the first test, she would again score 59% on the second test. If she had scored 61% on the second test, it would have a severe consequence. The second way of looking at reproducibility would be a bit more lenient and just looking at the rank order. So Penny is the best, then Leonard, then Amy, then Howard. You would expect on a parallel test to find the same sequence. So Penny, Leonard, Amy, Howard. It doesn't matter whether now Penny scores 90%, Leonard 89, Amy 88, and Howard 87. Wouldn't make a difference. The rank ordering from best performing to most poorly performing student would still be the same. This is basically, in a nutshell, what Cronberg's alpha does. So Cronberg's alpha should not be used in this case. It should be used in this case. Of course, the most lenient reliability or reproducibility decision is just whether the same students would pass or fail, or the number of students for whom the outcome would be the same. And only for Amy would this be contentious. For all the others, they're clearly either above or below the mark. So here's a bit of a, and it's, to me, it's not about the statistics or the formulas or whatever. To me, it's about understanding where it comes from and what we're doing. So here are two matrices, 5 students, A, B, C, D, and E, and 5 items, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Which test is the more reliable? And I'll give you 10 seconds to contemplate. Which is the more reliable, the one on the left or the one on the right? Okay. The one on the left is the most reliable. And let me explain you why. There are 5 items. Let's say these are 5 examiners, 5 judges. Item 1 says student A is a top student. Item 2 says I agree. 3, 4, and 5 say I agree. Item 1 says student E is the bottom student. Item 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 all agree. And they all agree on the performance of all other students. Also, there's maximum difference between the students. A is obviously much better than E. If we look at the matrix on the right side, actually all items disagree. Item 1 says A is a top student, and item 5 says no, they're not. And actually all students acquire the same score. So there is absolutely no difference between students. So reliability is always a measure of, pardon, to what extent do different items agree on the level of competence of a candidate, and to what extent is the test able to distinguish between levels of competence of candidates? So this is a problem for standard reliability. If everybody scores maximally or everybody scores the same, there is no variance. There's no person variance, no variance between students, and therefore I cannot calculate a reliability. It would constitute a division by 0. Yet, if you ever get on a plane, please, I hope that your pilots are drawn from this matrix and not from one of these matrices. So here's already something where traditional views on assessment as a measurement and psychometrics are not really well aligned with an educational remit of an organization. Why are tests unreliable? Well, firstly, simply because of sampling error. You could ask thousands, 10,000s of questions, 100,000s of questions perhaps about a topic like, or a domain like internal medicine, and yet your test contains 100 items. That's an incredibly small sample, and incredibly small samples lead to unreliability, like incredibly small samples lead to non-significance in research. The second one is measurement imprecision, or to basically say we're trying to measure very discrete differences and our tests are simply too rough, too coarse a measure to measure those differences. So the difference between 55 and 56% on a test is actually suggesting an accuracy that the test simply doesn't have. It's like using a standard wooden yardstick to measure micrometers. We can't measure those differences. The other side of the coin is validity. And validity is, why is validity an issue? Well, validity is an issue because what we are trying to measure cannot be observed directly. It cannot, nobody has ever seen clinical reasoning. What we see is what people do. We hear what they say, we hear their utterances, we can read their writing, we can see which boxes they've ticked, etc. So we can observe external behavior, but we're inferring cognitive processes. And therefore, validity is the aspect of a test where we try to gauge whether the test actually measures what it needs to measure. If I measure somebody's waist circumference, I can see waist circumference, but I can't see clinical reasoning. So in a nutshell, validity is the question of whether the test content, the test goal, or the test type and the test goal are linked to each other and whether they both, from an ecological validity point of view, meet the requirements of the profession. So a test can be very valid and still not relevant, not have ecological validity for the profession. There are numerous different theories about validity, but it's interesting to highlight a discourse or a discussion and a paper-based discussion between Lee Cronbach and Robert Ebel. So Lee Cronbach argued that validity of an assessment had to be constructed the same way it's constructed for a psychological test, like an intelligence test or a personality inventory. And therefore, he says, the individual items are irrelevant. What is important is that the score are valid, that the scores are valid for the construct that they try to measure. And of course, you would look at correlations. If a written test on knowledge correlates very highly with an actual OSCE, you could doubt whether the OSCE, the big OSCE, adds something to it, or what could also be done with a written test, whether there's real skills involved. Spoiler alert, they're actually quite high, the correlations. The second one would be, for example, differences in mean scores. If experts do not outperform novices, you might doubt the validity of that test for the specific expertise. Factor analysis, hierarchical linear modeling, all kinds of statistical ways of looking whether the test is actually theoretically measuring what we're trying to measure. I'll come back to that. Robert Ebel said, yeah, that's all very nice, but basically we're not doing psychological testing here. We are an educational organization, so our tests have to have direct validity, direct meaningfulness. So it is a set of discipline relevant assignments or items, and you have to build the validity into that test. And that's where the idea of blueprinting, careful item construction comes from, and quality assurance processes. You build validity in. Both have their value. The most modern framework is Kane's validity framework, and Kane basically argues that you can observe things and you want to infer a certain construct like competence. So that you have to build an argument. You have to build an argument from observation to observed score, from observed score to universe, to target domain, and to construct. Let me explain what I mean. Let's take a clinical example first. A patient comes in with complaints about fatigue, and I want to ascertain their health, which is the construct. Health is the construct. So I'm taking their blood pressure. Well, the first thing I have to ensure is using the right cuff, the right sphygmomanometer, run the mercury column down in the right way, listen to the correct Korotkov tones, identify the correct transitions, put the stethoscope in the right spot, and whatever. Make sure the patient doesn't see the Korotkov tones or the mercury column, the patient is well seated, etc., etc. So that's my observed score. That's how I can translate that into 120/80. But of course, that observed score is only one measurement, and one measurement, as I say, is no measurement. So I'll do it on 2 arms. I'll repeat it perhaps after 24 hours in a similar situation, but I make sure I've got sufficient measurements to actually be able to determine whether the BP is normal or abnormal. Of course, just the BP is not sufficient to measure health. Pardon. That's why I combine it with pulse, jugular veins, heart auscultation, palpation, etc., etc., in order to get a view on cardiovascular status, which is my target domain, which I combine with lungs, kidneys, peripheral arterial pulsations, etc., in order to get a good gauge of how this person's health is or what might be the reason for fatigue. Similar process in validation of assessment. Let's say I want to understand clinical reasoning. So I've got my case-based, I've got a practice-based observation. I look at certain cases, I've got my standards, I've got my scales or my rubrics, my forms, etc. So I observe my candidates and I turn that into a score or a result. Of course, one observation is no observation, so I have to do that several times, where reliability, reproducibility comes in, or perhaps until I've seen enough variability of cases, enough variety of cases, I should say, so that I can form a good image of that person's competence. Of course, just clinical observation might not be enough, so I'm going to combine that with multiple choice or with key features or extended matching questions, some written, and I construct with those various instruments, I construct my idea of their clinical decision making. And then I ask them to think aloud to understand how they came to the clinical decisions that they've made. And I understand the narratives, the rationales behind it, and the clinical decision making and the rationales in those observations tell me something about their clinical reasoning. So the typical sources of lack of validity are untrained examiners, examiners who don't know what their role is, who have an incorrect frame of reference, who don't know how to use the instruments, etc. It's poorly constructed items, items that are ambiguous or items that give the answer away. A poorly constructed blueprint where there is a disbalance between what's important and how many items there are, simply because, for example, one examiner asks only items about their hobby horse, poor standard setting, etc. All these issues contribute to poor validity of your assessment. Poor validity, poor reliability leads to false positives and false negatives. It leads to students who pass who shouldn't have passed, and it leads to students who fail who shouldn't have failed. The ramifications of false positives are clear for patient care, quality of patient care. False negatives, of course, in terms of financial, motivational loss, but perhaps also loss to the healthcare of potentially good doctors. So the ramifications are important, and that's why focusing on reliability and on validity is incredibly important in that measurement framework. But the measurement framework basically ended in the mid 1990s up to 2000, when people started to realize, when the competency-based medical education became more popular, and people started to realize that actually competence is so multifaceted and quite complex that it's quite ridiculous to try to express that in a single number. So I've never told one of my patients that I think they're 53.7% healthy, and neither should I be aiming at telling my students that they're 53.7% competent. It's just not that phenomenon. So that testing assumptions, there were some strange assumptions in that testing and that measurement approach to assessment. And let me explain some of them. The first one was that you should treat these constructs or these traits, knowledge, problem-solving abilities, skills, attitudes, as stable and generic characteristics. Not only was there a test for knowledge and a test for skills and a test for problem-solving and attitudes, but it was also assumed that the test for knowledge should not test skills, and that the test for skills should not test knowledge. I remember very vividly the discussions about there should be no knowledge in an OSCE because an OSCE is for skills only. So the assumption was that you could measure knowledge independently of skills, and that you could measure skills independently of knowledge, and even that you could measure problem solving independently of knowledge. Well, the literature is almost unanimous in that knowledge is an essential prerequisite for successful problem solving. It's not going to happen. You're not going to measure problem solving without the knowledge. The stable characteristics, well, this is your theoretical situation. Again, 5 students, A, B, C, D, E, 4 items, 1, 2, 3, 4. Student A is the best. So this is your ideal situation. And you would assume that the parallel test would give the same ideal situation. We've talked about this. This is actually what you find. There is scatter. The interaction between the performance of a student and the item, the student-item interaction, is by far the largest source of variance. So it's not the stable difference between students, neither is it the stable difficulty of items. Some items are more difficult than others. It's actually an interaction effect, and it's scatter all over. So the traits are not that stable and generic as we assume them to be. The second one is that we have to treat individual items in themselves as meaningless. And I already alluded to how Crombeck looked at it, but that's exactly what we do. And I have no problem with that. Let's assume that this is a multiple choice test on internal medicine, and this is one question, and here's another question. I have no problem with saying that the student who answers this correctly and this one incorrectly would get 0.5, and a student who answers this incorrectly but that one correctly would also get 0.5. I have no issue with that. They're just data points, and they can be treated as intrinsically meaningful as long as you have enough data points. But it's more difficult in an OSCE. Let's say somebody performs very poorly on a resuscitation station in an OSCE, but very well on a communication station in an OSCE. Would you now say that on average their performance was okay? No, you wouldn't, because this one is meaningful in itself and needs to be explored why the student performed so poorly, so that they can make sure that the next time their resus is up to scratch. And this one is important on their own. It's even if, for example, if a student communicates very poorly in this session, you have to explore why that communication was poor and what needs to be done to make sure that the communication is up to scratch. They both should be up to scratch. They're both important skills. So by that, only some scores determine what the test actually measures. But some scores does not always mean that I'm adding up stuff that could be added up. And if you look at most assessment programs, you could argue that it's a typical apples and oranges situation where things are somehow turned into a numerical value and then added up. So where good or rich feedback and an observation is turned into a single number, which is then added up to a multiple choice test, whereas we don't even know whether you can simply add up observations in clinical practice to the results on a multiple choice test. As a result, all our psychometrics and statistics are based on data reduction, on elimination of information. So from an educational point of view, look at this from an educational point of view. When these are the responses of a student, I now know which answers were correct and were incorrect, but I also know why they were correct or incorrect, or at least what the incorrect answers were. When I start scoring them, I've reduced the information. Now I don't know which incorrect answers were given. I only know that item 1 and 3 were answered incorrectly. When I do calculate the total score, I've lost that information as well. I now don't know which items were answered incorrectly. I only know how many items were answered incorrectly. And when I use a cutoff score and come to a pass-fail decision, I've lost all the information. I don't know how many items were answered correctly and incorrectly. I only know whether sufficient answers were answered correctly or incorrectly. So that rich information has been dichotomized in pass-fail. And basically, the whole literature on standard setting is a literature on how best to throw away measurement information. As I said, the old model of competence was there's one test for knowledge, one for skills, one for problem solving, and one for attitudes. But the corollary of that is that there was also a strive, a race to find the single best test or assessment type for each of these 4 traits. And there was there's a rich literature comparing item formats, like open-ended questions are better than multiple choice for problem solving. Computer-based is not as good as written, etc. So they were all based on different types of comparisons, assuming that one test would be inherently better than the other, whereas it's not. It's like checking the literature, clinical literature, trying to demonstrate that NSAIDs are better than antibiotics. It depends on the disease. They both have side effects, strengths, weaknesses, indications, and contraindications. So that's where programmatic assessment comes in. And programmatic assessment is basically, these are the principles. It is multiple instruments. The information is triangulated, is combined in a narrative, meaningful way, rather than in a reductionist numerical way. It's continual and longitudinal. There's proportionality of decision making with a diversity of quality approaches, and that way you can keep it integrative, holistic. Please allow me to explain this in the final 5 minutes of this presentation. Multiple instruments. Multiple instruments, like there's so many instruments, each with their own acronym, and they're all used to look at competence. But what we typically do is we do a mini CX and we decide on competence, or a DOPS and we decide on competence, or an OSCE and a VIVA and we decide on competence. And within those instruments, there's compensation, like the resuscitation station and the communication station. They are combined to come to a final score of the OSCE, not in programmatic assessment. In programmatic assessment, we take parts of mini CX and the essays and the 360s and the peer feedback and what have you to inform me about communicator. So I take aspects of different assessments and which are narratively combined to evaluate, to judge the progress and achievement in the role of communicator or an health advocate. And you may think, oh, that's rubbish. How would you do that? Well, as a clinician, that's what you do all the time. So let me give you an example. A patient comes into your consulting room and complains about fatigue, thirst, and frequent urination. On inspection, you see poorly healing wounds. On palpation, you palpate weak or absent peripheral arterial pulsations. The glucose level is 35 millimoles per liter. You can easily combine that into diabetes mellitus. But by doing so, you've combined verbal, visual, tactile, and numerical information. You haven't compensated these 35 millimoles per liter. Your glucose level is too high, but fortunately your potassium is too low because they are of the same format. You've combined it because you can meaningfully triangulate it. That's what programmatic assessment does with information. Of course, in order to do that, you have to engage with the student on a continual and a longitudinal basis. So the traditional assessment program is you've got your course, your module, your topic. There is a test at the end. There's a decision, yes, no. If you pass the test, you can go on to the next course or next module where there is another test. In the end, at the end of the course or at the end of the year, you've got a series of grades or yes, no decisions. And there's a rule that tells you how many of these decisions have to be positive or what the average grade should be, etc., with some weighting. But that's basically how you decide whether somebody is competent. In programmatic assessment, that assessment happens on a continual basis. All the information that you can collect about a student, their formal assessment results, their self-assessment, their feedback, their formal feedback, informal feedback, additional information, they're all collected in a portfolio. And periodically that portfolio is reviewed with the student and their progress on all the domains is reviewed, their strengths and weaknesses, their learning activities, etc. It's all periodically reviewed. That allows for proportionality of decision making, because if all that information is in there, you can actually decide what type of decisions you make. And of course, if you only have thin information, little information in the portfolio, you can only make low stakes decisions. It's only about feedback, etc. But the medium stakes become like if you continue in this path, you will not progress to the next phase. There might be more teeth to it, and only when you have to make the higher stakes decisions, ready to progress to a next phase or next year or a next semester, will you when you have to make that, you will have collected rich information. That information, that high stakes decision, will also never be a surprise to the student, because there is ongoing engagement, and the student will have heard, the student who's not progressing will have heard on multiple occasions, you're not traveling well. Make sure that you change your ways, or otherwise you might not be able to progress to the next phase. Of course, when not everything is a measurement and when there are narratives, the standard psychometrics do not always work. In programmatic assessment, there might be your standard examinations, etc., and they may still need to adhere to your psychometric qualities. Compare it to clinical practice. If I wouldn't want to practice medicine without having the ability to order lab tests. And lab tests, the numbers are reliable and valid because of population data, because of reproducibility. And if I order a lab test, I'm not interested in the lab analyst's opinion. I just want that number. That number is reliable because of population data and stats and what have you. If I order a pathology report, I am interested in the pathologist's opinion. I want to have their narrative, and that narrative is reliable because it is logical, it is clear, coherent, and plausible, and the lines, it answers my question, it addresses my question. I trust the pathologist, I trust their narrative, I trust their education. So it's a different way of looking at reliability. And the same applies to programmatic assessment. So there is a test, parallel test, reproducibility, like you know the example with Penny, Leonard, and Howard, etc., the same score or the same rank ordering or the same students passing and failing. But there is, for example, also saturation of information. If I want to see a picture and I want to know whether I've seen a wide enough picture, a wide enough variety of this student performing in different clinical cases, I can look at it. Well, here I would assume that the picture is yellow or orange. I keep on sampling and I discover new colors, new aspects to the picture. I discover green, blue, red, yellow, etc. I can continue to sample and I still see new aspects. The picture becomes richer and I continue, but now I've seen all the aspects. And I continue and I see all the aspects. And now I know that I've seen the whole picture. I can be sufficiently reassured that I've seen the whole picture. Although they're not all the same, it's not a homogeneous picture that I could sort of grab in one number. It is it's a checkered, it's a multifaceted picture, but further sampling would probably not give me new information. It's a principle that comes from qualitative research, but it's also a clinical principle. If you start diagnosing, remember that diabetes mellitus case. If you've got your diagnosis, you've actually seen different aspects, or if you've collected information until you are certain enough that you've made the diagnosis that you can draw a conclusion. Even if that diagnosis is multifaceted and has multiple aspects, which I'll come to in a moment, you still have seen enough. And that's a saturation of, and you're not going to order extra diagnostics. You're not going to overdiagnose. And that's the principle of saturation of information. Of course, you can build reliability into your organization by procedural fairness, by member checking, by making sure that you're all on the same page, by prolonged engagement, not making a decision based on the snapshot of information, but seeing the whole trajectory of a learner by various different stakeholders. So it's not just one examiner, but it's a whole team. It's a team to team rather than a one-on-one. So there are different ways of building in quality, reliability, or validity than only the psychometric approach. So finally, that allows for that rich narrative, meaningful information to be collected on a continual basis, which has this focus on self-regulation. And I alluded to that at the start of this presentation, that we need to change our assessment in such a way that we allow our students, or we make our students, increasingly take self-responsibility for their education, but also for their assessment, because they will have to be able to do it on their own once they graduate. And in order to do that, that has to be meaningful. They have to get feedback. They have to assume that agency and responsibility. And make no mistake, that is with teeth. So a student who doesn't engage with the feedback, who writes reflections that are wishy-washy, the student who doesn't take it seriously and is not able to take up that feedback and improve to an acceptable level and regulate their own learning is, in programmatic assessment, the student who's going to fail. It's not somebody who doesn't pass an artificially or an arbitrarily set hurdle. It's a student who continually fails to engage with the process. It's a student who eventually fails. And by then, there is a huge dossier of information, failure to take up that information, interventions by the teachers, still failure to take up that information and to engage with the process. So there is already a huge procedural dossier at that point in time as well. So what typically happens is there is a portfolio which contains all the information. The students writes an analysis or a reflection, looks at their strengths, their weaknesses, comes with real learning goals. So I'm going to try harder is really not a learning goal, but actionable learning goals. There are meetings between the student and the teacher or the coach or the mentor, whatever you want, or counselor, whatever you want to call them. Those learning goals have to be enacted. They have to lead to learning activities, and they have to lead to demonstrable improvement, remediation of the weaknesses, and retention of the strengths. So finally, last two slides. Finally, this allows a different way of looking at competence. And here is one of the examples that I use, the CANMETS, which recognizes the communicator, collaborator, manager, medical expert, health advocate, scholar, and professional as different lenses on competence. So it's not, can you be a good communicator but a poor collaborator, and do they compensate? They're all important. And in order to illustrate that, I used to work in chronic pain management. So a chronic benign low back pain patient can be perceived, you can approach it from a nociceptive, a socioeconomic, an occupational, psychological, orthopedic, pharmacotherapeutic point of view. They're all important, and they don't have to agree with each other. They don't give the same narrative, but they all give me a piece of the puzzle to work with this patient in managing their chronic benign low back pain. So they're all different lenses. And every information I get from my lab, from physical examination, from history, from imaging, what have you, all that information explains, or from the psychological reports, all that information helps me to manage that patient, to help that patient manage their chronic benign low back pain. So that's the way competency-based medical education works. And that's why it's so fundamentally different to that notion of skills, knowledge, problem-solving ability, and attitudes as separately measurable traits. These are lenses, ways of looking at that almost intangible, difficult to grasp and to pin down concept of competence. Much like in healthcare, these are lenses to grasp that difficult to pin down concept of chronic benign low back pain. So programmatic assessment as a meaningful integration of perceptions, perspectives, data, information collated in a dossier or a portfolio, frequently analyzed, strategically used to steer student learning from various perspectives, fits with competency-based medical education. These approaches are important because they allow our students to take more agency and be more empowered in their own learning, something that is afforded by the technology they have at their fingertips and something that will be required increasingly by society and healthcare. Thank you very much. And I wish you a good conference for the rest of the time. I'm happy to answer questions later.
I think please
So should I repeat? Okay. बात जो करते हैं ना डॉक्टर रश्मि व्यास दी So after this session on programmatic assessment, we move on to our next topic, that is global trends in CBM. Competency-based education actually comes in multiple flavors, and depending upon which aspect and which component is of importance, it could mean different things to different people. While one model has been introduced by the MCI or the NMC, let's listen to the global trends in CBME by Dr. Rashmi Vyas. Ma'am has been generous to have sent us her recording. The chairpersons for this session are Dr. Juhi Kalra, Dr. Vinutha Shankar, and Dr. Praveen Singh. I invite the chairpersons to please come and occupy their seats. Dr. Juhi Kalra is Professor Pharmacology and convener MCI Regional Institute in Himalayan Institute of Medical Sciences, Jolly Grant, Dehradun. Dr. Praveen Singh is Professor and Head, Department of Anatomy and Assistant Dean, Basic Sciences Education, Pramukh Swami Medical College, Bhai Kaka University, Karamsad, Gujarat. Dr. Vinutha Shankar. We can wait as ma'am comes. May I please request our chairpersons to introduce our speaker, Dr. Rashmi Vyas. So we have Dr. Vinutha. She is Professor, Department of Physiology, Sri Devraj Urs Academy of Higher Education and Research, Kolar.
Good afternoon all. It is my pleasure to introduce Dr. Rashmi Vyas, who is Senior Associate FAMER and Director, FAMER Global Programs, affiliated to FAMER, Philadelphia, USA. Dr. Rashmi contributes her expertise in medicine, HPE, and an understanding in international culture to FAMER programs and its research and scholarship activities. She applies her extensive experience to oversee the FAMER global programs geared towards healthcare education and workforce development in collaboration with international partners. Prior to joining FAMER, Dr. Vyas was professor at CMC, Christian Medical College, Vellore, India. She has led educational innovations such as distance learning, postgraduate diploma in family medicine, engineering teaching, and early clinical exposure. She was the convener of the NMC Regional Center and Nodal Center for FDP in medical education. She served on the expert committee for development and implementation of basic and advanced course in medical education for NMC. Dr. Rashmi received an MBBS degree from CMC Ludhiana and MD from BJ Medical College, India. She holds a master's in health professions education from UI, Chicago, USA. Welcome, Dr. Rashmi.
Thank you, sir. So we can move on to recording now. Record.
Greetings from Philadelphia. I thank the organizers for inviting me to share my thoughts on global trends in competency-based medical education. It is a pleasure to be here with all of you today. I'm Rashmi Vyas, Senior Associate at the Foundation for Advancement of International Medical Education and Research, or FAMER, which is a not-for-profit foundation of ECFMG. I'm also the Director of FAMER Global Programs. The FAMER Global Programs encompass the education activities of FAMER geared towards healthcare education and workforce development. It includes the International FAMER Institute, the FAMER Regional Institutes, our Masters in Health Professions Education, clinical exchanges, and new curriculum on competency-based medical education, which we launched this year, and upcoming ones on point-of-care ultrasound, translational science, accreditation primer. I have an MD in physiology from BJ Medical College, and I did my medical school from CMC Ludhiana before that. I also have a master's in health professions education from University of Illinois at Chicago. I'm a FAMER fellow from the 2003 cohort from Philadelphia and an ELATE fellow from Drexel University, which is a fellowship in leadership for women in academic medicine and technology. Last week, we celebrated the 20th anniversary of FAMER and 20 years of the FAMER Institutes. FAMER offers the Fellowship in Health Professions Education, Leadership Development and Community Building to global health professions educator through the FAMER Institutes that include the International FAMER Institute, located at Philadelphia, and FAMER Regional Institutes. There are 4 FRIs in India, 2 in China, 1 each in South Africa, Chile, Egypt, and Indonesia. The IFIs serve as the anchor establishment supported by FAMER Regional Institutes, and these have resulted in more than 2,000 FAMER fellows and alumni from 59 countries who contribute to the development of the field of health professions education in their region. India has about 800 FAMER fellows who are promoting the field of HPE through curricular reforms, education research and scholarship, advocacy and policy changes in their region. The objectives of the presentation is to discuss some global trends in competency-based medical education, that is CBME, in the areas of shared language, core components, frameworks, and share an example of professional development in CBME. The goal is to bring to you the global trends for you to consider for application in CBME. A worldwide shift from traditional time-based to competency-based medical education was due to increasing demand for public accountability, heightened focus on patient safety, limitations of conventional graduates to have competencies to meet the needs of the society they serve. End product is a medical graduate that serves the community. CBME is an approach to preparing physicians for practice that is fundamentally oriented to graduate outcome abilities and organized around competencies derived from an analysis of societal and patient needs. Does CBME work? There is no formal evidence of effectiveness of CBME to produce the best possible doctors. However, the International Competency-Based Medical Educators Collaborators propose 2 bodies of knowledge to support the move. First, there is ample proof that the current system falls short of producing the best possible doctors. There have been multiple reports of adverse events from around the world. Second, CBME is grounded in sound education theory, where there is importance of clearly defined outcomes, learners take an active role in their education and assessment, there is formative and focused feedback from multiple assessors using multiple methods. This has led to the conclusion that CBME works. A lot of work in CBME has been contributed by the International Competency-Based Medical Education Collaborators, who are leading international experts who examine conceptual issues and current debates in CBME. The ICBME collaborators propose a shared language for CBME. A shared language is needed to support collaboration and dissemination across the global community of medical educators. A shared language to describe CBME will support collaboration and thus help move the field forward. CBME curricula are typically planned using a combination of entrustable professional activities or EPAs, competencies, and milestones. Competence is described as the array of abilities, the knowledge, skills, and attitudes across multiple domains or aspects of performance in a certain context. It changes with time, experience, and setting. Competency is an observable ability of a health professional related to a specific activity that integrates knowledge, skills, values, and attitudes. Since competencies are observable, they can be measured and assessed to ensure their acquisition. And these competencies can be assembled like building blocks to facilitate progressive development. Domains of competence are broad, distinguishable areas of competence that in the aggregate constitute a general descriptive framework for a profession, such as the 6 domains of competence described by the ACGME that includes patient care, medical knowledge, professionalism, and so on, or the 7 CANMEDS roles that include medical expert, professional, communicator, and so on. The EPAs is a professional task that requires sufficient knowledge, skills, and attitudes and leads to a work outcome. An essential task of a discipline, such as medicine, surgery, etc., that the learner can be trusted to perform without direct supervision in a given healthcare context once sufficient competencies has been demonstrated. For an individual who has completed training and is entering practice, EPAs are tasks that he or she is trusted by society and the profession to perform without supervision. Other terminologies are emerging with the EPAs. One of them is nested EPA. It's a task that requires proficiency in a subset of the knowledge, skills, and attitudes required for the broader EPA. An example of a nested EPA might be understanding the indication for and performing a cesarean section, which is nested in the parent EPA that is managing complicated childbirth. The next which is used is milestone, which is a defined observable marker of an individual's ability along a developmental continuum. It is an observable marker of an individual's ability that expresses the stepwise progression of expertise. Once all that is there, the shared understanding of the language used, the next is, what is the relationship between them? The relationship between EPAs and competencies has been delineated in the literature. EPAs are units of work, whereas competencies are the abilities of individuals. And one of the defining marker of EPA is that it requires the integration of multiple competencies, usually across domains of competence. EPAs and competencies, they complement each other. Together, they provide a more holistic view of a physician than either could provide independently. However, the relationship between EPAs, competencies, and milestones is more complicated. Each EPA can be linked or mapped to one or more domains of competence and one or more competencies in each domain. So theoretically, EPAs can be mapped to many competencies, but only a critical few of these competencies are required to reach an entrustment decision. And there are various models in use. In one model, in the US framework, milestones, they mark the developmental progression of a specific competency. Therefore, in this framework, a milestone is a smaller construct than a competency, and it represents behaviors associated with a specific level of achievement for that competency. However, in another model used in European framework in some settings, milestone is a marker of the achievement of a cluster of competencies or EPAs that enable decision making for the learner to move from one level to another, such as from junior to senior residency. In these settings, milestones are a bigger construct than the EPAs or competencies. In a third model, a hybrid model is used. in which the attainment of certain competencies and EPAs together make up the milestone that marks a transition point in education or training. Regardless of which approach is preferred, the definitions of EPAs and milestones discussed earlier are applicable. Use of multiple models around the world reinforces the importance of developing a shared common understanding of these terminologies. Identifying core components in CBME is recognized as a basic first step for understanding implementation of CBME. Van Mel, in the 2019 publication in Academic Medicine, discusses the use of core components framework for evaluating implementation of CBME. They match the 5 core components with practice, principle, and conceptual frameworks. Practice is the what the core component should look like in practice. Principle is the how the core component is supposed to work in practice. Conceptual frameworks tell you the why the core components should work according to the theories, models, or best practices. The core components are outcome competencies. Competencies required for practice are clearly articulated based on the graduate profile. Specifying the learning outcome promotes focus and accountability, incorporating features of outcomes-based education framework. The second is sequenced progressively. Competencies and the developmental markers are sequenced progressively across the continuum of medical practice to achieve mastery learning. Third is tailored learning experiences. Learning experiences facilitate the developmental acquisition of competencies, tailoring them to address individual learner needs, providing real-life experiences, facilitate competency development. Professional identity formation is a conceptual framework applicable here. Fourth, competency-focused instruction. Teaching practices individualized to the learner based on abilities required to move to next stage of learning, promote developmental acquisition of competencies, bringing in the principles of coaching. And fifth, programmatic assessment practices that support and document the developmental acquisition of competencies. Systematic approach to decision-making includes standards, data collection, interpretation, observation, feedback, all this leading to valid and reliable decision-making. Use of learning analytics theory allows for systematic collection of data for assessment. Once an understanding of core components has been gained, the next comes the question of what education strategies are used in CBME. ECE, integrated learning, PBL, CBL are some of the strategies that are in use globally, and these also have been recommended by the National Medical Commission in India. Here are examples of some of the earlier work in ECE and integrated learning that I and others were involved in, and now these strategies are incorporated in the NMC curriculum for CBME in India. Some of the common teaching methods used globally in CBME still remain lectures, small group discussions, case discussions, hospital visits, laboratory work. However, there has been a notable shift in the culture of assessment with CBME. This shift is towards continuous assessment, formative assessment, programmatic assessment. Programmatic assessment is an approach to assessment in which assessment is seen as a system or program as a whole. Programmatic assessment uses multiple instruments deliberately based on how each individual method's strengths and weaknesses are combined synergistically. It is a continual and longitudinal process during which information about the learner's strengths, weaknesses, and progress is collected and collated. Information about the learner is not collated within instruments, but purposefully triangulated across instruments. For example, performance on the OSCE station with relevant information from another assessment method to arrive at a meaningful diagnosis of competence. Quality and utility of the assessment process are determined by a variety of quality assurance processes, including standard psychometrics, member checking, saturation of information, expertise development, and so on. The focus is on keeping the information rich, for instance through collection in a portfolio to enable holistic assessment of competence. Programmatic assessment seeks to gradually increase the learner's agency and accountability for their own learning and progress, starting from rather structured and school-controlled assessment to self-owned assessment and learning. Steps for designing programmatic assessment includes articulate the purpose of the program of assessment, that is, establish the specific goal. Is it to ensure progressive development of competence, or is it to sort, rank learners? Number 2, determine what must be assessed. The specific knowledge, skills, and competency should be clearly stated. 3, choose tools fit for purpose. Identify the most appropriate tool to collect the assessment information needed. Then consider the stakes of assessments, that is, determine the balance between lower stakes and higher stakes of assessments and how each will be used. And then define the process for interpreting assessment data. Establish how assessment information will be combined to arrive at decisions. Let's look at some conceptual frameworks in CBME that are used globally. In this presentation, I'll consider 3 of them: mastery learning, professional identity formation, and learning analytics. Mastery learning is a hybrid approach to competency-based education where trainees acquire essential knowledge, skills, and effective and professionalism attributes. Mastery learning is measured rigorously and compared with fixed achievement standards without limiting the time needed to reach the outcomes. Mastery learning results are uniform with little or no variation among learners. By contrast, educational time can vary among learners. Programmatic assessment can foster mastery of learning. A well-designed program of assessment will incorporate all the 3 major types of assessment: assessment of learning, which is an endpoint measure of whether a learner has mastered a concept or skill; assessment for learning, low-stakes information about a learner's level of competence that gives the learner information about what went well, how to improve, and informs teachers to enable them to adjust the learning experiences and feedback to each learner. Assessment as learning, tools or processes that give the learner opportunities to monitor and reflect on their own learning. By considering these 3 types of assessment and clearly delineating which assessment tools or instruments are being used for each type of assessment, programmatic assessment can foster learning for mastery. Professional identity formation is the development of professional values, actions, and aspirations. It is a key consideration in design of CBME. To provide a structured approach to the assessment of medical competence, George Miller proposed a pyramidal structure with 4 levels, each of which required specific methods of assessment. As is well known, the layers are knows how, shows how, and does. Miller's pyramid has guided assessment since its introduction. The recent years has raised questions about the appropriateness of does as the highest level, especially for assessment of professionalism and professional identity formation. So a 5th level has been added at the apex of the pyramid. This level, reflecting the presence of a professional identity, is and methods of assessing progress towards a professional identity. So expansion of the Miller's pyramid includes a 5th level is that consistently demonstrates the attitudes, values, and behaviors expected of one who has come to think, act, and feel like a physician, that is one's professional identity. Medical education programs are collecting increasing amounts of data about medical learners because of the implementation of competency-based assessment systems. These data have the potential to provide a more holistic view of each learner's progress than traditional assessments. The transition to the assessment of EPAs as part of competency-based medical education has substantially increased the number of assessments completed on each trainee. Many CBME programs are having difficulty synthesizing the increased amount of assessment data. Learning analytics are a way of addressing it. The field of analytics involves the collection and analysis of data, often through statistical modeling to develop actionable insights. Analytics support a variety of decision-making activities across many fields, including business and sports. The use of learning analytics, a subtype of analytics, has recently increased in higher education. Learning analytics is statistical analysis and interpretation of educational data to describe, characterize, support, and predict the behaviors of learners. The goal is to provide actionable insights about the learners, teachers, and the education programs. In other ways, in more recent years, learning analytics is considered to be systematically drawing inferences from large data sets to support trainee learning, faculty development, and program evaluation. So the increased number of assessments in CBME leading to large data sets can be addressed through learning analytics, which provides systematic inferences from large data sets to support trainee learning, faculty development, and program evaluation. In learning analytics, there is data collection. Data collection here focuses on optimizing the input. Basically, theory and evidence elucidate what and how best to measure or gather the information. Then there is data aggregation, which focuses on database construction. Theory should drive what measurement populates your database. And then is the third step, which is analysis and reporting, that focuses on the learning analytics. The choice of which measurements or qualitative data to examine should be driven by both evidence and theory. And then the implementation, which requires adequate resources and faculty development, which is key to successful implementation of CBME. AAMC identified 13 EPAs for readiness to enter residency. These EPAs have been used as such or have been modified, but they have been used as a framework for curriculum development and implementation for CBME globally. EPAs have been adapted for residency education, adapted to surgery, psychiatry, pharmacy, pediatric, internal medicine education, and many more. Applying it to basic sciences would be teaching competencies to students that are geared towards patient care. Here is an example of implementation of CBME in a medical school in USA. Students graduate once entrustment is attained for all 13 core entrustable professional activities to enter residency. In this 2018 publication, the authors describe their journey in implementing CBME, the challenges faced, and lessons learned which may be helpful to others. The faculty or professional development in CBME is a necessary step for its success. The Female Competency-Based Education FACE is a one-year virtual professional development program launched as a pilot in August 2021 with 20 participants from FRIs in India. The goal is for the FRIs to offer it for a wider reach and dissemination. This program is offered as a blend of synchronous and asynchronous learning using Zoom platform for the live synchronous sessions and Moodle as the learning management system for the asynchronous learning, a screenshot for one of the modules. There are other faculty development programs in CBME. CISP in India is another example. To summarize, some of the global trends in CBME are in the areas of shared language for CBME, which supports collaboration and dissemination worldwide. The core components of CBME, that includes outcome competencies, sequence progressively, tailored learning experiences, competency-focused instruction, and programmatic assessment. Some conceptual frameworks in CBME that are used globally are mastery learning, professional identity formation, and the use of learning analytics. Professional development is crucial for success of CBME. There are many professional development programs, including the the FAMER competency-based education program. Thank you.
So you want to summarize?
Yes. Thank you very much. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rasmi, for the very nice presentation and highlighting the importance and utility of CBME and sharing global trends with all of us. One point which I found very important was the conceptual framework in CBME, and in that the professional identity formation and the topmost level of the builder's pyramid, which you mentioned, is now taking care of ease. So that is one thing which attracted my attention, and I also request my co-chairpersons to share their views.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. This was a very enlightening talk, and we got to know about the global trends. Definitely, as you mentioned, professional identity and its has been highlighted. So we realized that to the Miller's pyramid we have another level added, which was the topmost, and we need to develop that in our country as well. And the mastery of learning, as they said. So we were concentrating on formative assessments. We were concentrating on the summative assessment. The continuous internal assessments have to be taken up, and as she very well pointed out, that when we will be going for these continuous internal assessments, there will be an additional load on the number of assessments that we perform and the data that will have to be analyzed. So that data analysis is something that we need to grab in India. What do you think, Dr.
Yeah. Before we go to that, I was thinking if we as medical educators in India, if we can draw this enter-school professional activities based on the competency framework that NMC has defined as roles of Indian medical graduate. The Canvas and the ACGME talks about the different roles. If we could consider the 5 roles of Indian medical graduate as leader, professional, and communicator and patient. And if we can draw our enter-school professional activities based on that and then perform assessments to see if they're required, maybe we have to work on that, and that will have a regional context. So I would rather if anyone
we have experts in the audience, please tell me how
Personally, I'm going to make a very drastic statement. The global trends that are grouped with the center. True competency-based medical education can never exist on a subject-based, discipline-based curriculum. So that is the sort of mismatch that we have got into, because we are not allowed to go out of the purview of discipline-based medical education. At the same time, we want to get competencies among students. So when you do this combination is where we are struggling and suffering. Because if you go by the broad 13 EPAs that has been defined in that article she mentioned, it becomes very, very easy. It becomes very, very easy to see that every undergraduate attains those 13 interestable And I agree with the comment that regionalize that. What are the things that is, but you have to get them through the subject-based sub-competencies and objectives is the difficult one. So that is where we are struggling. Hopefully, some point in time, maybe 10 years, 12 years, 15 years, hence, we would find that this would be the observation that we will be making. It may also give an idea that we have failed in CBME because of certain approaches that we have adopted. Then maybe we will see, because all this nectar comes out of the churning that you do in the seed. So we are right now churning. So let's see what's there.
The domain of competence is being identified and specified subject-wise. Maybe we will reach there. And I think some of the experts have already been, medical educators have been doing this workplace-based assessments to assess those. So I think with guidance from them, we are sort of taking baby steps in that.
And one last but very important point is that both the previous session and this session both are highlighting the importance of assessment in CBA. So that we should take note of. Although we are in the process of implementing the CBA for last 2 batches, but that point also needs to be taken care of in all the faculty development programs and the processes that we are taking. Thank you. Thank you.
Can I make one?
Yes, please, sir.
Yeah, you made a very important observation. In fact, if you look at the whole process that we have adopted, many of the things which we are doing, for example, foundation course, for example, student doctor method, learning, what else? Integration. They are not CBME specific. Yeah, absolutely. You know, they are part of good teaching practices. I wish we had started this, say, about 20 years ago when we had that 97 regulations coming up. Now, unfortunately, what has happened now is that we have brought in 2 changes. One is the change in the teaching practices as mandated by all these things. And second is the competency-based approach. Yeah. And my personal feeling is that somewhere the competency-based approach has been overshadowed by the quote and unquote rituals that we have prescribed for ourselves in the form of foundation, electives, this, that. So we need to clarify somewhere that these are not specific for competency. These are part of good teaching practice. Whether conventional curriculum, competency-based curriculum, we should be following those. But at the same time, we should not be losing fact of the competencies, and for which Praveen very rightly pointed out, if you look at last 2 years, somehow assessment has got totally neglected. You know, when we are looking at the outcome or output of CBME, we don't look at how many skills have the first year or second year students acquired. We are looking only at how many hours and how many lectures and how many this and how many that. So that is somewhere probably a misplaced priority, and we need to correct that, because until and unless you have a robust assessment, until and unless you have a continuous ongoing, we may not be able to do programmatic. You know, although ideal, but it may not be possible over the next 4, 5, 6 years or even longer. But definitely ongoing continuous assessment with feedback, with recording and portfolio and reflections. So these are some things which we can do. And I would urge all those who are involved in whatever capacity, whether it is at the level of expert group or at the level of the teacher at the college level who is implementing these, just keep these aspects in. So don't get overawed only by the other aspects.
Can I say something? Yeah. I think very nicely Vinda has put that many of these teaching strategies have actually highlighted in our curriculum, and the core thing which would have led to proper implementation of CBME, which is the assessments, has really taken a backseat. And whenever we are interacting with the phase 1 and phase 2 teachers and all, we find that assessment is not a priority for them. They are more concerned with implementing timetables and other related stuff rather than focusing on what's going on with the assessment. So I think that's where the focus needs to be now. Thank you.
What has CBME done basically? And we take the 4 cornerstones of the curriculum, the objectives, the methods, the matter, and the assessment. It has defined the objectives, which were not even there earlier in the old system, traditional system. It has modified the methods a bit, different methods we have just talked about. It has obviously not changed the matter because subject matter is the same, and it has done hardly anything for the assessment, as I totally agree. And I feel that these all four have to be aligned, and it is not for the NMC to decide this language. This innovation and this progress has to come from us, from the institution, and a lot of innovation is required, a lot of adjustment is required. I think we have to use our brains more than just simply to follow the protocols which have been laid down in the CPI, because that is just a guideline, I would say, basically. The aim is clear, the objectives are clear, and for reaching that, I think we have to use our innovative techniques. Whatever resources we have, and our resources will always be limited in terms of faculty, in terms of infrastructure. We have to adapt them. Because the question which was there in the beginning, does it work or will it work? So far, we are just going by conjecture that the old system was not all right, so therefore this new one will work. But that's not a good enough way to say that this will work. We don't want old wine in a new bottle. I think we'll have to just adapt ourselves, and the biggest adaptation, I totally agree, is to go away from our traditional, compartmentalized and very limited kind of approach, subject-wise approach, to a very broad approach, because the aim is to produce a doctor competent, not a specialist in a particular field. So I think we have to all put our best foot forward and to use our own imagination and innovation to make this a success.
Yes.
That's a very correct way of interpreting based on the two sessions also on assessment. If you just see last few months, how many court cases has happened on assessment. It started with people saying, okay, the assessment we feel was a new curriculum. That happened. All those cases, sort of, you see resolution of someone in the states, it came out, they say, no, guidelines set up, you didn't follow the guidelines. So nothing was given to students. The students have changed their strategy. 3 days back, there is another case where student has written, the case is now, the university and college did not follow the new curriculum assessments. So yeah, it has changed now. It means people are still not aware about the assessment which changes, which we all know. Most of the university have not the guidelines which they were to put up as assessment guidelines. So that was a major issue, which actually later on erupted as issues with the new curriculum. Although we are experiencing that for the first time, all these activities and assessments, but that was one of the major issues. Students have understood a lot of technicalities which are there. They have put it another way now. That you didn't follow the new curriculum, that's why your assessment was not there, questions were not like this, or light was not this, something was not followed. That's why we did. So they have changed strategy. This happened just 2 days. Now they have changed that. So maybe that awareness is still not there. A lot of places we go, the resistance is low. Resistance is not to change, to even use those assessment methods. So that is something I think that will come in time, as I said, maybe 4 to 5 years. As I would say maybe it will take even longer, 10 years or so it has taken. So maybe that is something which we all learning about. Thank you so much.
I think we can wrap it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Now, may I please request Dr. Vivek Sauji, Dr. Vijay Raghavan, and Dr. Avinash Supe to felicitate our chairpersons. Sir, Dr. Praveen Singh. Dr. Vinutha. Dr. Juhi, Dr. Praveen Singh. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Now we can have a short tea break. And all of us have to come back. We start again at 12 o'clock. all to this last keynote of the pre-lunch session. We have selecting content for CBME during the clinical years by Dr. John Dent. Content selection in CBME remains an enigma because of multiple iterations that the students have to go through to acquire a competency. Some of the methods are known while others are relatively novel. So let's hear about various aspects of content selection for CBME from Dr. John Dent. The chairpersons for this session are Dr. Jugesh Chatwal, ma'am please, Dr. Narendra Singh, and Dr. Sudarshan Kapoor. Dr. Jugesh Chatwal is Professor and Head Pediatrics and MU Coordinator at Kalpana Chawla Government Medical College, Karnal. Dr. Narendra Singh is Professor and Head of Pharmacology, SGRD, Amritsar. And Dr. Sudarshan Kapoor is Professor and Head Surgery, SGRD, Amritsar. May I please request the chairpersons to kindly introduce our speaker.
Good afternoon. The speaker for this session is Dr. John Dent. He is the education he is working with AMPE, an International Association for Medical Education. He tutors in essential skills in medical education course and leads the ASME student course. Dr. Dent has been external advisor for certificate and master's course in medical education and external examiner for MBBS courses, both overseas in the UK, and has been guest lecturer for the Indian Orthopedic Association and visiting professor at the Tamil Nadu Dr. MGR Medical University, Chennai, in the Rural Clinical School of Western Australia. The majority of his publications relate to teaching in ambulatory care and to staff development. Together with Clary Macri has produced the BMC commended series of booklets, getting started like that. And for clinical teachers, for at 2013, and the Ronald Harden and the Diamond has co-edited the international acclaimed multi-author text, a practical guide for medical teachers, 6/2021. I'll see you.
Welcome to this conference session on content selection for teaching during the clinical years in a competency-based curriculum. Thank you for asking me to take part. My name is John Dent. I'm speaking to you from Dundee in Scotland. I'd like to divide this topic into three parts and ask you a question in each of them. Well, the first question for us to look at is this: why should we use a competency-based curriculum? Well, I don't know how much experience you've had so far of outcome-based or competency-based education, but it's an interesting exercise to ask any group of people what characteristics or competencies or abilities they would like to see in a doctor. Of course, knowledge of medicine and clinical competence come near the top, but people also mention communication skills and ethical behavior and professionalism in both practice and behavior. So we can begin to see the characteristics of a doctor that our society requires. And it's a bit like this: if you know where you are going, you can decide how to get there. So the focus now is very much on product rather than on the process of getting there, focusing still on what the product should be that we want to create through our medical school. The General Medical Council in the United Kingdom thought about this some time ago in their first publication of Tomorrow's Doctors in 1993. They focused in this on processes of teaching and learning, but in their second publication of the same title in 2003, there was a focus now on the product and what the outcomes were, which we would be looking for in a medical practitioner. And then the latest edition, in 2009, outcomes and standards for undergraduate medical education were now clearly defined and act as a guide for medical education in the United Kingdom. So as you'll be aware, outcome-based education was implemented and interpreted in several different places at different times. You may be familiar with the CanMeds approach or the ACGME approach, the Scottish Doctor, which I'm going to be speaking about later, and the Tomorrow's Doctor, which I've just mentioned. Many of these different approaches developed in different places at different times were reviewed in Medical Teacher in September 2007 and reviewed by Ronald Harden there. So that's a paper which you might want to take a note of. I thought this was an interesting quote explaining the long-term advantages of outcome-based education and its role in continuing professional development. It's for both undergraduate education and for continuing professional development. This is from 2014. Adoption of OBE or competency-based education would better equip medical graduates to respond effectively in complex situations and effectively continue to expand the depth and breadth of the requisite competencies. So outcome-based education, competency-based education continues to be a topic where there's much research being done, much experience is being reported. The AME conferences in 2015, 2016 both had sections about this. And the recent AME virtual conference in August and has also had plenty of papers and short communications about it. So it's very much an ongoing topic of international interest. Outcome-based education sets the pattern, but individual medical schools have to work out their own local application of it. What kind of doctor or product do you want in your place, and how are you going to achieve that product or that process? So in short, OBE is recognized globally, but has to be applied locally. Recognized globally, but applied locally. Well, not surprising, in Dundee, Scotland, we use the Scottish Doctor model. You may be familiar with this three-circle model. There are 12 learning outcomes grouped into 3 concentric circles. Let's just take a moment to look at that again. In the middle, we have the right person, we have the doing the right thing, what the doctor is able to do. We might call these technical intelligences or skills. And the outcomes that we're looking for there are clinical skills, practical procedures, investigations, patient management, health promotion, communication skills, and information handling. So we're looking to teach or have opportunities for learning in each of those skills throughout our curriculum. But more than that, there's another circle out at the side here, doing the thing right, or doing the thing correctly, how the doctor approaches their practice. And this is all about intellectual intelligences, scientific understanding, attitudes and ethics, and decision making. So this is about understanding. The middle was about skills. This is about understanding. And then the outside ring is about professionalism. Here we have personal intelligences, understanding the role of the doctor, understanding something about the need for continuing personal development. So this comprises and puts together the 12 learning outcomes described in the Scottish Doctor, and which in many ways are repeated and redefined in the GMC's booklet, Tomorrow's Doctor. Now, why bother with all this, you might be asking? Well, I think there are 3 points here. First of all, why outcome-based education? Well, first of all, because of the content. There's a recognition of the need to add additional learning outcomes. All those things, the 12 things I've just mentioned, are not what you'd normally find in many parts of a conventional curriculum. But we have to add in things like patient safety, professionalism, personalized medicine. We have to add in training in communication skills and teamwork. We have to make a point of speaking about evidence-based medicine. So there's a need to add new material. But then there's a risk, isn't there, of information overload. So we have to remember that there may be things which we have to remove in order that we can add new material. I can think of an interesting example of this. When I was an undergraduate, I remember an interesting bacteriology lecture about dengue fever, which was fascinating to hear about, although not seen in the United Kingdom. That was really something which was nice to know, but not necessary to know for a young doctor in the UK. That sort of information is something which really have to be removed. But when I was in Sri Lanka many years later, lecturing in medical education, dengue fever was very topical, and there was an outbreak recently, and it was most important that doctors there knew everything about it and knew how to manage it. So we have to have the sense to know what to add and what to take out of our curriculum so that new things can be added, important things can be retained, and new material can be added by removing things which aren't required. Well, the second point about why outcome-based education is important is to do with student progress. And this is rather about transparency. How can we see that students are progressing as they go through our medical school from one year to the next? And we can do that because we can look at their progress in developing competence and learning in each of the learning outcomes. So we can monitor student progress through the medical school by looking at their progress in learning about these different learning outcomes or having experience in each of these different learning outcomes. Of course, that applies to postgraduate training and CPD as well. The same 12 models or outcomes are appropriate in different times of our educational experience. And then thirdly, accountability. There needs to be a clear definition of the end point of training so that the competencies are being achieved are recognized. We can recognize that students have achieved appropriate endpoints for where they are. So we can use this during the undergraduate curriculum, have endpoints for the end of phase 1, end of phase 2, end of phase 3 of our medical school. We can have different endpoints, higher standard endpoints during postgraduate training. And this gives accountability to our recognition of student performance in exams, etc. So a clear definition is provided by this framework. And of course, it also says something about our accountability to society. If we're asked, what is our medical school teaching? What did your medical school teach about communication skills, for instance? Then we can say, yes, it was in this phase, and there was some more in that phase, and there were these experiences, and students learned about communication skills. We have taught it, and we're expecting students to know about that important outcome. Interestingly enough, in the United Kingdom, there have been several incidences of complaints against doctors, and it's possibly the same in your country too. But often these complaints aren't to do with lack of medical knowledge or clinical competence. They're due to failure of communication. The doctor is guilty of not communicating effectively or perhaps even truthfully with the patient or the relatives. And there's a complaint. And it's interesting that the need to be competent in communication skills is something which we have to be very much aware of and something which should be added to our curriculum. And this is where we can do this through the outcome-based education approach. Now, if I'd been able to attend the conference with you in person, I would have been able to give you one of these models of the Scottish Doctor 12 learning outcomes. And you can see from the slide that we could look at this model and look at the technical skills in the middle like that, and then moved around and looked at our approaches to practice, our intellectual intelligences in the middle, and moved it around again and look at our professional development in the outside, the other two outcomes which are mentioned there. So I hope that's a model which you're interested in and maybe have experienced so far. And I thought it was a good idea to start this presentation today by reflecting on that, and also in highlighting these two bits of essential reading on outcome-based education, one from 1999, an AME educational guide on outcome-based education, and secondly, Ronald Harden and Jennifer Laidlaw's book published this year, third edition of Essential Skills in for a Medical Teacher. It's a background book to a course which we teach, but it has excellent chapters on outcome-based education. So, by way of revision and setting the scene, these were some thoughts about the importance of a competency-based curriculum before we move on to the second part of this presentation about how we can select what to teach in it. Thank you. So back to the title of this presentation for our second question. How do I go about content selection in a competency-based curriculum? Well, when choosing the content, there are several approaches which we need to be aware of. First of all, the so-called wise men approach. Basically, this is where some senior faculty members come together and make decisions themselves about what should be included and what needn't be included in a curriculum. So this is very much a group of people in consultation with themselves. But perhaps a fairer mechanism of doing this and making these selections would be to have a meeting of the stakeholders, the departmental heads who are going to be involved in the teaching, perhaps some other healthcare professionals, perhaps representatives of patients or representatives of the general public. And perhaps these people could advise us on what they think are the core clinical problems which should be part of our curriculum. Consultation across faculty and communal representation is possibly an interesting way to pursue the question of what should be included. But other ways recommended are a study of errors in practice, a sort of quality assurance exercise, where we're looking for what topics could be added, what things have gone wrong or go wrong in practice. Could we be sure that those topics were included? And I mentioned perhaps their communication skills. Or should we look at critical incidents, good or more often bad critical incidents which have been documented, and teach about those and make a list of those to make sure that those topics are part of our curriculum? Or lastly, could we look at all the tasks which we want a doctor to be able to do and use these to select the content? That would be one way of thinking, different ways there of thinking about content selection. Quirk and Harden wrote a good chapter on this in the recent edition of the book I edited with Ronald Harden and Dan Hunt, A Practical Guide for Medical Teachers. And in this, they've revised how to present the content. Now, more senior members of the audience here might be familiar with the discipline-based approach to the content. And this was very much a siloed event. There would be a section of lectures all about pathology, another section of lectures on pharmacology, and then a batch on medical medicine or on surgery, and then sometimes pediatrics and obs and gynae as well, but very much siloed with no integration between the individual topics, totally run by their discipline, their department. More recently, a systems-based approach has been adopted. So we might have so many weeks devoted to the cardiovascular system, so many weeks devoted to a respiratory system, and so on. And each of these would include some of the basic sciences as well as their own discipline in the content. Other medical schools have chosen a life cycle approach, starting at growth and development and going through to chronic illnesses, as a way of illustrating different aspects of medicine which we need to know about. Other medical schools choose a completely problem-based approach, and you may be familiar with that or lived through that experience, where everything is presented to student groups as a problem, and it's your responsibility to ask the questions to seek the answers which may lie in basic sciences, in clinical sciences, or clinical treatment. And then a fifth approach is using clinical presentations or task-based approach, and using these to focus on commonly based conditions. The aim, of course, is to present an authentic curriculum which represents common medical problems, common clinical problems, and is also relevant to the future practice of our graduate. So these are different ways of doing it, but I think some of those are a little bit more dated now, and some of them are much more popular. So those are thoughts about presenting the curriculum. That gets us on to delivering the curriculum. What educational strategies will we use to do that? Well, we're talking about outcome-based education. We're talking about outcome-based education today, but you may also be familiar with problem-based learning, which I've mentioned. Integrated learning, I want to talk about a bit later on. Then is there a role for interprofessional education where we share the teaching with other healthcare professionals? And what is the role of digital technologies in our learning? We have to choose maybe a blend of aspects of different ones of those, not just one entirely, a more blended approach. And I think the schools which have just been entirely problem-based learning are now moving to a more blended approach to the way they structure their curriculum. And of course, our aim is to prepare a learner to master the core skills and to be able to adapt to new learning situations. So they need some experience of these different educational strategies to understand their importance for the future, as well as to experience them as a way of learning as they go along at the moment. So in Dundee, we adopted a systems-based approach in a spiral curriculum. And I don't know whether you can see the mouse on your screen or not, I hope so. But in phase one, which is just really one semester, talking about foundations of medical practice and basic principles, the outcomes are introduced there. And then we come up to the phase two. The systems-based learning is introduced here, and it's going to last for 2 years, more or less. And that's going to go through all the body systems from the point of view of the core clinical problems which may present in it, and the core knowledge which has to be learned in different ways. And then through a transition phase, students will progress to phase three, which is all the clinical attachments, and all these are task-based learning situations. So it incorporates learning outcomes, problem solving, task-based learning, and integrated throughout the curriculum in all the phases. The various themes of basic sciences can be used and revised or introduced. So it's a blended learning based on core clinical problems and student assessment, student selected components. So looking at it from my perspective as an orthopedic surgeon, in the musculoskeletal system, which I ran with my colleague Tom Puller, a rheumatologist, we knew that there were 4 core clinical problems, and these very general titles here, which we agreed were core problems, and that we should be teaching things to do with those 4 things. In the entire curriculum, there was something like 110 core clinical problems divided between all the other specialties, but we had these 4 to cover in our 4 or 5 weeks in the musculoskeletal system. So these examples of patient presentations, this is what patients might be complaining of. My hands and wrists are stiff, or I think I've broken my ankle. We have to think about what differential diagnoses we want to cover within those titles. And we've tried to make a list here of the things which are common and seen in general practice, or seen in by a junior doctor in a hospital. These are the sort of things that we have to teach about, and they fit into these big core clinical problems sections. And other people in other systems are doing the same thing with similar core clinical problems, and thinking about what they're going to include in the teaching on each of those topics. The content selection depends on agreement between the departmental heads, between an orthopedic surgeon and a rheumatologist. And each of us have to be prepared to make cuts and take things out, which we think are not necessary now. and know what things we have to add in to cover all the 12 learning outcomes. And of course, it all has to fit in the time which faculty has allowed for us, which may be, in this case, a 4-week block in the musculoskeletal systems. So those are the core clinical problems. There are also core skills, and these would be listed for students in a handbook here, and that they would have to experience or be able to do some of those core skills by the end of phase 2 or by the end of phase 3, etc. Now, I'd mentioned integrated learning as an educational strategy, and there are 2 types of this. It's a vertical integration, first of all, where at the beginning of the medical school here, we will have a lot of basic sciences and a little bit of clinical experience added on. So down here, this will be year 1. But towards the end of the medical school, we're way up here, and we've got all stacks of clinical experiences and clinical activities to go to. But you can still keep a bit of basic sciences there and be prepared to teach a bit of basic sciences to back up the clinical experiences which you're demonstrating. And this is quite a challenge for colleagues to grasp and to adapt to, that although they're busy teaching in their clinic or in their ward round, they can always remember to hark back to basic sciences and remember to include some anatomy or some physiology or some pharmacology in that part of the experience of seeing a patient. So that's vertical integration, bringing things from which were taught initially down here right up to the end of the course could be included. And here's an example of cardiovascular. Here's a cardiovascular patient history, some ultrasound investigations, and here's a revision opportunity for cardiac anatomy going on there. Horizontal integration, of course, is going the other way around. And that's just to make the point that in whatever clinical setting our students are in the senior years of the program, whether they're in a hospital, whether they're in primary care visits, whether they're in an organized outpatient clinic teaching situation, ambulatory care teaching center, wherever they are, there's the opportunity for them to be learning the same things, and the focus has to be on the same aims and objectives in whatever clinical situation the students find themselves. So again, it's a matter of collaboration, communication between teachers, and particularly between heads of department. And then another opportunity for education is interprofessional education. And Ronald Harden wrote about this in 2000, saying really at the bottom, we're at the bottom here, we really teach in isolation. We teach just as a group of surgeons, or we teach just as a group of respiratory physicians. But we should be having a little bit of awareness of the other health professions who are also caring for patients, and in this way, in this discipline, maybe we could share some of the teaching experiences with them, or we could complement each other in the way that we do relate to each other, and we could work together and perhaps develop a multidisciplinary approach to teaching, sharing the teaching opportunity with these other healthcare professional colleagues. We did this in orthopedic surgery. I would have a lecture situation with a patient brought in who had a good history of a knee problem, for instance, and I'd be able to take a short history from the patient as a demonstration. Perhaps I would be able to do a short examination of the knee, and then there'd be time for the anatomist who is present to revise some of the anatomy with us, which was quite an interesting revision. Remember, they've already done it in the past, but this time students have a chance to relate that particularly to a patient. And finally, the physiotherapist who was there would talk about what she did with rehabilitation of knee after meniscal injury or after surgery. And that was the beginning of a multidisciplinary feel to that, and the physiotherapist's input into that was very valuable, as students had the opportunity to see how she used the same sorts of anatomical knowledge and awareness of the condition to prescribe her own methods of treatment. So there's some interprofessional education which can be developed, and that's an interesting strategy to think more of. Why does it matter? I think it matters because of this. Here we are, perhaps we do some interprofessional education as undergraduates, but maybe that helps us to be aware that in the future, we will have to collaborate with other healthcare professionals in patient care. Health problems now are so complex, aren't they? We have many chronic diseases which go on for a long time, and patients are involved with many different types of healthcare professionals in their management. We have to be able to relate to those people and value them, so that as doctors, we need to be relating and collaborating with our other healthcare professional colleagues, so that at the end we end up with interprofessional team-based care, which is really what we have to aim for in many cases of chronic disease and ongoing illness particularly. So having experienced some of that as an undergraduate, as in the teaching program, we're perhaps more aware of it in the reality of our continuing professional life. And then lastly, I said I would mention just briefly digital technologies for learning. There is so much out there, isn't there, on the web, which is available for our students to find. And I think the word I like for our role in this as medical educators is curators or custodians. We can look at a whole wodge of stuff, but it's our responsibility to filter that and to monitor it and decide which bits of material, which websites are valuable, which ones are appropriate for our students, and recommend those and give them the opportunity to be guided into what they pick up, which is going to be helpful and not which is just going to be confusing, too complicated, or possibly not totally correct. So we want to be able to filter and direct our students to appropriate digital technologies for learning. Then we might also make something ourselves. And this was quite fun. With some colleagues in Dundee, we made up an intra-school website called Dundee Bones. Every week we published a revision case. This was the case of the painful shoulder. We would have several others during the 4-week block. And we would present a case, a complaint, some investigations, some physical findings, maybe a video on how to examine the joint, for instance. And then there might be a quiz on the bone of the week or the x-ray of the week. There'd be some particular problems to solve about the management of the case which had been presented, and then the opportunity for students to ask questions of the faculty in a chat box. So that was an interesting way of providing something which was different. It was revision, it was fun, and it helped students engage in a slightly different way. So a variety of ways of choosing the content, a variety of ways of presenting the content, and a variety of ways of delivering the content of our outcome-based curriculum. Before we think of how we're going to teach all this in the clinical years, and that's going to be the last part of this 3-part presentation. Thank you. So how did all this fit into our teaching role in the clinical years? And this is our 3rd question. How can we teach the content of a competency-based curriculum in the clinical years? And I don't know what the stage of life you're in at the moment, but I imagine that there are representatives here of all manner of different stages of your professional life. And some of us will have more teaching commitments to do, some of us will perhaps have less. Some of us will be teaching students very much close at hand at the bedside. Others may be perhaps involved in curriculum development or in assessment or in writing assessment questions. But I think there are various topics here which are of relevance for us. So how do we teach the content of our competency-based curriculum in the clinical years? Well, these is where we might find ourselves. We may find ourselves in any of these teaching spaces, at the bedside, in an outpatient department. We may have opportunities to teach in our operating theatre. Others may be in primary care. And then I wonder if any of you are practicing longitudinal integrated clerkships. which have been written about recently. We may be involved in those, or we may, in fact, be working in a rural community, not in a teaching hospital, and have different opportunities there. Wherever we are, we have to remember that the learning outcomes for the student are the same. If we've got an outcome-based curriculum, then we have to be looking at those learning outcomes wherever we are. We have to plan our teaching session and reflect those. And I think it's rather like this. We have our core clinical problem, which we've spoken about, whatever it may be, and we can pass that through the prism and divide it, if you like, or look into it and find if there are 12 learning outcomes present there. Of course, they may not all be present in every clinical problem, but there may be aspects of the 12 learning outcomes, which I mentioned from the Scottish doctor, which we could drag out of that patient or ask the students to look for in that patient. So it's up to us to plan our teaching, and to do that, we have to think about what those 12 learning outcomes are. And now, to help us with that, an acronym called EPITOMIZE is one I use to help people do this. So each of these letters, okay, are to do with one of the learning outcomes. So E stands for inquiry and ethics. Well, that's 2 learning outcomes. Physical examination, investigations, technical procedures. This is a bit corny. Options for diagnosis. That really means differential diagnosis. Management of the patient and multidisciplinary approach, information handling, basic of clinical sciences, and education of the patient and education of yourself. And that gives us 12 learning outcomes, and we can look for each of these in relation to any patient, in relation to any clinical teaching situation which we might find ourselves. So this is where a structured logbook can be helpful. We can give the students a logbook called EPITOMIZE. That means what they write in here about a particular patient is going to epitomize all the things that they need to learn from that particular core clinical problem. And we're going to ask students, what did they see, what did they learn, and what did they think? And we want them to directly relate that clinical experience, that patient they've seen in the clinic with you, to the learning which they have to do. Because it's so easy for students, isn't it, just to sit in your clinic and slightly snooze, just absorb very passively, but not really take in and think about what they're seeing. So here's an example which looks a little bit chaotic, but it is a real example from a student. And this student has recorded, what did they see? They saw a patient with pain in the knee, which you remember is included in one of our core clinical problems. And then we ask, he is answering the question here, what about inquiry into symptoms or ethics? And he has written down about, he has been asking questions about the mechanism of the injury, which ended up with a meniscal tear in this particular patient. So there's something about the inquiry of the injury, the duration of the swelling. There was something about the ethics and informed consent later on, which he squeezed in as well prior to surgery. And then the physical examination, he's written down how he thought about examining the knee for swelling to see if there was a tense effusion there. The investigations, what was the role of an X-ray, or what other investigations could be used, etc. And then he goes through the whole list there, looking at different things which could be learned by seeing this particular patient with me in the clinic. And for instance, here he's in terms of information finding, he's finding out more about arthroscopic techniques and pathology of a meniscal tear. So that's what he learned by sitting there with me in the clinic with this particular patient. But later on in the week, he's been asked to think what learning needs did he identify. And he says here that he is looking at the differential diagnosis. The option of diagnosis was an acute an anterior cruciate ligament tear. It's one of the diagnoses which could account for those symptoms. where he wants to think about the effect of local anesthetic technique of treatment. What about that local anesthetic that was used to aspirate the joint? What's the effect of a local anesthetic, or what are the contraindications of a local anesthetic? So things to think about, and he's listed those there. Then he goes on to address those learning needs by finding out more about them. Perhaps he says observed arthroscopic surgery online as a chance to find out a little bit more about the investigation or the management of this particular knee problem. And he's learned more about the speed of the swelling, whether it was due to blood or pus or an effusion. And he's been writing things in that section. So just an example of how a structured logbook can direct students to focus on the learning outcomes. Now, a longitudinal integrated experience is rather like what used to be called a clerkship. I think when I was a student, you were attached to a ward for a period of time, and saw a number of patients over that time through different phases of their treatment. We don't always have so much time as that now, and we can't necessarily just follow the same patient, but this was an opportunity to follow a virtual patient, if you like, a diagnosis or a condition which you could see in a preoperative phase, in a perioperative phase, and then in the postoperative phase. So this gave a virtual trip through the day case surgery experience, and it would start off with being in the surgical outpatient clinic with me and seeing patients with core clinical problems. In that situation, there were learning opportunities for practicing clinical skills. There were opportunities for talking about the suitability of a condition for surgery, what were the differential diagnoses, and there were opportunities to think about patient selection for day surgery care. Each of those opportunities in the outpatient clinic represent different learning outcomes here, which we can just check off on this list. In the theatre, obviously the patients were there, a different patient probably, but with the same condition. And in this case, I think it's a carpal tunnel syndrome. Patients are examined again by the students. They have the opportunity to share in the operative experience. So they learn more about operative procedures, about anesthesia, about surgical skills, about post-operative recovery and discharge arrangements. Those, of course, very much relating to the rural care and the community care and the role of other people who are going to be involved in that. And then on the last day of their time with me, they would see some patients in a follow-up clinic, but not necessarily the same patient again, because it's not necessarily 10 days after the event. But they'll see some other people coming with the same condition, this time for follow-up, when to take the stitches out, what sort of physiotherapy should they be having, what help do they need at home. And again, different learning outcomes are covered in that experience. So that model, because it's longitudinal and integrated, it's the same condition over a period of different stages. And during that, the students get quite a comprehensive view of the learning outcomes which we want them to experience, all related to a core clinical problem. And an advancement from that, which I wanted to leave with you, is this one of community-based learning. Community-based medical education is written about a lot. It's been popularized from Australia, particularly from Western Australia and from Perth. And it's a way of experiencing a lot of clinical material, clinical placement in a regional hospital. And interestingly, this quote from the 18th century, "The knowledge of the world is only acquired in the world, not in a closet, not in a cupboard." The knowledge of the world is only acquired in the world, not in a closet. More recently, medical teaching at both undergraduate and postgraduate level is based on the premise that students and residents learn best by participating under supervision in the day-to-day care of patients. And I think this is one of the important points which makes community-based teaching so successful. Tim Dorman edited or headed up this BB guide on how can experience in clinical and community settings contribute to early medical education. And one of the points it makes is this makes their learning more real and relevant. So I think the point here is that community experience is going to be meeting patients with core clinical problems. It's going to be meeting patients who are commonly seen in practice, and therefore the material which is seen is going to be relevant to our students as they become junior doctors, either in hospital or junior doctors in primary care. So it's a way of selecting what the content is, isn't it? If you send them to a place where there's going to be a lot of common things turning up, and that's going to be a good place to learn about what you need to know to be a functioning junior doctor. So all these common presentations are likely to turn up in our community hospital. The clinics are being run in these different disciplines. Within each of these, you can imagine core clinical problems which are frequently encountered in general practice, or which are accounted to some extent in hospital practice, but all of which are relevant. So within each of these, there are core clinical problems which we want patients, which we want our students rather, to see. This is a 4-week program, and in the second week they spend a week in clinical investigations, looking at these clinical investigations. Again, these are common things which people will be referred to, which they have to know how to manage in general practice or as junior hospital doctors. Week 3 is an interesting week because all these activities here were available in the community hospital, each of them run by different healthcare professionals, each of them requiring some knowledge on the part of the student doctor, but the prime share of knowledge is not a doctor, is probably a nurse or a therapist, for instance. So again, a good list of stuff there which you can provide in the community situation. And then finally, the final week of their 4-week block in the community hospital was in the operating theatre. These specialties were all operating in that venue, and there was a chance for students to see patients preoperatively, perioperatively, and postoperatively during that week in a variety of those different disciplines. And within each of them, of course, there are core clinical problems to be seen. To make all of this possible, we need some staff development initiative, and perhaps this applies to some extent to yourselves. If you're wanting your colleagues to become proficient at teaching in an outcome-based curriculum, in a competency-based curriculum, then they have to know quite a bit about how that's going to apply to their teaching in the hospital ward, teaching in the outpatient clinic, teaching in primary care, etc., and how the day surgery unit is also used, how the integrating teaching centre can also be used. So staff development, and this is some material we produced, small booklets to help our colleagues in teaching in a competency-based curriculum. At the end of the 4 weeks of the program I just described in the community-based rural hospital, students appreciated the valuable addition to their learning which the program had given them. They benefited from learning in small groups and the working environment, and they felt that the whole experience prepared them for their upcoming FY1 year as junior doctors. So the students had a good experience of the whole event, and thought it was a valuable way of learning. So in this presentation today, I've tried to give a bit of an overview of competency-based education, some guidelines about content selection, and some examples about applying this approach to the clinical teaching in the situations which we may be involved in ourselves. Thank you very much for your attention.
one of the co-authors on a book on which we all have learned basics of medical education. So thanks to the organizers for this opportunity to listen to him. And the topic which he had taken up was a very, very absolutely relevant topic to our Indian setting, which is regarding the content selection for the CBME curriculum. Because in most of the colleges, I think everybody is struggling with this. Sometimes there is content which is considered irrelevant, which has been included, and sometimes relevant things which have not been included. So I think with the first 2 years of the CBME rolling in, we would probably, the NMC would be taking up this exercise sometime, I hope, where they would review the content and see and the strategies suggested on how to do the content selection. I think they were really relevant. And plus, Dr. Dent has gone on to talk about how to present the content and delivery of the content, which are all very valuable informations. And the logbook, I think the focus on the logbook and how to use the logbook with the acronym that he has given, epitomize. I think all of these were very, very useful things, and I hope the teachers across the country can. Yes, everybody is studying with the logbook. So this is, I think this kind of gives us a focus on how we can use the logbooks optimally, because it is a problem everywhere for all subjects, especially clinical ones which have lots of stuff. So we have just made our logbook for pediatric undergraduate logbook, and I know it's a problem. So very relevant information we had there. Thank
you. Would you like to say something? Now, may I please request Dr. Sanjay Bedi to please felicitate our chairperson. Please. And Sir Raji. Sir, they want you to be in front of this screen.
Sir, face this way. Stand your face to the camera. Stand that side.
So, जहाँ पे chairperson थे ना, कैमरा को ओके, ठीक है सर. Dr. Sudarshan Kapoor, thank you, sir. Dr. Jugesh, thank you, ma'am. Dr. Narendra Singh. Now we meet after the lunch in the panel discussion. Thank you.
पीछे से मैं ठीक नहीं था। ओके, ये ठीक है।
Good morning, sir.
सर नमस्कार।
Mahinder. ఇప్పుడు
Hello.
Okay.
Hello, Dr. Chalam. Hello, Chalam, sir.
Sir.
Hello.
Good morning. Are you able to hear me, sir?
Hello.
Sir, good morning. Are you able to hear me, sir?
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Okay, sir.
Chauhan, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, madam. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, thank you.
Are we audible, sir? From here?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay.
Hello.
Very good afternoon, everybody.
Hello. Hello.
Chalam sir, you are audible.
Arti.
A very good afternoon, Kalra sir.
Dr. Kalra here.
Yeah. Good afternoon, sir. I can hear you. I can hear you.
Thank you very much.
Hello.
Dr. Mohan, am I audible to you? Dr. Mohan Khamgaonkar, sir, am I audible to you?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
And Professor Chalam, am I audible to you?
Thank you. All of you are audible, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, friends. Welcome to this panel discussion on 2 years journey through the CBME maze. One of the former president of USA, Woodrow Wilson, once said, "It is easier to move a cemetery than to change a curriculum." Yes, it took us 2 decades to do it. The move in 2019 brought a big change. We moved from traditional to competency-based curriculum. Competency became the buzzword in medical education in India. Implementing it in 555 medical colleges with a faculty of around 96,649 was a Herculean task. Still, we are in infancy. We have amidst us stalwarts from medical education, some of whom were directly involved in developing the competency-based curriculum, and some were involved in its implementation. Let us hear from them today, the 2 years journey through the CBME maze.
The moderators for this panel discussion are Dr. Purnima Barua and Dr. Vijender Chauhan. Dr. Purnima is Associate Professor of Microbiology and Medical Superintendent, Joe Hart Medical College and Hospital, and convener NMC Regional Center. Dr. Vijender Chauhan is Pro VC and Professor and Head Orthopedics, Himalayan Institute of Medical Sciences and Research, Swami Rama Himalayan University, Dehradun. Sir is joining us online. May I request the moderators to kindly introduce our panelists.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm Professor Vijender Chauhan. Let me take this opportunity today to introduce our esteemed panelists with us. Our first panelist is Professor P.V. Vijayaraghavan. He is Vice Chancellor, Swami Ramchandra Institute of Higher Education and Research, Chennai. He is a member expert group and chairman, Monitoring and Implementation Committee for ACME. So it's an honor to have you amidst us today. Our second panelist is Professor O.P. Kalra, sir. He is Vice Chancellor, Pandit Bhagwat Dayal Sharma Postgraduate Institute of Medical Sciences, Rohtak. He was former principal of University College of Medical Sciences then. Sir, we are honored by your presence today. Our third panelist is Professor Daljit Singh, who is Vice Chancellor, Shri Guru Ramdas University of Health Sciences and Science, Amritsar. He was former principal of DMC Ludhiana. In fact, he is our host also today. So it's an honor to have you as our panelist today. Our next panelist is Professor Mohan Khamgaonkar, who was former Pro-Vice Chancellor of Maharashtra University of Health Sciences. He was convener MCI Board of Governors appointed expert group for monitoring implementation of competency-based medical education in 2019 and member of the expert group for preparation of competency-based assessment. Sir, welcome you in this session.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Our next panelist is Professor Venkat Chalam. He is principal, Bhaskar Medical College and member expert group on CBME. Our other two panelists, sir, it's an honor to have you amidst us today. We also have another two students of 2019 batch from the host institute, Akshat and Gauri of 2019 batch. I welcome all the panelists. And with the permission of the chair, we can start our session. I think there are a few ground rules we all will adhere to. One, we'll stick to our time. Two, once the bell rings, you'd be left with 1 minute to complete your answer. And the last 10 minutes would be for the audience to ask questions to the panelist. I think we start our session now. My first question goes to Dr. Venkat Chalam. Sir, Dr. Venkat, I'm audible to you?
Yes, sir. Yes, yes.
Good. Sir, we all were trained in the
Yes,
traditional system or a conventional system of training of medical students.
Yes.
We all became doctors. In fact, good clinical doctors, and relied more on our clinical judgments. what was the need of competency-based medical education curriculum? Don't you think we are simply copying or mimicking the West?
Sir, thank you for the opportunity given, and also respected senior of the panel. My regards to them, and to keep in time, I directly go to the question. Sir, first thing is that we are not copying anyone. In fact, in the present if you see Flexioner system, where it separates the preclinical, paraclinical, knowledge component. See, basically that system has come from the West only. Like they separated the knowledge, this Flexioner system has separated the preclinical, paraclinical, and clinical. What was their primary idea was they thought that we should have primary knowledge before we start clinical practice. So they really separated this knowledge component into knowledge component from the practical component. Actually, in fact, that was the West component. If you see our Indian systems, or if you follow Susuka or Charaka systems, what happened is they were more of apprenticeship model. They were placed, what I feel, rather than this present model. And as you know, sir, the present, yes, we are all good doctors. The expectations of the society have changed. There is a lot of knowledge explosion is there, explosion of knowledge, and also the societal expectations have changed. Earlier, when I tell that okay, to do so much surgery, what do you say? The patients and attenders used to say, okay, sir, whatever you feel is correct, please do. Whatever the judgment part was always left and trusted on us. Used to say, okay, sir, what you do, what you feel is correct, you do. What is the outcome? What you will accept all the outcome. But today's society wants to know what is happening, why you are doing. So the societal change has happened. So our product cannot be the same product of what it was last 100 years or 50 years. That's why if you are seeing that they are not satisfied with our products, that is Indian medical graduate, you see from minimal reactions like not agreeing with the doctor or going to some legal cell or consumer, extreme reactions you are seeing where there is violence against the doctors. All these has been analyzed by the medical council and then asked us to write a proper curriculum. When now CBME has been introduced. Yes, why to correct this faults, this drawbacks what we have in the existing system. Like we have to explain to the patient. They are expecting us to have good communication. So ADCOM has been introduced. Like all these systems, all the changes which have been recommended in CBME are need-based. They have been, analysis has gone into it, and the societal expectations were taken into consideration, then have gone. So definitely just copying the West, there is a need, so we have changed, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I agree with you. There was a need, this was the need of the hour. Our graduates need to be globally relevant. And though earlier also, though we have added ETCOM now, you see earlier it was a part of the hidden curriculum, but now we have revealed it.
Yes.
So thank you, sir. Thank you. I would request Purnima to take over.
Thank you, sir. So the next question is to Dr. Mohan Khamgarkar, sir. Sir, as we are discussing regarding the competency-based medical education and its implementation, so what we would like to know from you is that the preparations that were, preparations of the teachers who would be actually implementing this competency-based medical education in the institutions, do you think these were adequate?
Okay. So thank you for the question. Am I audible, madam?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So I would like to congratulate the erstwhile Board of Governors, MCI, the Reconciliation Board, and the expert group which worked in 2019 for the implementation and development of this CBME and implementation nationwide. They all worked hard to see that competency-based medical education is being implemented in its true spirit and with a full understanding. Though these people, those who have worked the expert group the reconciliation board and members of the various committees, though they have taken all attempts they made to ensure, but some limitations are being identified due to which teachers could not fully comprehend their role. This is the reality, that to a small extent, to some extent, some limitations have been identified. Two reasons which I feel, because I have worked at the university level and now I'm a professor in a medical college, is weak support and monitoring mechanisms at all levels for institutions and individuals. There was the support and monitoring mechanism were not as required to help the institutions and teachers to understand the new approaches and to help them in proper implementation. So these were definitely weak. This is what I feel. And second is inadequately defined mechanisms to implement newer approaches. See, some of the newer approaches were ATCOM, but how to implement, how to assess, how to teach. Some tools were being given, but these were the problems, and universities could not understand. The teachers, the institutions have defined their own. So how to implement, how to assess the newer approaches such as electives, continuous formative assessment, and feedback mechanisms, they were ill understood because these were not properly, the mechanisms were not there in the system. So this was I feel was needed more, and more strength could have been given. Yes, thank you, madam.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir. So just to take it a little further, what are the suggestions that you would, like to recommend to rectify these issues that you have said, which you think that
yeah.
are taken care of?
Dr. Mohan, you are not audible.
You can come back.
Yes, maybe we can come back to Mohan sir later.
Yeah.
So Vijendra sir,
Yeah.
I hand it over to you.
I agree with Professor Mohan. You see, creating a common competency-based curriculum, in fact, was a Herculean task. Imagine bringing together experts from different specialties and creating a continuity is not easy. So heads off to the core committee members and the expert group. I also feel that we need to have proactive leaders, our deans, in every institution, they need to be proactive. I think they are the people who carry everybody with them. I think if they become proactive, things will become comparatively easy. I think my next question in that line is to Dr. P.V. Vijayaraghavan, sir. Sir, do students too need to be prepared for a new curriculum? And if yes, how we could have gone with that?
Thank you, sir. I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity. I think definitely the answer to that is students need to be prepared. Because for any education to succeed, there are two important stakeholders. One is the faculty, other is the students. And both have a responsibility and an accountability towards the education and the studies. And if you remember in the past, in the traditional curriculum, many times the timetable will be something on the board, on paper, and what will be happening on the ground will be totally different. Now, this disconnect, the students, unfortunately, the students are in a position where they cannot express their feelings about these type of changes. Even in the clinical sessions that they were forced to go into, they will really not know what are the skills that they are supposed to learn, what are the various cases that they are supposed to see. So there was a lot of disconnect in terms of what they are supposed to see or do. So if you look at some of the gaps that were noticed between the previous curriculum and now, elaborate work had been done, and there were several gaps that were noticed, and that exactly was addressed by the erstwhile Medical Council of India. And they brought in certain newer concepts of teaching learning methods. And this has to be very clearly understood. And this, unfortunately, had not been conveyed to the students.
And that is one of the reasons that probably we are seeing that the students have different concept about what exactly is happening. Because the group created the document regarding the newer methods like using foundation course, providing early clinical exposure, skills training, integration. All these things were beautifully done by the higher-ups. And then it was transmitted to the deans. But unfortunately, the students, I think, even in the foundation course, at least a week had to be spent with the students as they enter into the MBBS to know what are all the various things that they are likely to undergo. Some of the feedbacks that we have got from some students have been that they were not aware of this foundation course. They were thinking, what is this happening? The first 1 month there, and we have got student friends also here who will be able to tell us some exact feedback of what they feel. But that they were not sort of geared up to some of these changes that were being introduced. Now, some of the medical colleges did practice integration as a practice towards transmitting medical education. But whether the students in all the colleges were aware that this is going to be done is something which was lacking. There was definitely a feedback that had come from students as well as from the faculty that our system of medical education in the past was more and more of medical knowledge acquisition and very little towards attribute development or towards skills development. Now, this was a universal observation that had come out not only from some of the experts in education, but also from many of the public and even society. So keeping all that in view, this particular CBME was introduced. But again, as we had the discussion in the morning also, people will have to understand that CBME as a concept is different, and the various methodologies that are being expected out of the various institutions to be transmitting the students is totally different. And these two disconnect is also causing some sort of a confusion. Now, many of the things that we have wanted to do required technological help and technological introduction. Now, the students, to my mind, even if we did not inform them, were quite happy to accept these technological improvements. They were probably fast-tracked in terms of using these type of things. The COVID came in a very big way because from nowhere, almost each of the teachers were sort of trained to do online teaching. So online teaching became the real buzzword, which was utilized by most of the institutions, and students were very happy. But the students also came back with some feedback. That is because some of the skills that they were expected to do was not technologically supported to that extent. In the Western world, if you go, these are also supported very well by virtual walk rounds, virtual OR sessions and things like that. But our technology did not permit us to use those type of things. So to my mind, your question, whether students need to be informed about the curriculum, 100% students should be informed well in advance. And that is why the annual calendar has been requested. The colleges having to do timetable preparation was also requested. And I would definitely endorse the students being informed about it.
Sir, I fully agree with you. There's a big disconnect, to summarize. However, the new curriculum is going to fill up those gaps. And we all need to realize, we all educationists need to realize that the students are the important stakeholders. We all are there because of them. If they don't exist, we'll also not exist. So therefore, our curriculum need to be addressing their issues, and they need to be taken into confidence. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Back to Mohan Khamgaonkar, sir. Sir, would you like to continue with the last question?
Yeah, but will you please repeat? Will you please repeat the question, madam?
So that was just an extension of the first one. That the issues that you thought were the roadblocks. Would you like to suggest some solutions to those?
Solutions is can we increase the support and monitoring mechanisms at all levels, at the regional level, at the university level, and at the state level, so that the colleges or the institutions which are lagging behind or where there is some difficulty in understanding the concepts and implementing in true sense the CBME, can we provide some help? So that has to be looked for, because this is what I feel is lagging. And some mechanisms, if there are some feedbacks about mechanisms of implementation of ATCOM, electives, or continuous formative assessment and feedback systems, if we can obtain some feedbacks from the institutions, as are they being truly implemented in the sense that was expected in the document of CBME, then why they are not being implemented, or what are the hassles and limitations that should be identified so that it is truly being implemented. This is my suggestion, madam.
Okay, thank you, sir. So there's another question for you. That do you think that resource in any way, as for teachers or in terms of infrastructure, has been a problem in implementation of the CBME?
You see, there is definitely whenever we implement something new, there are strains on the resources. You see, a totally new curriculum has been implemented nationwide, so some strain has to be there on the manpower and the time. I felt that there were some strains of time and constraints on manpower at various levels. First is universities did not get sufficient time to plan and develop CBME syllabus and assessment procedures and propagate them to all colleges. You see, they did not get sufficient time. Even at the present moment, it is being understood, it is being developed. So universities did not get sufficient time. So because you asked what are the resource time constants, but this happens whenever a new thing is implemented. Teachers did not get sufficient time to understand the competencies. To refer the competency tables of their own disciplines and comprehend the principles and start its practice. Because the teachers, many of the teachers, they could not get time to refer to the competency tables of their own discipline, to understand what are the competencies and to understand the principles and practice them in teaching. So that was also a time insufficient. For medical education administrators and experts to develop longitudinal understanding of CBME, that time was also not sufficient. Because what we developed is, for example, we developed a curriculum or implemented for the first phase. Now we have started for the second phase. A longitudinal understanding of in total competency-based medical education for all phases of medical education and internship has not been understood. That time was also limited. And now that understanding is developing, and now it will be truly implemented in true sense. So these were the limitations or constraints on time and resource, I feel. Thank you, madam.
Thank you so much for your input, sir.
I have a question now for Professor P.V. Vijayaraghavan, sir. Sir, since last 2 years, the competency-based program is in place. What changes have you noticed in the way students learn and teachers teach now?
Thank you, sir. I think the first year after this was introduced, I had the opportunity to work with Dr. Mohan in actually looking at how the competency-based curriculum was being practiced in various colleges. As he rightly said, this is not a job which can be done by a group of just 10 or 12 people across the whole country, which is now boasting of nearly 580 medical colleges and nearly 96,000 students and so many faculties also. So it is essential that, as rightly requested by Dr. Mohan, the curriculum committee of every medical college should become proactive. They should know the principles of what is expected out of this curriculum. And based on that, they should be able to provide narratives to this task force or this so-called implementation committee on the various principles that are. Now, people are getting bogged down by intricate logistic details. That is not what is expected. But curriculum committee can have its own mechanism of identifying how things are going on the ground. Having understood, I am sure with the amount of training that has happened for the faculty, both through the basic courses as well as through the curriculum implementation support programs, in every medical college, there will be at least a minimum 2 people who are trained in these aspects. That is a lower estimate that I'm doing. Now, these people are the brand ambassadors who should look at how the principles are being followed by various departments and how certifiable competencies are identified. Certifiable competencies are identified. They get identified based on subjects. They get identified based on phases. And having identified that, how the students are getting certified on that. See, because one of the important criteria for any competency-based medical education is interestable professional activity. Now, interestable professional activity is another thing. You are using a higher term for actually certifiable skill. Now that, if you are able to identify and check that every student has done it, I think that's a great success that would have come out of that. Forget about the so-called university examination, the formative exam, whatever system you may have. And definitely the students today, I find, are definitely amenable to many of the changes that has been introduced. And they are quite happy about participating in early clinical exposure. During our time, we hardly went into the hospital until the first 2 years. But now they are quite happy to visit the hospital. You cannot expect them to be highly, to the highest order, like a final year or like an intern to perform there. But he is definitely understanding some of the basics of hospital management and how things happen in the hospital. So as teachers, we have to innovate, we have to give flexibility, and we have to keep these principles what is expected. People should be allowed the freedom to do things that ultimately they are able to produce a report that out of 250 students, 89% or 90% have been competent in this particular area or this particular. That is the type of report that task forces will be able to take it up and then tell whether we have succeeded or not, so-called not succeeded in what we have attempted. To your question on the faculty, I think there is definitely a lot more to be done because India is a large, diverse country. We have got medical colleges in different type of situations. 1 3-day workshop or a 2-day workshop on the curriculum implementation support program may not be able to satisfy them in terms of practically applying on the ground. So that faculty development program should be continuous. It should be repeatedly done, and there should be some sort of a check mechanism through people who are little better versed to see whether things are all right. And our faculty are quite happy. COVID has taught us, actually, that is one of the positive things about COVID. It has taught faculty members, those who are not willing to even touch the computer today by force are able to sort of attempt to do this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. You see, in every institution, in every medical college, they have a medical education unit. I think they need to always be continuously on their toes and keep on developing their faculty of each department. And the curriculum committee, as you said, also need to be very active. Thank you, Professor Vijay Raghavan.
Now coming to one of the most crucial component of this competency-based curriculum, I have a question for Daljit Singh sir. Sir, we know that assessment is the backbone of any competency-based curriculum, and most of the times when we are into this faculty development programs, we get to hear from the teachers that the ratio, the student-teacher ratio, or the kind of examinations we are asked to conduct now, it's not sufficient. The ratio of teacher, and more so in the pre and paraclinical phases, we are seeing a declining trend of nobody is willing to. So what is your opinion regarding this? And do you also think, sir, that the teachers are adequately trained to be conducting assessments specifically for this competency-based curriculum?
Well, I think I would say that assessment is not just the backbone, but the soul and the heart of CBME program. And I don't think that if we do not assess whether certain competencies have been achieved or not, this whole thing exercise is meaningful at all. So definitely assessment is a very, very vital component of this whole exercise. I would go a step further and say it is not just a one-point assessment, but it is a continuous assessment, because when we talk about competence, it is not a one-point event. It is a developmental thing. It is something which is dynamic and it takes time. So therefore, the assessment also has to be of that nature, that it is taking place continuously and periodically, and also it verifies that the objectives have been met or not. Now, in that context, for a CPME, definitely the NMC has also made its own attempts to make the teachers competent to carry out these assessments. And right from the very start, many programs have been conducted. There's a revised basic course and the revised advanced course for medical education technology. There's the outcome module. All institutions are now having their units to conduct these. There is a curriculum implementation support program which goes on. And so there are centralized programs which are run by the nodal centers of the NMC and by the institution themselves, the medical education units, to train the teachers for all the aspects of curriculum development, including the assessment part. So I feel that this is a work in progress kind of situation. That it is not something which can be learned, as we have just discussed. It's not something which is learned in a short while. It goes on, and I'm sure that the teachers who have just finished the first 2 years of the program, they will be much better equipped the next time because they have learned many new things themselves. So it's an ongoing kind of situation where the teachers themselves are training themselves. So it's not really the responsibility of the NMC alone that the teacher should be equipped about it. Similarly, the institutions themselves have a very great responsibility. And this curriculum is almost like a generalized recommendation program. How to implement it and to carry it forward, the institutions and the universities have a very big part to play. Therefore, innovations are required. They have to develop their own mechanisms of how their teachers are going to be trained. And I would say the best optimum utilization of the resources also are the responsibility of the institution. So when we talk about shortages and so on, I do not think that any shortage or any deficiency can be quoted as an excuse or a reason for not being able to implement the requirements. It's a responsibility of the institutions. For example, if we talk about numbers, now I know that many institutions do not have the adequate number of teaching staff which is supposed to be there. And it's not because the teacher is not available, but maybe for whatever reason they don't induct that many people. So this is something which is the responsibility of the institute. Similarly, I think we also underutilize our resources in terms of who can participate. For example, we say faculty is there, like assistant professor onwards, they are competent to assess. Not necessarily so. In fact, even the residents, the senior residents and even the junior residents for that matter, they are actually certified as teachers. And their role in this process also is important and should be entailed. And so they also should become part of the entire exercise of carrying out the assessment of the students in whatever capacity they can. So in a way, it is not really a shortage in the manpower. It's how we are utilizing it. I think it is up to the local institutions and the university to develop this kind of expertise. So I feel that assessment has to be tackled. If we do not give due importance to assessment, then the CPME cannot be successful. Because we want a competent doctor, and competent doctor is somebody who habitually and continuously exhibits all the attributes which we have outlined.
Sure, sir.
Thank you, sir. I think you touched most of the important components. One of the strategies that one can use for the CBME to succeed in terms of assessment is basically to introduce almost in every teaching session, it may be for 50 minutes, 1 hour, whatever it is, allot some 10 to 15 minutes for assessment. They are called as session-wise assessments, whether it's a clinical area, whether it's a preclinical area, whatever it is. And there should be faculty developing small assessments which they should be documenting. The important thing is not only to conduct, but to document that and analyzing the results of that. It's not going to immediately, make the student pass or fail. That is not the purpose. The purpose is to see whether the concept which you are wanting to transmit in any session has happened or not. And I also want to add one thing on the shortage of, we argued, I think they will remember, to the MCI several times, why are you making this assistant professor and above only to undergo this training? That is probably, see, it was always funded by MCI, so they may have had some reasons for that. So now what can happen is institutions can decide on their own to do these type of programs even for the postgraduates and also for the senior residents. Once they are also trained in all these methods, because ultimately they are also in the full teamwork. So that will help you to have more number of people.
There's one little point which I would like to add, because you brought out the issue of shortage of pre and paraclinical teachers. Now, I've been discussing with some of our faculty also. In many institutions, there is no such shortage. For example, in our institution, we make sure that there is absolutely no shortage in these departments. I know that in some places, they deliberately have understaffed these departments for whatever reasons, maybe financial or whatever. Now, that is again the responsibility of the institution. But one little suggestion which I was just thinking of is that because these pre and paraclinical teachers are also involved in teaching other courses apart from MBBS. They teach dental students, they teach nursing students, they teach paramedical courses, MSCs, MLTs, all that kind of thing. And much of their time is actually devoted to these courses. Now that in the context of CPME becomes a big drain. And if we are talking about teacher requirement in those other courses, I don't think that our medical teachers necessarily need to be teaching them these basic subjects. They can have their own teachers and they can have even MSc teachers to teach nursing or paramedical courses. Maybe the National Medical Council can step into this and say that our pre and paramedical teachers should teach only the MBBS course and not the paramedical and other courses. That will take away a lot of burden and concentrate on the MBBS program, which is the most important program which we are running. So I think there's a job shortage for these courses because nobody wants to take basic sciences as a postgraduate degree because they say they don't have any opportunities. And they don't have opportunities because actually the nursing, dental and paramedical courses need these teachers, but they don't take them because they say they don't need them. They have the medical qualifications. So there is a solution to this problem if we actually look into this more seriously.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for all the wonderful insights that you have all given. Meanwhile, before we go to the next panelist, there's an information or rather message for the online delegates that those who are listening online, you all can WhatsApp your queries to phone number 739-689-85. I will just repeat. You may send your messages, your queries, your concerns to phone number 739-689-85.
I think let's carry forward.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So this is a question to Professor O.P. Kalra, sir. So what is your experience and views in implementation of CBMA in your institution and across the country? Are the challenges faced by you the same as theirs?
You are referring to other institutions in India and foreign countries?
In India.
In India.
Yes.
You see, as far as the difficulties are concerned, I mean, in other states, I can't say, but when I received the invitation for this particular session, as you rightly introduced, I was working as Vice Chancellor at Pandit B.D. Sharma University of Health Sciences, which is a state government university. And now for the last 3 months, I'm working as Vice Chancellor at SGT University, which is a private university in Haryana.
Okay, sir.
So for coming for this session, I got the feedback from my colleagues in both the universities, and I was just taking stock of the difficulties which they faced in implementation of the curriculum in their institutions. The first and the foremost difficulty which was encountered by the faculty was a resistance to change in the curriculum. That is the human nature, that whenever you want to introduce anything, there is always a resistance because we feel comfortable in the way we have been doing things for the last so many years. But it took some time, but gradually over the last 2 years, they have overcome this, and they have come to know that if they have to stay in the profession, they have to swim or sink with the system. So gradually, as was rightly pointed out by few previous speakers, that even those who never used computers, they are also now getting used to it and are conversant with it. The second feedback or difficulty which some of the people they realized was with the foundation course. I personally felt, as far as my view is concerned, I felt it was a very great concept and a very novel concept. In fact, I was reminded of a book which was written by two great authors from Rajiv Gandhi University of Health Sciences, where it was mentioned that things which are not taught in the medical college, and many of these things are covered, can be covered in this 1 month period. I mean, I myself took a few lectures during this, particularly on ethics and professionalism, and also history of medicine, which are not usually taught in the medical college. And I personally feel that this 1 month is very unique and very interesting. But then some of the faculty members felt that this 1 month period was a waste of time, or it was too much of a time, and this could be done with just 1 week of orientation or induction program. This was the second thing which was felt by people. Third was that it is since the entire curriculum is learner centric, so therefore a lot of individual attention is required. Now, in a session or in a batch where there are 200, 250 students, it may be rather difficult, and even when you split them into small groups, there also it may still be difficult. In addition, when you have to certify that an individual student has acquired those competencies, you need to certify that they have acquired those competencies, and those who have not, because some are slow learners. So there you need to take remedial measures, and therefore you need to take stock of each and every student and whether they have acquired those or not. The third is that it is resource incentive, resource intensive, and a lot of effort is required at the level of the faculty, which many of the faculty members are not really used to this thing, because you have to document each and every assessment, revision, logbooks, and all those things. So therefore, a lot of effort is required. I personally would like to give my own experience of having worked in an institute, that is BP Koirala Institute of Health Sciences in Nepal, where I worked from 1997 to 99. And since I went from a medical college in Delhi to a place where MBBS curriculum was just being planned, and the first batch of MBBS had been taken. And I must share with you, because the second part of this discussion was supposed to be how will you introduce CBME in a different country. So here I would like to give just a minute or so of my experience over there, because they were introducing the curriculum for the first time in Nepal, in that medical college, which was newly upcoming, and that came up with the Government of India support. So at that time, the faculty which was planning the curriculum at that institute, some of them had been trained at McMaster University in Ontario, Canada, and where the problem-based teaching is imparted to the students, and the emphasis is on competency, skills, and then the assessment is also very objectively tested. In fact, I was just looking at the internet. This McMaster University now ranks among the top 12 universities in the world, and nearly 98% of the students who pass out from their college, they are able to get into residency programs. So this is too good, because in the light of the fact that they are running a 3-year medical education program. I mean, we are running 5.5 years, but the McMaster University is running 3-year program. At Nepal, when the entire program was envisaged, it was also envisaged on the line of MBBS in India. It was 4.5 plus 1-year internship program. But the only difference was that the entire curriculum over there was competency-based curriculum with a lot of emphasis on skills. It was having horizontal and vertical integration. And also there was organ system-based teaching program over there, except for the fact that forensic medicine subject could not be integrated either in the vertical or in the horizontal curriculum. So just to tell you that over there, it was lectures were replaced by structured interactive sessions, that is SIS, and the entire teaching was problem-based learning, and it was self-directed learning in parts and bits. And there was introduction of research even at the MBBS level, where the entire batch was divided into small batches of 4 or 5 students, and they were just given a sum of about 2,000-3,000 rupees to do small research and bring out results. The idea was to introduce research methodology among the students. And there was early clinical exposure right at the level of first year. This is, I'm talking of 97, 98 in Nepal. And then they developed smart classrooms even in Nepal. And then there was mentor-mentee program and mentee-mentee training program. And the assessment over there was also like OSCEs, and even OSLER, that is Objective Structured Long Examination Record. So what I felt was that since I was there for 2 years, it was quite resource intensive. And I must share with you at that time.
We have to cut it short, sir. We are running short of time.
Just take half a minute. That in India, we usually take about, say, 2 hours or so in setting a question paper for MBBS for 4 papers. In Nepal, I used to take about 3 weeks in setting up a question paper for MBBS, because you have to set multiple choice question, you have to set short answer question, you have to set modified essay questions, and it takes really a lot of time if you have to frame new questions. So these were some of the difficulties. In addition, we found that some of the vacancies which are unfilled because it is resource intensive, so therefore it was causing a difficulty over there. And some of the new faculty could not be trained in the faculty development program. So that was another difficulty. I personally feel that if at all, once we are introducing this, we must take stock of the requirement of faculty in medical colleges, because we need a little more faculty, particularly at the younger level, to effectively introduce small group discussion-based teaching learning, and also to cover all components of CBME. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Yes, Purnima, go ahead.
Yes, so the next question is Daljit Singh, sir. So as it is quite evident that the rules of your institutions and the universities are changing, so do you think that at this point the universities also require handholding?
Yeah, the universities in the context of CBME are in a little difficult situation, I would say. And one of the reasons is that the university takes care of admissions, they take care of examinations and results, and the pattern of examination which is there is like summative. And so therefore, to align it with the CBME program or even the assessment in CBME is a bit of a challenge. And because the criteria for admission, for example, are totally quite different from the criteria which we are following for final results or summative examination subjects. Therefore, I feel that there needs to be a little more work done here to make the entire system linking with each other. I feel that the role of the university as far as the implementation of CBME is more for the planning and the monitoring and the guidance to the departments and to the various teachers. That is the role. And so it's a mutual hand-holding. I think the university will have to support the departments and the faculty. Faculty will have to give an input back to the university as to how we can modify
the pattern for the examination.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. I have a question for Dr. P.V. Vijayaraghavan, sir. Sir, the ongoing pandemic was heavily impacted the implementation of the new curriculum across the country. Direct observation and feedback, which is the essence of CBME, seems to have received a setback. So what is your take on this?
Thank you, sir. We all agree that COVID forced us to change our strategies towards educating our MBBS graduates as much as any other type of education, and we all adopted to online. However, you must understand that health professions education does not embrace complete online education, because a lot of things depends on experiential learning, a lot of their things depends on practicals. So there is a difference here. So that is where this concept of blended learning, I think we must pay more and more stress towards that, where at least in our institution, we actually catered to 250 students. We divided them into batches of 25, and we had 10 different sessions where they were not expected to do the practicals for 3 hours because you can try and finish up things a little faster. So each batch was allowed to come for the practicals only for 1.5 hours. This is one. You also have to look at some of the Western technologies that are available when it comes to clinicals. This is pre-clerkship as I talked about. But when it comes to clerkship during the clinical years, I think we have to adapt totally different methods. Technology is today available. Carrying one device in his hand, the chief can make rounds in the wards, and 100 students can beautifully listen to it from wherever, any part of the world. So these are all right now available. So so-called virtual ward rounds, virtual theater sessions, theater important procedures to be done can be transmitted to students in whichever place they are there. So it is possible to do quite a lot of changes there. And that is what we need to sort of work on even for the future. Because I think there is one university which I keep quoting in all these workshops in Israel, which takes 1,000 to 1,020 students every year, annually. There is a report that has come, they take 1,020 students annually, and they're able to use many of these online methods and blended methods to see that the training does not suffer.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. And I think since we are already in the next panelists are waiting, so we'll quickly hear from our student friends who are the main stakeholders of the entire new curriculum. So Akshat Das and Gauri. Akshat, right. Akshat and Gauri, you all can very quickly give your experience about this new curriculum. How did you come to know this is something new other than what was actually yes, maybe from your seniors, but yes, how did you actually get to know? What was the difference? And how do you feel about it? Let's start from the foundation course.
Very good afternoon to all present here. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to be a part of this esteemed panel discussion and learn about the journey of our curriculum. So thank you for the question, ma'am. So beginning with the foundation course, I think the most important aspect for me was that it gave us time to assess the medical college of what is expected out of us and eased us into the journey that we were about to undertake. They taught us about the basic skills like basic life support and the biomedical waste management, which is generally expected from first year student. And I think that this was very necessary because instead of presenting us with the vastness of the first year syllabus, which can be overwhelming for many people, it eased us into the process that you should have these skills, the know-how, the AdCom sessions that were conducted about the various attributes that a medical graduate should have. So I think the foundation course was very important in that manner, that it eased the entry into the medical college. Thank you.
Gauri, please add on to.
Speaking about the foundation course,
I will enumerate both the merits.
Then foundation course, since he has covered that, to talk about the assessment part, and that you are into your second MBBS.
So talking about the assessment, and moreover talking about just one more thing, I got to know about the system has changed from the seniors. How that first of all, number one, the number of hours has increased. But it is a good thing as well as bad thing. Good thing in the sense that we can have more of our knowledge and discussions and all this stuff. But at the same time, I feel that quality is more important than quantity. And when you go to a clinical class of 3 hours, and at times it happens that teachers are also busy. So they do not get the time to enroll us in their activities, in their clinical practices for the whole 3 hours. So it has to change a little bit, because ultimately quality is more important than quantity. So in spite of having the whole 3-hour session, we can break it down into 1-hour session and discussion, all that stuff. Secondly, talking about the assessment, I feel that talking about the paper, all the questions are of 5 or 10 marks, right? But at times I feel that in the reasoning part, there are some questions related to the reasoning skills. Say the question says, why are spores formed? Then the answer must be that they are formed in unfavorable conditions. But at the same time, it is of 5 marks. Now the authority comes to the teacher that how much marks she can give, right? So it's like she will decide the simple answer. She can give 1 mark or 2 marks or 5 marks. But what I feel is that the questions are not formed on that. See, there have to be a diversity in the answers. And the diversity will determine how much marks the questions have. And talking more about the seniors, I feel that the merit is that we have gone to a more clinical-based orientation than the previous batches. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Because of the shortage of time, I think we will have to wrap up this panel. And yes, we need to wrap up this panel.
Burning questions amongst the audience? Yeah.
We can take up only one maybe. All right.
Okay,
very quickly.
One point which was raised was number of resource faculty. In many colleges, this is really a problem. More so, it is not a problem in private colleges. It is a problem in some of the government colleges where people are frequently transferred. So actual number of resource faculty who are there to take care of this CBA curriculum, that can be challenged, because we are talking about assessment. Definitely for assessment, you require more resource faculty. That was one. Second point which I wanted to tell was curricular governance. I mean, along with this, CBME also came curricular governance. We also need to see whether that is being followed, because that will take care of many of the points or many of the challenges which we are discussing.
Yeah, absolutely. That is.
Actually, I just want to remark what Dr. Diljit Singh said, that faculty of preclinical and paraclinical, they should not be involved in teaching other courses. But problem is which management actually will agree to it. I believe here also your teachers will also say we should not be involved. I actually wrote a RTI to MCA earlier in 2014 that faculty who is working in a medical college, can that work also in the sister concerns dental colleges or other colleges? And very specifically MC wrote back to me, no, they cannot work. Other sister colleges that should have separate faculty. And earlier actually for dental colleges along, we used to have one additional professor, one associate professor extra and 2 demonstrator extra for only dental colleges. I don't know where that route has gone now.
Very valid. These are all very valid points. Actually, usually institutions, as rightly pointed out by Dr. Praveen, most of the private colleges seems to have sorted this out purely for want of sort of the NMC guidelines, and otherwise they may decertify you. So on that ground, they have seen to it that all faculty members are completely, and they take care of them also in many different ways. But when it comes to government colleges, because of the transfer policy or because of some other reasons, they are not able to maintain this. But I have a small difference of opinion on this particular aspect. Not that we have practiced integrated curriculum, that's why I'm talking like that. I think if you are able to do an integrated pattern of teaching, which even now the MCA is allowing only to 20%, you can greatly reduce the number of faculties that are required. Because many times the same subject, what is being taught in one area, is being taught again by another subject by the same teachers and things like that. So that can be overcome by following the organ system-based block. We are able to finish up the first year MBBS in 10 months' time. When the 18 months became 12 months, almost everybody protested. But because of this scheme of things, we were able to do it at 10 months itself. So there is a lot of possibility for us to rethink, but definitely providing 1 or 2 extra faculty members for the requirements that are there because of Dr. O.P. Kalra's observation of practically seeing this happening in another institution is worthwhile suggesting. Now, these are the things that we should be. It is too early. 2 years is too early for us to actually assess the curriculum and come to any sort of real conclusions. We are pretty early. I think we should give at least about 5 to 10 years before this is done in various places, appropriate monitoring and appropriate report writing. It's not that today if I ask as a task force chairman, how have you done? We have done. That is the type of report that is coming. What exactly happened there? How exactly they were able to my mind, honestly, the feeling that I get is truly the nodal centers and the regional centers are practicing this to the core. They have understood and they are practicing to the core, which may be about 40 institutions. But apart from that, if you see the other colleges and things like that, it is probably 50% satisfactory, compliance is to the tune of 50-60%. So things like that. So I think we should be in a much better position to monitor this and give a formal report later on.
Thank you. Just one last comment, that I think the real challenge is going to start now, because the students have done the first professional, the first 2 years. The clinical part is the one which was always a challenge in terms of the quality of education for the students. And there the actual role of competence and these objectives we're talking about, they come into play. How we are going to manage it practically and modify the existing structure over the next 2-3 years for these same students. That is going to tell us whether this curriculum CPME is going to be successful or not.
We are actually proposing a CISP 3 for the next year. It has still not been approved by the NMC, but that is CISP 3 where the clinical components, what exactly are the competencies that they should have developed in a few particular clinical sessions in, say, pediatrics or in general surgery or something. That is what we have to work on. I hope they do that fast because the batch is going to come pretty fast. And somehow there is a feeling in the NMC that CISP is over. That type of a thing we have to change because we have still covered only the very basic aspects. What exactly happens in the clinical sessions still has not been defined, and that's the bugbear. Many times the students go there, stand there for 1 hour, 2 hours, nothing happens, and they come out. So that is what we need to do.
Thank you.
So finally, I and Dr. Vijendra Chauhan, on behalf of the organizers, would extend our heartiest gratitude to all the panelists and our student friends here as panelists for very vividly discussing the issues, the concerns, and also providing some solutions to whatever leads to this implementation. And as for talking about being in the maze game of CBME, so we are just into it. We have just entered into the maze, and we know that the maze is made up of the paths, that convoluted paths that we have, and the brick walls. And like Tejinder Singh sir had mentioned in the morning session, that unless we bring about any kind of flexibility, a little bit of flexibility in this wall, they cannot be rigid. And when you bring about this interdepartmental more integration, then probably a lot of issues will be solved. So we are just in through, and we have a long way to go through this maze. And one of the best things that we could gather from all the experts here, the stalwarts here today, is that exchanging of ideas and innovations
as well as the sharing of best practices would go a long way in helping us the puzzle of this Lee's game. Thank you all so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I thank all the esteemed panelists and the moderators for the wonderful panel discussion. May I request Dr. T. Singh to please come forward and felicitate our panelists, Dr. P. V. Vijayaraghavan and Dr. Daljit Singh.
Thank you.
Dr. Daljit Singh.
इसको ले लो साथ में।
May I request Dr. Anshu to please come forward and felicitate Dr. Purnima. I'd like to request Dr. Daljit Singh to felicitate our student panelists.
Very nice.
And Gauri.
Next.
कहाँ फिट है वो? कहाँ फिट है? फोटोग्राफी। हाँ,
Thank you to the online panelists. Thank you for the online panelists.
Good afternoon, everyone. So we are moving to our next panel discussion, that is on structuring the timetable, hindering and facilitating. Moderators for the discussion are Dr. Saiba Kukreja, who is Professor in Head Biochemistry and MEU Coordinator. She is also Dean Academics, Undergraduates and Lab Director of Central Biochemistry Lab, SGRDUHS, Amritsar. Our next moderator is Dr. Amrit Vaid, who is Professor and Head Community Medicine and MEU Coordinator in Adesh Medical College and Hospital, Shahman. We welcome you, ma'am. And may I request the moderators to kindly introduce our panelists.
Thank you. Good afternoon all, and I welcome you all. Good afternoon all. Okay, good afternoon all. And I welcome you all to today's panel discussion on structuring of the timetable, hindering or facilitating. So may I request the panelists to kindly join us on the dais. Can I please have Dr. Dinesh Padyal? Dr. Rajiv Mahajan? Dr. Purnima Barua and Dr. Vinutha Shankar. We also have Dr. Krishna Shishadri online with us and Dr. Sajid and Dr. Ajay Gaur. Dr. Rajiv, can you please have your a brief introduction of our panelists. Dr. Krishna Shishadri, he is member Board of Management, Visiting Professor, Medical Education, Sri Balaji Vidyapith, Puducherry, and Member Expert Group, National Medical Commission. Dr. Sajid is Professor and Head Infectious Disease and Medical Education. He is Convener of National Medical Commission, Nodal Center, GMC Kottayam, and Member Expert Group, NMC. Dr. Dinesh Padyal is here with us, Professor in Head Pharmacology and Medical Education and Convener, NMC Nodal Center. He is also Director, CMCL Faber Regional Institute, CMC, Ludhiana. We also have with us online Dr. Shelly Avasthi. She's Professor in Head Pediatrics and Convener, NMC Regional Center. I'm sorry, Madam has not joined us yet. Dr. Ajay Gaur, Sir is Professor in Head Pediatrics, GR Medical College, Gwalior. He is also the Convener Medical Education Unit. Dr. Rajiv Mahajan is here with us on the dais. He's Professor Pharmacology, Principal, Dean Academic Affairs at Adesh University, Bathinda. He is also the Chief Editor, International Journal of Applied and Basic Medical Research, and Chairperson of Health Professional Education Unit at Adesh University, Bathinda. We have with us on the dais Madam Dr. Vinutha Shankar. She's Professor, Department of Physiology at Sri Devraj Urs Academy of Higher Education and Research, Kolar. And Dr. Purnima Barua, Madam is Associate Professor, Microbiology, and also the Medical Superintendent at our hospital. She's also Convener Regional Center at Jorhat Medical College. Now, we all know that with the implementation of competency-based medical education, each medical college has been tasked with structuring of the timetable as a potential way to ensure uniformity in delivery of the curriculum in all colleges across the country. However, the structuring of the timetable has been a Herculean task. Nevertheless, we also know that it offered an entirely new perspective towards the undergraduate medical education teaching, as it provided us with a practical approach to plan and prepare a blueprint by incorporating the core teaching principles and techniques which were quite relevant to the competencies and assessments in a single document. Also, the preparation of this timetable saw all the departments coming together to align and integrate in the best possible way, so as to create a phase-wise teaching schedule by every medical college that had never been seen before. At the same time, we're also aware that the new changes that have been brought about with the Graduate Medical Education Regulations 2019, it has increased a generalized anxiety and apprehension among the faculty across the country. And the need of the hour is to allay this apprehension and anxiety and address the key issues that in a way are hindering the implementation of competency-based medical education. Now, we have with us a distinguished panel, and we're going to be putting forth our first question. Dr. Krishna Shishadri, sir, can you hear me? Sir, am I audible to you? Sir, can you?
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Right, sir, can you hear me? Yes. So what, in your opinion, are the benefits of having a structured timetable for graduate medical education? Can we have your views, sir?
Is this for me? This is for...
Yes, sir. This is Dr. Krishna Shishadri, sir. It is for you.
Yeah, okay. Can you repeat the question again, please?
Yes, sir. So what, in your opinion, are the benefits of having a structured timetable for graduate medical education?
So the same reasons why you should have a structured timetable. First thing is transparency. A student should, when you have a timetable, the student or who's your end stakeholder is aware of what is going to happen through the year. It's not like some teacher is going to walk in the morning without him knowing and starting to take the class. When you have a structured timetable, the student is aware what he should have prepared and come to class. He is aware of what are the activities that are required for him. He or she is able to go ahead and plan for it, study for it, complete the assignments for it, work with it. So I think that people are very apprehensive about having a timetable, but I think, timetable is a basic hygiene that needs to be followed in any medical college, irrespective of whether it is CBME or graduate medical education or any of that. So if you don't publish a timetable ahead of time for a whole year, it means that you're withholding information from the students or the learners. So this is the most important reason why a timetable should be present. It has nothing to do with CBME. In the CBME, there are additional advantages. So when you publish the timetable and each topic you also publish, what are the competencies or objectives that are being achieved along with it, then what you do is you give the opportunity for the learner to keep a track of the competencies that he or she has acquired. So what will happen is that ultimately, hopefully, what is going to happen is every institution has an app or a online tracker where each of these competencies can be checked off by the student as he or she keeps acquiring it. So that is really the approach. One, this is hygiene, which means that there is no point in running away from it. Second, in terms of competency acquisition, a structured timetable is a proof that the institution is serious about the learner achieving these competencies. So that's very important. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your inputs.
So my next question is to Dr. Rajiv Mahajan. Having heard of the numerous benefits, we would now want to know if the structuring of the timetable could pose any hindrances or challenges. So my question to you is, sir, can we please have your thoughts on the disadvantages of structuring of the timetable, and if you see any potential problems with its tight structuring?
Thank you, Dr. Seva. Thank you for giving me an opportunity actually to represent the other side of the coin. Rather, I will say, making me devil's advocate. See, structuring may be a good way, but one of the problems you have highlighted in your own question itself, tight structure. But we are actually structuring it at a micro level, that every column or every box must have one competency, or self-directed learning sessions, they should be conducted in the 2 sessions separated by 7 days, or integrated sessions, every session that must have 2 competencies of different subjects. Actually, my faculty that questions me. that we were trained as per alignment and integrated timetable, this curriculum of a module of the NMC, where we have developed those modules as we were told that we should first develop learning objectives and then see redundancy. But now what we are doing? We are simply writing, for integration purposes, we are simply writing two competencies in one session for two different subjects. So implementation, that is a real problem. Second, with such rigid timetable, I have an apprehension that innovative behavior of faculty that is being curbed actually. They are much worried. They are doing, right? I will give an example. In the morning session, ESL said that many of the things which are there in the timetable and curriculum, they are rituals. And actually faculty that is more interested in participating in those rituals. They are doing it more mechanically. They are worried that if we will do something innovative, we will be questioned. If we will do something which is not in the timetable, we will be questioned by the MEU coordinator. MEU coordinator is worried that I will be questioned by the principal, and principal is worried that I will be questioned by the NMC. So that innovative behavior is being curbed by this tightness in the timetable. Then another thing that we are actually fascinated by some of the keywords: objectivity, structure, then evaluation, that we have actually made this timetable objective structured. Someone was telling in my faculty earlier, we used to have OSCE, OSCE. Now we have OSCE. As what that said, it's objective structured CBME timetable. So we have made it objective. We have introduced checklist. So if this thing has been done, this has been done, this has been done, not done. So we have introduced a sort of checklist culture. And on one hand, I was telling my faculty that subjectivity is good in CBME. Now they ask me, on one hand, you are saying subjective expert assessment is good, is reliable, and you are asking us to do that with an objective structure timetable, which is tightly structured. Then with this objectivity introduced, this sort of checklist introduced, actually, I believe we are focusing more on output-based approach rather than on outcome-based approach. And CBME, one of the hallmark of CBME is outcome-based approach. And I have an apprehension that if we continue with this sort of output-based approach and this mindset is developed in the mind of faculty, in the institutes, then later on it would be actually difficult to ask them to focus more on outcomes. See, I'm such not against structuring. What I'm saying, tight structuring, that is posing problem. And this actually structure should remain structure. It has been a very good, actually good thing that colleges, they are being supported. It's a good thing by NMC, good thing by the nodal center. But that structure should remain as structure. It should not be developed into a structure actually.
Thank you, sir, for summarizing the existing and the potential challenges. The process of structuring the timetable, we know, has brought in a lot of apprehension and added workload also for the faculty. In a country with over 550 medical colleges, there exist significant variations in the number of faculty and also the infrastructure. My next question is for Dr. Dinesh Vidyal. Sir, in structuring the timetable, we are presuming that all colleges, with respect to the number of faculty and the infrastructure, are same. Also, some well-established colleges, they may be more focused on research, recent advances, having high-tech facilities, while colleges in certain rural areas may have minimal such facilities. Are we not overlooking the number and the expertise of faculty and the level of infrastructure in different colleges while advocating a structured timetable, as each college may have varying degrees of...
Yeah. So if you really look at those guidelines and what you have said in the beginning, that timetable has given an opportunity to all the departments to get together, to work together as a team, which never happened before. And also now you're saying like infrastructure is different. And if you see the approved timetables, they're also very different. So I don't see the tight structuring there. There is a lot of innovation you see in that. We just completed the review of implementation. Till now, it was asking about timetable. So just a review has happened for CBME implementation for the 2 batches. We have received feedback from all the curriculum committees. No one has a single point raised about the type structuring. They have all appreciated that if this was not there, I'm coming to your second part next about the infrastructure. If this was not there, we could have been lost in the CPME. This timetable, this is their wording. This timetable acted like an anchor when CPME ship was enrolled and struck by the waves of pandemic right in the beginning. Suppose there was no timetable when the pandemic struck. What could it? Well, it could have been a free for all, something like that. So this is a written feedback obtained from all curriculum committees. I have not received anything like that. Seen also. They have commented also, feedback also. And they have also taken some feedback from the students. So that's what one part is there. Definitely, for example, I know some of the very new colleges which has a first batch, only one batch till now. And there were 5 which was just new colleges in a new state in India. We supported them a lot of flexibility was there. They told us the problems. Okay. In some of their colleges, one department has 1 faculty. First LOP, they needed that only. They told us, we supported that. That flexibility was a lot. Some colleges are very good already doing. I will tell you, the first college this year who got the approval for the timetable was within 20 days. It was a government medical college from Punjab. Within 20 days. Other took almost, some of the other took 7 to 8 months. So that type of flexibility is being given. So flexibility is lot of support is given to them. And we, as some of the colleges, we have given provisional acceptance also. Some of the components, they could not come up to the mark. Those are noted, but the time was already over. So no need to ask them, okay, what has been already done. Integration part they have written, June is over. Their feedback is still going on, July. So we told it's a provisional, but you have not done that. Because next year they contest. No, last year you approved the same timetable, why you are not saying? So we told them, okay, no, there are some issues which are still need to be sorted out. Give them more time. So that was happening. So we took care of the infrastructure. Skill labs, for example. Skill lab is a part of that review also, timetable also. Some of them are fully functional labs. Some of them are given in writing. They don't have a skill lab. So accordingly, that was managed. So it is not that something is done, actions. This group is working as a supporting group. So this timetable is taking care of the infrastructure requirements, the colleges at what stage, supporting them in that way, so that they can use it for their benefit. Ultimately, that's the purpose. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. The foundation course, integration and alignment, early clinical exposure, self-directed learning, electives, etc. All these have been introduced in the Graduate Medical Education Regulations 2019. And these are required to be specified in the timetable. All these are considered to be good teaching practices. My next question is to Dr. Sajid. Sir, I hope I'm audible to you.
Mic is not working properly.
Yes.
Sir, I hope I'm audible to you.
Yes, I can hear you.
Right. Sir, in primarily promoting these practices and their specification in the timetable, are we suppressing competency-based medical education and investing useful faculty time in paperwork instead of focusing on acquisition of competencies in the students and the learners? So shall I
at the outset, let me thank the organizers for giving me this chance. Respected chairperson and my dear colleagues on the stage and on the screen. We had gone to competency-based medical education for more than 1 year now, and as Dr. Badial has rightly said, there were some hitches because of the corona epidemic, but I'm sure but for this timetable, the education for the last batch would have been in real trouble. It's only because of this timetable that students were able to, at least know what they are missing and what they have to concentrate on. And also the teachers got a better opportunity to plan things much better. Now coming to the question of teaching competencies. Teaching competencies is a capability that we are ensuring in our faculty by giving them regular trainings. And only by regular trainings, the teachers can literally become, the people who are able to deliver what is expected out of CVME. And the importance of the teacher or perhaps the mentor in acquiring of these competencies in competency-based medical education is quite big. Well, all said and done, we all know that the timetable actually puts the competencies into different boxes, and these different boxes are to be filled even at the time of uploading of the timetable and during the conduct of the course, which extends to at least 4.5 years in all the colleges. And therefore, during this time, there are a lot of things that can go haywire. For example, during the corona epidemic itself, I'm sure in many colleges, integration classes, ECE classes were all disturbed. In fact, the foundation course was disturbed for the subsequent batch, the 2020 batch. So in many of these instances, actually the documentation is very, very important. And for this documentation to happen, the basic thing is that we must have a baseline document on which the students are expected to think about, the teachers are expected to act, and then the other stakeholders are expected to observe. So if these things are to be happening regularly, there has to be a proper documentation. Now, as we used to say, whenever we are earning something, we have a bounden duty to pay the taxes. So when we are going for something really good in the form of a competency-based medical education where formative assessment is very important, summative assessment and continuous internal assessment becomes very important, we cannot reduce the importance of documentation. And all said and done, the effort of teachers, the effort of faculty, particularly I have a big salute for the faculty from the first phase teachers who were actually quite naive to the whole concept, but still they came up within such a short time, as Dr. Dinesh Badel has rightly said, within such a short time, the first phase teachers have come up with a beautiful output in the form of regular good quality timetables in almost all the medical colleges. And the task force has been quite happy with what happened last year in most of the colleges, in most of the instances. So all these things could be made possible only because of the faculty involvement. And this faculty involvement, I'm sure, will definitely add to the development of competencies in the students based on the competencies that has already been listed, and also based on competencies that are likely to be revised and reinserted or maybe modified to some extent as the days pass by. And all these things can happen only if there is a proper documentation. And this documentation also will serve as the backbone of future reforms. Therefore, I feel whatever paperwork is associated with this, whatever clerical work is associated with this, is actually like paving the tiles in a building. So unless you pave the tiles very well, however strong the structure is, it will not become attractive and it will not be easily accessible, and you will not get the proper feedback also from the stakeholders. So as far as the students are concerned, as far as the parents and the stakeholders are concerned, and as far as the faculty is concerned, documentation of all this is very, very important. So the time spent on these activities is actually an investment that is happening for generating more and more from the next generations of students. So we have to do it. And I'm sure most of the faculty, as Dr. Badial was again mentioning, as most of the faculty has been doing it with a passion and with a commitment. So that I don't want to consider this as a burden at all for the faculty members. And in fact, once they did this, even the time of CISP programs, which we were conducting as 3-day programs, a lot of concerns are raised by the faculty members. But many institutions, which have been actually, screened by many of us, those institutions which have raised more concerns about these documentations and these activities, and perhaps as a waste of time in the beginning, they were the institutions which have come up with the best output in the form of best timetables, perhaps best checklists. And Dr. Rajiv was telling about the difficulties when we have a lot of checklists. But it's very, very important from the point of view that we are still at a stage of infancy. And our improvements and renovations in this curriculum will definitely happen only if we get a proper documentation at least on a semi-quantitative or semi-qualitative basis, so that we'll be able to take this curriculum forwards in the next many, many years. So my contention is that the faculty is not spending the time unnecessarily. The faculty's efforts are not misplaced. Rather, these are all steps directed towards a better curriculum in the future, and a better implementation of the CBME and better IMGs coming out of our campus. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. The only essence from the thing that got out of this thing was that Dr. Rajiv is saying that timetable is not important, but he was not actually saying that timetable was not important. He was saying it too much structuring was something that was actually hindering, not that making a timetable was a problem or is something which is bad. So going on to that, there was a question to Dr. Shelly Avasti, who was not available. If any of the panelists would like to answer to this question, by enforcing a tightly structured timetable for each college, are we not taking away the flexibility granted to the student and shifting the focus from CBME being student-centric to making the student do what as we medical teachers want them to do?
So can I take that question, please? Let me answer that question.
Dr. Krishna, you want to answer? Yes, sir.
Yes, I do want to answer this because I think, first thing is when you do CBME, there needs to be a link from the competency to the activity. Whether it is learning, whether it is self-directed learning, whether it is there needs to be a map of the competency to the activity. Which means how is the student going to acquire a particular competency is something that needs a clear documentation and map. Right? And one of the simplest ways to do that is to create a timetable. And if a box in the timetable is linked to the competencies, then that is the best way for us to know that these competencies have been addressed. So I'm very concerned. First, it is over. It's basic create an annual timetable. Second, I don't think the NMC or anyone has said that all the timetables in all the medical colleges needs to be the same. If that is said, then that is dictating or tightly structuring. We need to give learners and students, but clearly their time must be accounted for, and how a competency is being addressed should be accounted for, right? And most importantly, when you keep talking about the 550 medical colleges, what is the only way for anyone to know that a CBME is being followed by each of those medical colleges? The presence of a timetable. So you can create a learner-centered approach for an activity addressed by the timetable, correct? You can leave space in the timetable for self-directed learning. You can create an activity that is collaborative learning, right? So you're not delivering a curriculum in which the student acquires the competence, but not providing for and not indicating clearly how this is going to be acquired through the year, not indicating to the student how his or her year is going to be structured, how his or her time is going to be spent. I think the fact that many institutions, let me be a little more candid here. When this was brought out by the NMC, the MCI and the NMC, we realized that not all institutions actually have a timetable. I can tell you, it is unfortunate. One. Second, I think it is also unfair to a student not to have a very, very clear map and a timetable. So I think the structuring is not. I'm actually going to be saying that that there's no such thing as a tightly structured curriculum. It's a structured timetable. It has to be structured. Every session has to be accounted for. Every session, the student must know who is the facilitator of his or her learning, and the student must definitely know right in the beginning of the year what are the objectives he or she is going to achieve at the end of each session. Providing anything less is unfortunate, is unfair to the students, and it actually defeats the purpose of a competency-derived curriculum. I think Sajid also had a point.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
So should I add?
Can I add to that?
Yes, sir. Sajid, sir, just yes, sir. You can have a point on it.
Yeah, see the other thing I wanted to tell about the timetable, which is actually a college-based timetable. During the training for CISP as well as for other programs, when we were discussing about this program curriculum, as well as during the time when we were conducting the sessions down at the nodal centers and the colleges, many institutions have asked, why don't you have a centralized timetable which is shared to all the colleges? Why the universities are not encouraged to do that? Why the NMC is not encouraged to do that, or why the NMC cannot do that? See, NMC could very well have done that. We could have made a timetable sitting in the MCI conference hall and then distributed it to all the colleges to follow. That is not what we did. That is not what NMC or MCI did. It was actually left to the discretion of the colleges to make their choice depending on the infrastructure available, depending on the manpower available, depending on the capabilities of the institution, to modify the timetable in such a way that it is going to be feasible and implementable in the institutions.
Sajid, sir, I have a question onto it, but do you think it is actually like that and we are not supposed to do the timetable the way we want to do? Have you taken any feedback regarding the same, sir?
No, there is a structure. There is a structure which is being distributed, and the structure has to be followed. And variations can happen from institution to institution, particularly in areas like integration, ECE, even foundation course, and those situations where, even student doctor training programs, even electives, they all have a flexibility which could be modified at the institution level, which could be modified at the state level, which could be modified at the university level. That actually takes into account the divergence that we expect from various colleges in India. So otherwise, just like a large number of teachers demanded, we could have just printed a timetable and asked them to follow it like that. And right. But that is not what was expected. That flexibility was given. And then we used to say, this is again not written in stone. The modifications and flexibility has already been inbuilt into it. So that is why actually the 2019 batch students could write the examination. If it was strict rigid, 2019 batch of MBBS students would not have written the examination even now. So that flexibility is already there in this, but structure is something which we require for any scientific activity. There has to be a modus operandi which has to be suggested, and that is what has come as the structure.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
My point is clear.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
What we are hearing right now is, it looks like that we are looking at timetable and trying to relate it to CBME. That if timetable is made structured like that, CBME is implemented. Okay. And I also look at another statement. For example, if say a lot of flexibility is given, CBME will be more successful. I don't see like that. See how much of flexibility is already there. When the COVID came, people changed EC to online. All the clinical experiences also shifted to online. Nobody objected to that. It was entirely in the hands of all teaching learning method. No timetable. Any institution you see compare, they have same teaching learning method. For each competency, even it was choice, their choice. Whatever teaching learning method you want to. See, for example, if L is written, it means lecture in a slot. Okay, if you are talking about CBME learner centered, it is entirely up to that college how now your curriculum committee MU is supporting them to make them in learner center, how your faculty has been trained. Otherwise, you can write lecture, they will take in the same way. Somebody will come, put a PPT and do that. So writing those words in the timetable will not lead to success or failure of the CBME. So as Dr. Krishna started with that statement, let's not associate timetable with the CBME. Some of the MAG coordinator asked us, this is a very good activity. Can we do it for the older batches? 18, 17, 16. We say you can do it at your level. They say it gives a very good timeline for the whole year. So they are even up to ready to go to that. And that is the way I think flexibility has been given. A lot of assessment also, they are flexible. It's only within those marks they are working. Otherwise, in totally they are planned. Formative assessment, they are planned very differently, all colleges. We know. One college has made such a beautiful clinical posting day by schedule. It's for a full year. Most of others have given 1 week posting and they say we will be doing it repeatedly, but they have given nicely. So all are at different level and flexibility, they are using it right in any way they want.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your insight. Now, a major concern with the timetable is the actual implementation of what is projected in the timetable. So my next question is for Dr. Ajay Gaur. Sir, can you hear me?
Yes.
Sir,
Yes, madam.
So my question to you is, does structuring of the timetable ensure its delivery as planned and projected? Is there any mechanism for monitoring the delivery of the timetable by our regulatory body, the National Medical Commission?
Okay. Thank you, madam, for including me in the panel discussion. Thanks to organizer also. In fact, your question has got two parts. One is about the implementation and the second one is about the monitoring. So first is the implementation, and let us see that everybody's concern is about that how this structured timetable has devised and how they come. So what is in fact the actual situation in most of the medical college, that we have received the 2019 batch and we have to frame we means the curriculum committee frame the timetable with the help of the other MEU members and the HODs, and then we have structured also it and send it to the nodal center, the respective nodal center, and simultaneously we also put it in the website of the college. I think that was the first responsibility of most of the medical college. But in true sense, it's very difficult to overnight or in 10 days or 15 days to structure the timetable for a period of 1 year or 1.5 years, looking into the calendars, the dates of holidays and festivals. And some college copied the timetable of other medical colleges because it's all on the web, or it's all on the site of the medical college. This is, I'm telling you, the existing or the real situation in many parts of the country. And then even we don't know that what the nodal center is doing or what they have done with the timetable which they have received from the respective medical college. And so this is the real situation. And then all know that the COVID has come and the most of the activities are shut down because of this. As far as the implementation, in my personal opinion, you all are very senior to me and very experienced to me, the other panelists, but as per me, I think it is a partial implementation, because that whenever you are implementing or you are intervening or you are going in between, then you have to be a system of the monitoring, you have to be a system of the feedback and re-evaluation of your tool or of your implementation, as well as I think the universities in to which the most of the medical college are attached are not taking into in the loop of this structuring as well as this, though the university are having their own prospectus, their own syllabus, as Dr. Sajit and Dr. Krishna also pointed out that it was a freedom or the liberty to most of the institution to take their own timetable, but they should cover the syllabus which the NMC has suggested. So in my personal opinion, I think the monitoring and supervision and feedback from students also, from teachers also, and from institution also, if we include all this, then I think it is the full implementation of the structured timetable. Then as far as the monitoring, yes, NMC is a monitoring and regulatory body which govern most of the activities of the medical college. But I think by NMC is just, I think, doing the NMC inspections, and at the time only they are seeing the UG timetable or the PG timetable. It depends on the type of the inspection which they are performing. So I think as in most of the medical college, as the attendance are by the thumb impression or by the cornea impression, and I think the monitoring of the timetable, whether the timetable is followed in a proper way or not, I think there should be a electronic monitoring system. We can put the cameras in the lecture theater, in the lecture theater, where so the NMC or even the nodal center can monitor whether the program or the timetable has been followed or not. Then I think it is the responsibility of the curriculum committee of the college to look at the local level, whether the structure timetable has been followed in the respective department or not. Or the NMC can ask the college or to CC to submit the reports, whether after completion, either completion of one semester or one part, or weekly or fortnightly or monthly, though it's a extra responsibility on the curriculum committee. But it's my personal suggestion that the NMC should take the college and the CC into the loop in terms of the feedback. And yes.
You will have to wrap it up, your time.
Okay. And the last one is, why don't we have the faculty logbook? We have the UG logbook, we have the PG logbook. Why don't we have the faculty logbook? Yes, I'm seeing the faces of most of the panelists, Dr. Badial, everybody is, I think, they are admiring that. Yes, we should have the faculty logbook also. And at the time of the NMC inspection, rather than looking at the income tax form and the residential form, they should look at the logbook of the faculty, whether they are following it or not. Thank you very much. I'm sorry I have exceeded time. Thank you.
You can nail on his head.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. My next question is to Dr. Purnima Barua. Madam, is there any scope of innovation in the timetable? If yes, then what? If not, then why not?
All right. So to begin with, this timetable, as already the esteemed panelists have already mentioned, regarding the dynamic nature of this timetable. So there is immense scope for innovation and improvisation. So it has never been that it's a very watertight and a sacrosanct document which has been, once developed and it cannot be changed. It has never been like that. So we have been receiving, the very beautiful timetables, very well prepared and with a lot of innovation. So the scope for innovations would be, at a number of places. See, first of all, we have to keep in mind that the timetables that we are actually designing should be meaningful. It should not be just for the sake of preparing the timetable and keeping account of the number of hours. It should not be that. And to make it more meaningful, we should be knowing that where to include the SGT, where to place the SDLs, how best the student can actually utilize it. Not because ki ye khali jagah pada hai to yahan SDL dal dete. That should not be the idea, and that is where that innovation thing comes. Secondly, in case of ECE also, and that is what also Tripti Srivastava has suggested, that when we are designing ECE, we can have a kind of problem-based approach or team-based learning approach to early clinical exposures. And of course, I've told you about the placing of the SDS. And one important thing is that you can strategize your teaching clinical skills in a very sequential manner, like you introduce the student to the skills lab on the mannequins, then maybe escalate to the standardized patients, and finally to the patients in the hospitals, all right, in the hospital setting. So these are some of the innovations that can be brought in. So one important thing is that we have to remember that it is a very dynamic document, like the other documents. Improvisation is allowed. A lot of the scope for innovation is just that we have to keep in mind that it is within the ambit of the guidelines that has been provided, because these are the optimum which has been given for all the colleges across the country. And definitely we are not looking towards just one uniform and a very rigid kind of a timetable. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. The huge task of structuring the timetable has led to a checklist attitude, wherein considerable efforts are being put into achieving the said inputs rather than on the process, output, and the outcome, as we've already heard from the panelists as well. My question is now to Dr. Vidutha, madam. Madam, in view of the aforementioned challenges and concerns to structuring of the timetable, can a model or a uniform timetable be a potential solution?
I think my question has been already answered by Dr. Sajid and Dr. Badial. So even at the cost of being repetitive, I disagree on this because maybe the ethos of each higher education of learning is different. Like we have a different set of infrastructure, different set of faculty who have varied expertise. The logistics are different. The intake of students are based on different criteria. So when this happens, like suppose I give on a platter, like this is what is supposed to be done, that might promote mediocrity rather than excellence. So each university will stop striving to do its best. And because this is being given, obviously there will be an audit by the nodal centers. And most of these audits, though we talk about checkboxes, are quantitative in nature. So done, not done. So the quality, so most of the time the curricular governance, the whole purpose of this phase-wise curriculum subcommittees, curriculum committees, the concept of curricular governance will suffer in the bargain. So the hands-on of what we learn in CISP is actually put when we put up this structured timetable. And also when we talk about outcomes, what is to be taught is already NNC has mandated, but how it is to be taught and when, in what sequence, I think we should be spared of it. Like we have our own modes of delivering, we have our own expertise. We want to bring in our own innovations into this, and that shouldn't be curtailed just for the cost of ticking the boxes of is it done on that particular date in this particular mode. There's certain outcomes that I would like to do as SDT, which maybe has come across as should be delivered as didactic lecture as well. So the SDL, and when I talk to people, there are various ways in which SDL is being performed. So I think we need to sort of this intrinsic abilities of academies should not be curtailed. The delivery modes has to be left to the academies to design their own instruction strategies, to promote their own ways of assessment and governing the curriculum. Yes, what is to be covered has to be covered. We will do it. But how it is to be done and when it is to be done, the sequence to be followed, what outcomes will be dealt in a particular instruction strategy, what assessment I will use, how often I will use. That has to be, I think, left to the academy's purview. And the mandate should only be limited to what is to be taught. So when we promote quality, I think even the matrices of checkboxes should be more qualitative in nature. And that will, I think, lead to a better acquisition of whatever competencies that we are talking about.
Good. Thank you, ma'am. This is what I think I would want to say. Everybody would want to say that. So anybody who has a question or want to say something, okay, ma'am. Yes. You can see it is. There's a mic. There's a mic here.
But others will not listen. Was on site.
Right. This morning we heard Professor Lambert Schubert talk about trust, the value of trust in the educational environment. Now, the question I'd like to ask all of you is that when any regulatory body sends out a concept, maybe it's done in the best of intentions, but in the form of Chinese whispers, as that message comes down to the nodal centers, unfortunately, most of the time it has become a commandment which all the local colleges are suffering because maybe at the local level people don't understand. Maybe what your intention was at the higher level was good, but by the time it comes down, the message is completely contorted. The person who's monitoring takes the role of the monitor very seriously and has become very dictatorial. The message which goes out is different. So I'm stretching my neck out and I'm saying this. The moment you do that, your action betrays a complete lack of trust in your institutions. And as some of the panelists themselves said, the timetable that they're showing is different from what they're doing. So your actions are encouraging people to fudge data, to fake data, and leave people to do what they want, trust them to do what they want. Dr. Sheshadri talked about hygiene this morning. When you say hygiene, you also need to motivate. If you've got good samples of timetables or whatever activities, use them as a showcase, but don't penalize those who have not reached up there. Maybe looking at that, they will go. I agree completely with what Vinita just said, that you don't need at the level of regulatory bodies to go into the nitty-gritties of how something is done. As long as the principles are followed, the more you're going to involve and interfere, you're going to kill all forms of creativity, and it's going to make life difficult for you and for us.
Can I answer that, please? Can I answer that, please? Because it's very important.
Yeah,
he's complimenting her, whatever. So,
sorry, I'll get into it.
I actually want to add what
has been said by Anshu, that not only as she has perceived it, maybe as a dictatorship. What I'm saying is when we are going into such tight structuring, many instructions are given from NMC to the nodal centers for these all things to happen. From nodal centers to the business centers and to the institutes, from institutes to the curriculum committee. And at every level, I have personal experience that at every level, some of the instructions they are diluted, some are concentrated or rather intensified. What I'm saying yesterday, Dr. Seshadri on the first day, he has delivered a keynote address on this learner doctors program. And anonymously, I asked him one question. So how we are going to implement this learner doctors program in community medicine, in radiology, and in the department of, yes. And he told me that mandate is only to implement it in 5 major subjects, medicine, surgery, and but what instructions we have got, it is to be implemented even in minor subjects and also in subjects where there is no admission. So that's what I'm saying, sir. When these trickle down instructions, so many instructions are passed on and they trickle down the lane, some are concentrated, some are diluted. So we also need to take care of that.
So can I answer this question, please? Because I think, can I answer this?
Dr. Seshadri, you can do it in 1 minute. That's the only time we've got left.
Okay, perfect. So 1 minute is all I need. First thing is, the more regulations there are, right? The more we look for regulations to help us, the more we suffer. I think that's the first thing we need to do. We are all teachers. We are all so when people ask us how will you implement it, right? That's what departments are for. That's what teachers are for. I think teachers are self-motivated to follow a curriculum. Heads of the departments are there to implement it. To support them, there is a medical education unit. The oversight is a curriculum committee. Why do you need someone else to look at it, right? The timetable is just meant to be a proof that the CBME is implemented in letter, form, and spirit. Nobody has told, nobody has ever said.
So you're muted. So we cannot hear you. Please unmute yourself.
Can you hear me? If you don't, can you hear me? If you don't do the timetable a certain way, you will be penalized. I think, a lot of this is lost in translation. We, as sitting in the MCI expert curriculum group, we have had a lot of these discussions. And the most important thing that, all of us feel is that we need to provide guideposts and not, barriers. So how it is taught, how it is delivered, this thing, there is a lot of latitude. So if someone tells you this is the only way it has to be done, then that is wrong, right? All we have drawn is a broad framework. Within that framework and respecting the universities and the laws that govern your own institution, you have the right to do it the way you want. The only thing is one, be fair to the students and be transparent. Make sure they are aware of the objectives that are supposed to be met. No surprises. I think that's all it is. I think, we get too carried away and thinking that, don't, when you ask for regulations and too much guidance, you get things that you don't need. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much.
Madam, if there is time.
So we have Dr. Janet to come exactly on the time, so she would be not allowed. Then she will get late with her presentation.
Yes, ma'am, just one sentence.
Yes.
No, what I wanted to say was, since the batch number 1 is out, 2 is coming and 3 is already coming, let us not insist that the timetables are going to be ditto. Let the colleges make whatever changes they want to make. Let them communicate so that everything is not going to be ditto year after year. That is not what is expected in a competency-based medical education. Thank you.
Actually, I just wanted to add that one of the reasons This one. Yeah, one of the main reasons that the 1997 regulations failed. See, all of them are talking on one aspect is that there was no monitoring, there was no people who were actually looking at it at all. That's one of the reasons that these books were lying in the Dean's office under lock and key. See, today, so many 60,000 faculty members are aware of so many things that, and so many questions are being raised. That itself is a success of what has been done, number one. The number two, as see, I am now the chairman of the Implementation Monitoring Committee, so I take this opportunity. It's a very good conference for which I came and I got some good feedback. Now, if there is any nodal center which is imposing to that extent, there can be direct email that can be sent to me. Absolutely no problem. We at least know. Right now, I am of the opinion there is no complaint from South. We have been monitoring almost about 120 colleges in South. There are no problems. But obviously, there are some problems in some centers. Let us know. After all, these are the feedbacks that we require. And then we can clarify that absolutely there is nobody should be sort of forcing anything on academic faculty. That flexibility has to be given. And there is so much scope for doing that. What would have happened is the time limit for submitting the timetable was a problem because first time we did not have sufficient time for ourselves. And then that had to be looked at and then the report had to be sent. So on that ground, there was a problem. Now, second time, it's not so much of a problem. And I think people, see, one more thing, these are early days. Even it's not as though we are experts. We can be infallible. It is not like that. So all of us are learning together. And in that sense, there is some sort of a cooperation. And I think if this practice is followed, see, the problem that is happening is, now, if this type of a wrong message goes particularly to the new dispensation that has come in, there is a good possibility that the timetable might go. Is that right? Has it not helped in the long run? They see the overall concept. How does it look for an MBBS student to enter into the 5-year program, not knowing what exactly is going to face the next 2 hours in his session? So look at the positive things, and then we should be able to correct these type of things. Nobody wants this ultra structuring that is being asked for, no. But sir, you talked about integration. Now in integration session, AITO, as we call it, there is a curricular governance in that. If you do not mention those competencies, how does the task force know that you have practiced the integration? Is this not a proof? And what Anshu said is very right. Somebody might write those things beautifully based on some input somewhere, but not do it on the ground. But that is exactly where the curriculum committee has to come in a big way. They have to monitor, they have to say, boss, these are all early days. Everybody can make mistake. You have done this, no problem. Next time you do it this way. That is exactly, say, let us not work into that. See, as an administrator, I'm now telling as a vice chancellor, the easiest way faculty will try to go out of some new innovations are that they will keep on creating trouble. And if that happens, obviously at some point in time, administration, they will say, okay, if it's that difficult, leave it.
Yes, Dr. Anil Kapoor to please felicitate Dr. Dinesh. Now I request Dr. Anand to please felicitate Dr. Rajiv. I request Dr. Julie to please felicitate Dr. Dinesh. Request Dr. Parveen Singh to please felicitate Dr. This is a May I request Dr. Vinay Subbe sir to please felicitate our moderators, Dr. Amrit and Dr. Sandra.
So, Taiba.
No,
Thank
this
you.
is for.
Thank you, sir.
This is for my.
Sure.
Okay.
I would like to thank all my expert group and everybody. Really done a great job.
Thank you, sir.
Sure.
Thank you all for a wonderful session.
Good feedback.
I don't know where I left my bag. Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
You're leaving today. Oh, see you there.
हम लोग वो लगे हैं मैनेज करेंगे
CPNE addressed all the issues of medical education. So this is a topic for Dr. Janet Grant. There's a saying that medicine allow me to expand to medical education, just like women's shoes, it is governed by dictates of fashion. Competency-based curricula are very commonly implemented in many countries, but there is definitely another side. Will they address all the problems of contemporary medical education? Let us listen it by the Professor Janet Grant. And the chairpersons are Dr. Anshu and Dr. Vinutha Shankar. Ma'am, can you please introduce the speaker?
I consider it a privilege to be introducing Janet Grant, who is a professor in the Center for Medical Education in Montescan Medic, UK. Her major achievements are she has been honorary professor in the University College London Medical School, Professor Emerita of Education in Medicine, the Open University, UK. She's been a special advisor to the President, World Federation for Medical Education. She's a senior scholar, Department of Medical Education, University of Illinois. Adjunct visiting professor at Manipal Center for Professional and Personal Development, Manipal University, Karnataka, India. She's been the associate of the Royal Society of Medicine, honorary member of the Royal College of Radiologists, honorary fellow of the Royal College of Physicians in London, and also honorary fellow of the Royal College of General Practitioners. She has authored books like Principles of Curriculum Design
and Planning and Managing Distributed Learning. We are all in this together. And the publication includes Curriculum Design in Context.
Good evening, Janet. And knowing Janet, she has a huge fan club in India. And knowing Janet, everybody's saying hi to you, Janet. I don't know if the camera shows that. And
hello.
And yes, knowing Janet, we know that today there are going to be some fireworks. So sit back and enjoy the fun. Over to you, Janet.
Thank you very much indeed. I really do not recognize myself in anything that has been said so far. So I'll just share my screen. Oh, I can't share my screen. You need to remove your, right, okay. So I will just share my screen. So, oh, wait a minute. That should go back right. That should be, oh, you can see my whole presentation here. Oh my goodness me. I should have gone back and put it right. So, dear Dr. Anshu said there will be fireworks. Well, I'm worried because I was invited here by Dr. Tajinder to say what I thought about competency-based medical education. And he knows that I have been a critic of that since 1996, when I published my first paper saying, really, do you really want to do this? So I'm a critic of it. I hope that I will not lose any or all of the friends that I've got in India as a result of this presentation. I don't mean to say that you shouldn't be doing this. I don't mean to say that it's the wrong thing to do. I just mean to say that when you're doing this, be realistic about what it actually is and what it can actually achieve. So I'm going to give you a very critical perspective, and it's up to you to say whether you think it's right or wrong and how you'll deal with it. So I've got a lot of questions. I don't know what you mean necessarily by a competency-based curriculum. I don't necessarily know what problem it was trying to solve. I don't necessarily know, although I've read a lot, about why India chose this model rather than another one. I don't know, and I always worry that these things are just simple importations from the West, the wonderful West, where we very rarely get anything right. I don't really know what's actually important about a curriculum in your view, and I've just been listening to the wonderful conversations that you have, and I can see that you are still wondering about these issues, and that's great. Keep wondering. And I don't know if anybody actually looked at the evidence. So the question then is, what next? And from the conversations that you've just been having, I can see that what comes next could be almost anything. And I'm actually quite happy with that. So let's just get some background sorted out so that we understand, at least you know what I'm thinking. So what's a curriculum? Well, a curriculum to begin with is an ideological statement. So if you choose a competency-based one, that says something about your values, your beliefs, your aspirations, about what you think medicine is. And that curriculum then will position the institution or the organization in relation to lots of educational ideas, because this is the educational idea that you have chosen. It positions you in relation to the profession, because the curriculum that you choose tells me what you think about the profession. Also in relation to the healthcare service, it tells me what you think is needed for the healthcare service. And of course, it tells me about what politicians, accreditation bodies, service planners might, in your view, be wanting. And I have to say, when competency came into the United Kingdom, it was a political move. It wasn't educational. It came from our government, which also tells you something. So there are lots and lots and lots of curriculum theories, lots. And they deal with the process of the curriculum, the organization, the content, the outcomes. And when you talk about competency-based medical education, that's the bit that that term tells me that you're thinking about. Assessment, interactions between the teacher, the learner, and the knowledge, and different theories take a different approach. And there are lots. And there are also theories. I'm an educational psychologist. So in my world, there are many more theories than medical education has. And the ones at the bottom here on the right tend to be the ones that medical education often thinks about. So you had a lot of choice about what you did, and the choice is yours. There's no right, there's no wrong. What curriculum features you choose is a matter of opinion. So your choice of a competency-based curriculum was a matter of some bodies or some groups' opinion. So there are also opinions to be had about all these parts of the curriculum, about all these ways of thinking about it, in terms of what it does, how it does it, how you express outcomes, how you organize it. And we've just had a lot of conversation about the timetable. And in the end, it has to be translated into that. Your students are with you for a certain period of time. So it's all a bit of a headache. And it's all about somebody's opinion. And that, for me, is good enough. So what's in a curriculum? Well, it's got, obviously, intended outcomes, which would reflect the content of the educational program. You have to know why you're teaching. And if you haven't stated your intended outcomes, you won't know what to assess. It's got some kind of syllabus content that comes from that. And then, oh, sorry. And then it's got, sorry, my little clicky thing didn't work. It's got entry requirements. It's got a course structure with all these things around it, the length, the flexibility, the program organization, importantly, the assessment system. And it's got the expected methods of learning, teaching, experiences, feedback, supervision, all those things come into a curriculum. So just talking about a competency-based curriculum or competency-based medical education, I have to say, is quite a simple way of stating what you're actually doing, because you are actually doing much more and thinking much more than it's about competencies. So the choice for each of these is yours. And there is absolutely no necessary relationship between any of these elements. Just because you've got A doesn't mean to say there is an obvious B or an obvious C. The choices are yours in terms of each one of these elements. So the way that you state the outcomes is only one decision about your curriculum, and it's a fairly important one, but it's just one decision, and that's all. You must make decisions, and you have, and you are, about every aspect of the curriculum as a whole, and you must be able to defend your choices. And very often people don't. They just say, I'm doing this. And if you say why, very often there's no clear answer. Education is not a fashion statement. And just because you might believe that people are doing something modern these days, fashion is very disposable. It's marketed. You have to think differently. So the way you state outcomes is your choice. The curriculum as a whole is far more important. And unfortunately, there's no robust evidence to inform the choices that you make. Now, medical education tends to think of a curriculum as a statement that guides teaching and assessment and learning and everything else, the timetable and all these other elements, but tends to think of it as a statement. But fashions change in how that statement's written. And one of the fashions these days is to state outcomes as competencies. That fashion is declining, I have to say, but all fashions rise and wane. So you have to choose what you do, and it doesn't matter whether the fashion changes. Just do what you think is the right thing and explain why. Whatever the statement of outcomes is, it will be based on some current ideas that you have, assumptions, values, beliefs, frameworks that you have. It will be all those things that make you decide on what you do. And those ideas change all the time. So try to identify why you have done what you have done, defend that, argue that, and if it's the right thing, do it. So if you look for evidence, and I said, did anyone look for the evidence around the effectiveness of competency-based curricula or any other type of curriculum for that matter? Is there any evidence that one curriculum type is better than another? None. So the effect of the curriculum is interesting. You won't get that from evidence. You'll get it from what you do in your circumstance. No curriculum type has been shown to have better predictive power than any other. So that's not why you're doing it. No curriculum type has been shown to have a greater lasting effect than any other. You can go to the extremes, please don't, but you can go to the extremes of curriculum integration in PBL, another thing that I have always been opposed to. There is no evidence that beyond, a year after medical school, it makes any difference. So we can safely leave the choice of a specific curriculum type to your local or your national decision. That's fine. Just do it and do it for your reasons and know why you have. I would say that the wider the choice you leave for people, the better for students and teachers. You have chosen, or India has chosen, a competency-based curriculum. That's okay, do that. But I was really pleased in the conversations that you've just been having to know that people are saying, okay, we've got this, but how we're going to implement it locally is a matter of local choice. I was really, really pleased to hear that, so that the absolute parameters that people must show that they're complying with don't necessarily have to be in detail. I was a bit frightened when somebody said, should we have a national timetable? No. So far, so good. You've made a choice. You've got some leeway in how you implement it, because one size does not fit all. And since there's no evidence that one type is more effective than another, you shouldn't make one size fit all. And it might be wise in any one country to encourage a wide variety of curricula. And that was coming out of the conversation that you've just had. State your competencies, that's fine, do that. But the way in which you ensure that your students achieve them, let 1,000 flowers bloom. So you need that to accommodate different purposes, different academic intentions, different student preferences, different local conditions, Different medical schools set out to do different things. Medical school isn't one thing. Some are wanting to produce one type of person, some are wanting to produce another type of person. That's fine, and that's good. Medical education is not a unitary phenomenon, and neither should it be, because a profession isn't. So, changing a curriculum, to me, is an ethical issue. And many of you would have heard me say that I think every medical school should have an education ethics committee, just like you do for clinical work or for research. Education is an intervention in students' and teachers' lives. So we must know why changes are made, what effect we expect. And those effects, and you've already said this in your previous conversation, must be continuously monitored and adjusted. This is a serious ethical issue to change a curriculum. And India has chosen a competence-based curriculum. So so far, this is all okay. I haven't got too many criticisms, as long as you know why you did this, and as long as you know what problem you were trying to solve. So I'm not unhappy. But let's think about a competence-based curriculum. And this is where my critique comes in. But having heard the creativity in the previous conversation, I'm not too bothered. So I've got lots of notes of caution. And Brian Hodges said, you know, overemphasis on any one model of medical education is harmful. I agree. But what you have said in the conversation I was just listening to, excuse me, was that you will do this in different ways. So that is good. Excuse me. You must enable, and somebody also said this, creativity and interpretation. You must trust teachers. And my educational hero, Lawrence Stenhouse, always said that. The teachers are central. They are the ones with the creativity, the understanding. They are the ones who know. It's not the experts who know. They are the experts. So, why has competence, this competence thing that I so dislike, become the dominant model in medical education? If it has, I'm not even sure that it has actually. You read a lot about it in journals and that kind of thing, but you know as well as I do that what's written in a journal doesn't reflect reality. Nobody has a paper in a journal that says, or stands up in a conference and says, well, you know, we've still got a traditional curriculum and it's fine. Nobody says, we've not made any changes recently. You don't hear that. You just hear in the bias of journals and conferences and training, you just hear that these new things are going on. Maybe sometimes the old things are just as good. So why has competence become this dominant model? Well, contextually, we live in an era of bureaucratic control. We live in an era of efficient production. We live in an era of measurement. That is the dominant ideology of our time and our societies. It is the dominant economic ideology, and everything else flows from that. And educational ideas are socially constructed. They don't come out of any form of science. There's no science of education. There is social construction of ideas. So anything in education comes out of the dominant values of a society. And I know lots of you will have heard me say before, if you look at child rearing practices, probably predominantly in the West, but if you look at child rearing practices, you will see those child rearing practices reflected in what's said about medical education. Asking students what they want, asking children, what would you like to do today? Letting them be self-directed, asking children, let them explore their environment. Look at child rearing practices in the West and you will see the same ideas in medical education, because it is all, I'm a developmental psychologist, it is all socially constructed. So it isn't based on evidence, it's based on social ideas. And competence has swept the world if you believe the literature. I don't. I know what's going on in my country and I read the literature. It's not quite the same. So there are now near 7 million actually references to competency-based education on the web. And the large proportion of them come out of medical education. But that's because medical education is so driven to publish. It's another thing I don't understand. So how did that happen? With no evidence of effect. Why is everyone doing the same thing? Well, social ideology is one reason. Sorry, this is very slow to change. So some social history. In the 1980s, and we could go back actually to the 1950s when we had objectives, and objectives are much the same as competencies. But in the 1980s, economic depression demanded relevance, accessibility, flexibility, accountability. And we came to a product-orientated normative technology. So this was the dominant ideology. And that meant, because the economy demanded it, the need for specification of outcomes. And because speed was needed to overcome the economic depression, regulation, assessment, surveillance, and control became the dominant social ideology deriving from the economy. So competence-based education began in that context, in vocational and technical education, because it was needed for the economy, for efficient production of tradespeople. That's where it started, not for the professions. So who is it now who wants competency-based education? Well, technical and vocational education still does, because if you're training a plumber or an electrician or something like that, it makes a degree of sense. So who wants it now? Regulators, assessors, our era of bureaucratic control. There isn't much evidence that teachers, learners, or trainees actually want it. The arguments were political and economic. They were not educational. So what is it? Well, is it a current educational fashion? Is it a bandwagon in search of a definition, as Spady said? Is it the same as entrustable professional activities? Well, no, because those have come forward as a reaction to the limitations of competencies. Is it different from objectives, which arose in another bureaucratic era, looking for fast and efficient production after the Second World War and the need to rebuild economies? I think it's much the same, actually, in my view. Is it just more than a way of writing outcomes? Sorry, this goes very, very slowly for some reason that I don't understand. I'll click, okay. So a competency-based approach suggests that we can define a medical graduate in terms of specific performances, that those performances can be taught, that you can go through training at the speed of competence achievement, and that those performances can be assessed and somehow add up to professional performance. Those are the sorts of assumptions that we have. Are these reasonable assumptions? I think they're half reasonable, but not very reasonable. Inevitably, to start at the beginning, there's no agreed definition of competency-based education, and that's fine. And we've just heard from your conversations that you're going to all do it differently. So for me, that's wonderful. That's absolutely brilliant, because there is no agreed definition and no evidence of effect either. So if you do what you want to do and what in your institution is appropriate for you to do, I'm very, very happy. So competency-based medical education or competencies can really mean almost anything. Sorry, I'm just waiting for this to move on. So education is a social science, as I've said, and because ideas are socially constructed, There's very little agreement about what anything in education actually means. And those of you who've done our master's degree will know that we always say, define your terms, because what it means to you isn't the same as it means to anybody else. Social science requires definition of terms. And if you look at trying to define competency-based education, this wonderful Australian publication has all these different ideas about what competency actually is. There are dozens and dozens of ways of looking at this. So what does it mean to you? Well, I think you probably know quite a lot of what it means to you. So many claims are made for CBME in India. The statements have made that I've read about what it includes at the bottom, learner-centered. I have no idea what that term means. All education is learner-centered as far as I'm concerned. You're trying to get people to learn. I don't know what that means. Skills, it's another of those fashionable statements. Skills required for good medical practice. It's patient-centered, gender-sensitive, context-orientated, the integration of disciplines, new approaches to teaching and learning, new assessment systems. Fine. Okay, that's all good. As long as you know what you mean by all of that and why you want it, that's great. I've also read ideas about modernization, about keeping up with global trends. Please don't, because those are usually just war-based. Education is not a fashion statement. Truly. A changed emphasis on different outcomes, obviously, to set up your new curriculum demanded some serious thought about the type of person you want to produce. That's really good. And standards and framework for measuring performance. So much of this is great. It's really good. As long as you know what it means, as long as you maintain flexibility within it, as long as you realize that your answers are going to be a matter of opinion. Please define your terms. I don't know what any of this means. So one day, I'm sure as you've already done, compare your definition with that of colleagues and students. Do they know why and how design decisions were made? Now, what I've just heard in the previous conversation is that a lot of design decisions are going to be local. I think that's absolutely wonderful. There are many options for curriculum design that do not depend on how outcomes are expressed. So if your curriculum, as it has, if it's told you what your graduates must be able to do and be, that's fine. Then there are lots of options about how you get them there. And that's also good. So there are lots of independent decisions to be made. They've got nothing to do with whether you chose to state those outcomes as competencies or anything else. So there are all these decisions that are based on educational and cultural assumptions as well. Please don't look anywhere outside of your own culture and context to make these decisions. There's the health service, your resources, the way you want to admit people, course structures, the career and training structures, teaching and learning methods, which are highly context dependent. Assessment methods and systems, accountability, regulation, and central control. You must comply with that, obviously, and different curriculum models. So the way you stated your outcomes is a relatively small part of it all. And that's great, because you have done more than change the statement of outcomes. Yeah, I don't care how outcomes are stated. You've made one choice, that's fine. But you have defined new curriculum processes, you've set out values for teaching and learning, specified new content, thought about the assessment system, well, that's ongoing. Each of these is a choice. So for each part of the curriculum, the same questions must be asked. And you might all come up with different answers. As long as you have a rationale for that, that is absolutely great. So what problem did this solve, whatever your choice is? How and why have you chosen the approach that you're choosing? Is there any evidence to support the choice? The answer is normally no. And how will you evaluate its effect? So if you're asking yourself all those questions, all well and good. So So design decisions are always made in relation to a primary question, which is, what problems does the new curriculum address? What were the problems? A problem statement is the basis of all your future evaluations, and certainly being different from the West or some global trend, or not being modern or something, is not a problem. I think being different from the West is definitely not a problem. So clarity about all of that is really helpful for planning and future program evaluation. There are some necessary steps, many of which I can hear you've taken and you're taking. An analysis of the problems that caused this curriculum change, a description of how your new curriculum will address those problems, an evaluation of whether those problems are solved, and a cost-benefit analysis is always pretty useful. So it's a simple, logical process. And if your curriculum does certain things, answers those questions, you can be very happy. Does it reflect the vision and mission of your organization? Does it meet regulatory standards? Does it take into account your local social, healthcare, and educational context? Does it take into account the national context? Is it continually renewed? These are local decisions, these are national decisions. So if you do all of that, all well and good. Does it tell learners what to expect? Although in my experience, learners never read the curriculum, ever. Does it advise? Not tell, advise. Faculty development always worries me because you're trying to push them into some mold. Does it advise teachers what to do? Does it help the institution and regulators to evaluate institutional performance? And we've heard some things about that in your previous conversation. Does it help the institution to set assessments? It must do that. Does it tell society, whoever that is, how the institution is executing its responsibilities? And your curriculum probably does all that. But does a competency-based curriculum do them better than any other type? No, not really. But that doesn't matter because it's what you've chosen. And what you do as a result of that choice is what matters. So this is all probably fine. Now, as you know, I'm a great critic of competency-based education. So I'm going to have to tell you what my concerns are. But I hope what I've said so far makes you feel that I think it's all going quite well. So not that it's anything to do with me and not that I have any right to comment, but there are concerns about competency-based medical education and competency-based education. Is there any evidence that it's better than any other model? No, because what variables would you measure? Who knows? Process outcomes, cost effectiveness, how do you measure them? How do you identify them? Nobody knows. Comparative educational research just is primitive, to say the least. So there's no evidence that it's any better than anything else, or indeed any different in its outcomes. But that's fine, because you have to make some choice about how you're going to express outcomes, and you happen to have chosen that one. So the fact that there's no evidence that it's any better is not a problem. It's simply the case. People worry that competency-based education, and particularly in the professions, cannot describe the complexity of medicine. As Ron Barnett, brilliant, at the Institute of Education in London said, operationalizing academic and professional knowledge, that's turning it into competencies, is an impoverished view of professionalism. And Hyland said, this is reconstituted behaviorism for accountability and control. And I think the way in which it first came in, it was, but listening to your conversation about it, I can see that you've taken a much more creative view. So I'm not that worried. Competence is also contextual. Competent performance is embedded in context. You cannot say that when you have ticked somebody's box that they are competent to perform. You can't say that. So if a graduate has attained a competency, what does that mean in practice? You don't actually know. It doesn't mean that the graduate is safe to perform in any context. It might mean that the graduate has the potential to perform competently. Medical education is the beginning of a process. So does a competency-based curriculum give us a false sense of security? Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. Professional expertise is made up of a huge body of knowledge. They've got to learn the knowledge. And if that's by rote learning, I'm happy. And long application of that knowledge to practice. That's how you get to be a good problem solver. You can't teach people problem solving. There's general agreement that that takes, maybe 10 years of practice. That's all good. So an individual process is beyond the basic level. If your competency-based curriculum brings them to a basic level, knowing that they're going to go on to do the important professional things, fair enough. CBME can't describe professional learning beyond a very basic level, but fair enough, because medical schools aren't trying to produce finished practitioners. So this is okay, as long as we're realistic that that's what we're doing. Medicine is a profession. Basic medical education is the beginning. It's not a trade where you can turn people out of a plumbing course and they can go into my house and deal with my plumbing. So a profession is different. A profession, as Michel Polanyi says, it's got lots of tacit knowledge in it. It can't be codified. It can't be taught. It can only be transmitted through shared experience, and that's especially true in a profession that we know more than we can tell. So the basis of competent performance can often be recognized. You know when you think another doctor is okay, but you're not sure why, and it can't be defined as part of an undergraduate curriculum. But that's also fine. You're not trying to produce that professional, so we're all right with it, really. Even though there are contradictions between tacit professional knowledge and competency-based education. There are more criticisms. Despite its student-centered discourse, competence-based education can be positioned as one of the disciplining techniques in modern society. Professional qualities such as integrity cannot be expressed as a competence. Competence can only address behavior. Competence frameworks are another raft of assaults on your profession, because it's about control and pushing into a mold, not about individual context, creativity and judgment. Except that what I heard in the previous conversation is that you are keeping your context, you are keeping your creativity, you are keeping your judgment. That is really nice to hear. So our competence is enough. I was the chair of the curriculum committee for our postgraduate regulatory body. And we said to the medical royal colleges, you've got to produce curricula, because some of them haven't. So they would come along for recognition of those, for accreditation of those curricula. And the surgeons in particular came along with competency-based curricula. And they'd say, here's our competency-based curricula. And then they would say, and this is it, and look very depressed. And we would say to them, okay, so why did you choose that? And they said, because our education advisor told us to. And we said, was it easy to do? And they said, no, it was a nightmare. We didn't like it. And then we said, so when you've ticked off all those competencies, will your trainee be safe to practice? And they looked at us as though we were mad. And they said, of course not. We tick that off, we tick their logbooks, and then they're going to stay with us for 2 more years, 3 more years, until we're happy with them, according to our professional judgment. So this competence tick box thing is on a journey. It's not the end of anything. So competency-based education, this subdivision of learning into measurable behaviors, tends to ignore the whole picture. And learning is never time-based, but achievement-based. So unfortunately, in undergraduate education, it has to be time-based, as it does actually in postgraduate. You can't let people go through at different times. It focuses on box ticking, not on the continuation of learning. And the acquisition of a competence is the beginning, not the end. Accumulated experience and judgment cannot be expressed as a competence. But if you're doing this at the end of medical school, that's fine, because you're not expecting that. A profession is based on experience, and professionals differ. And a bit more before I stop. So other criticisms are that just trying to get people to achieve competencies and tick their boxes diminishes the richness of learning for a profession. Others have said it actually has little effect on what happens in schools. If so, good. And I can see that you are all going to do what you want to do where you are, which is wonderful. It's no different from writing objectives, probably true. And this, the relationship between having ticked a competence and subsequent performance is totally unknown, because performance is context-based. And it can lead to a tick box culture, your checklists, your logbooks. And then the focus becomes on that. And this to me is one of the real serious things. It can dilute the creative professionalism of teachers as they are pushed into one mold. Trust teachers, appreciate and admire teachers who know their own context, who know their own students, and who all want those students to achieve. All curricula aim to achieve the same thing. A well-educated medical graduate who's capable of safely moving to the next stage of training and practice. I'm sure that your curriculum will do that. I'm sure that it will. What that means will differ from context to context. It's all yours. It's not for anyone else to say. So really, context should frame those curriculum decisions. So to conclude, choosing any curriculum model is very risky. But if your competency-based curriculum simply means that you have stated the required outcomes in a particular way, but there is freedom to decide how you're going to achieve those, that is wonderful. Curriculum models are very risky indeed. Choosing to solve a stated problem is much less risky. So if you know what problem you're trying to solve, go ahead. So imposing a single university curriculum model would also be very risky. And a curriculum is much more than the way the outcomes are stated. To call your curriculum and what you're doing in India a competency-based approach, I think is a very impoverished view of what you're doing. You're doing a lot more. Don't sell yourselves down. Think of another description that actually reflects the richness of what you're doing. Ongoing evaluation as action research. Involve those teachers. Listen to my mentor, Lawrence Stenhouse, is absolutely essential. If you see teachers merely as vehicles for curriculum delivery to be trained to do that, you're in a lot of trouble. That could be a very big problem. So my advice is this: decide what changes are really important on the basis of known problems. You've got your competency statements, that's fine. It's a good place to begin for you. But don't make your new curriculum an industry. Let many flowers blossom. Don't focus on the training and this and that, because in the end, it's actually about what's happening inside medical schools between teachers and learners, with resources and with management. Don't believe that there's only one solution to all problems. There isn't. There are lots of solutions to the same problem. Please don't believe that everyone in the West is doing this, because we're really not. Don't believe that there's evidence to support your choices. Make your own judgments, as I know that you will, and argue for them. You've got to argue for them. And if other people make a different judgment, fine. It's absolutely fine. And be ready to adjust what you're doing. And this, for me, is the most important thing of all. Whatever you choose to do, make sure that you manage it well. For me, the success of education isn't all these educational fashions. It's how it's managed. You can manage a traditional preclinical clinical curriculum so well that your graduates will be wonderful. So it's all about management. So, will CBME solve your problems? Depends on what those problems are. I don't know. If it's a rational answer to whatever those problems were, then maybe. And maybe there are different ways of doing that where you are. But have a little think when you tick the boxes. Oh, and obviously if it's well managed, that's the key if it's well managed. But have a think about this. When you're ticking those boxes, when you're trying to get everything in little blocks and definitions, the poet Michael Rosen here, who is the most wonderful, he's an academic himself, he's a teacher himself, and he has this wonderful poem, The Data Have Landed. First they said they needed data about the children to find out what they're learning. Then they said they needed data about the children to make sure they're learning. Then the children only learned what could be turned into data. Then the children became data. And that is the danger. And I'll stop there.
Thank you, Janet, for the wisdom which comes from those simple messages. I now open this up to the audience. Any questions for Janet? You stunned them all. Yes, there's one from Dr. Sauraji.
Oh, you must have competencies in question asking.
Good afternoon there, Janet, and I'm Dr. Vivek.
Hello.
Hi. So, of course, very thought-provoking presentation as usual. In fact, it raised many more questions than probably it answered. And yes, real food for thought. Just a point. I mean, you said, there's no evidence. So I think the message, one of the message which is there was, where is the evidence, or there's a lack of evidence. And that's something which probably you try to make it loud and clear. But then whatever evidence is there, I mean, how do we take it? I mean, do we really, believe it, or it's full of biases, or because on one hand we say there's no evidence, and on the other hand we say that there is a tons of literature which is there. And how do we navigate amongst that controversy?
Okay, that's a great question. So the reason why there is no robust evidence about any type of curriculum or any others, and as so many of you heard me say before, we don't even know how to teach children to read, which is much simpler than designing a medical school curriculum. The reason why there isn't any evidence is because education is a social science. That means we don't know what the variables are. If we can define the variables, if we can name the variables, we can't define them. If we can define them, they operate differently in different places. They're impossible to measure. And when we're talking about education, a lot of it goes on inside people's heads. So you can't get at that anyway. And it goes on inside relationships between teachers and learners, and you can't get at that. So there isn't evidence because it's a social science, and social science is not an evidence-based thing. So you're not going to get science. You're not going to get evidence. But there are lots of publications, but that is for some incomprehensible reason that medical education has got this drive to publish. I have no idea why. It's absolutely bizarre. There's more and more published all the time, telling us less and less, and very often using more and more obscure terminology. So there is a lot written, but it doesn't amount to anything. It doesn't amount to anything because there's nothing systematic about it. People will look at this little thing and that little thing in their little context and someone else's little context. It adds up to nothing. So what you can do, the only thing you can do, is to say, okay, we've got to deliver on these competencies. We locally will make our decisions about how we're going to do that. We're going to do it in discussion, looking at our context in terms of what we believe, in terms of what people feel they want to do, and so on. We're going to say what problem we want to solve by this, And we're going to see then whether we solve that problem. And we are going to choose what we're going to measure. If you want to measure, assessment success, career, whatever you want to measure, measure it. But that will be not evidence in the sense of generalizable evidence. It will be an evaluation of the effect of what you do. You have in the end to realize that when all of you who come from clinical and medical and basic sciences, you have to realize that when you come into education, you have totally shifted the paradigm. You're in a different world where evidence means something else. So you can evaluate, you have to go through systems of argument, what you want to do, of judgment, and then seeing whether you have achieved it. There won't be any evidence, which is why ideas change all the time. And that is fine. You're in social science now. You're not in a lab.
Okay, thank you. There are two questions online, one from Rupa and one from Joseph Philip Raj, and they're quite similar. It says that, how do we know that we have brought about change in student learning? And since it is going to be difficult to measure these outcomes, how are we going to get the evidence?
How do you know that you've made changes in student learning? Learning is, getting stuff into memory and getting it organized inside memory in an accessible way. I'm an educational psychologist. I can tell you that beyond what we know about memory and the need for structure, we don't know anything. What changes do you want to make in the ways your students learn? What problems do you have with student learning? I personally would not try to even look at that. As I say, we don't know how young children learn to read. But I think that in order to answer that question, I would need to sit down with you, ask what you mean by it, ask how you define your terms, ask what problems you've observed, ask why you think they're problems, and then look at what you might do about that if there really are problems. I don't know why you would want to change the way students learn. Why would you want to do that? What's the problem with it? And as far as whether the outcomes are better, quite frankly, you got the assessment system. It's probably your best thing. You can go on to maybe 1 year after medical school and ask how people receive your graduates. But after 1 year, the effect of medical school just practically disappears as a postgraduate experience or practice takes over. The point of a medical school is to make sure that they can move to the next stage. It won't have a long-lasting effect. Your job is to prepare them for that move, which I'm sure your curricula will do. I'm sure these competencies will enable them to do. But you can't do anything other than say, do they pass the assessments? If they do, you should have student support systems. You should have your systems within your school. If they don't, sorry, to find out why. You need to support students. But the questions that you ask are not questions particularly about changing learning. I don't know why you want to, but if you tell me, we could have a conversation.
Yeah, Janet, Dinesh here.
Hello.
Right. So when we look at that, Robert's evidence is not there, and evaluation, we are not very sure in the social sciences how we do. So looking at a lot of curricula which is available in the market, so it means it is more contextual, or we just look at the problems. For example, in our country or any country who is looking at problems in the medical education and just address those. No need to have another curricula to give another name to that. Maybe that can be the best way. Look at the problem, what is contextual, address those things. But usually in a hurry, or you can say to give a lot of fashionable names, we try to overhaul the entire system. Maybe we land again in a similar sort of problem. Thank you.
I would absolutely agree with you. I think that curriculum change, because it's an ethical issue, it is a serious ethical issue. And work that we've done here for our General Medical Council showed that when the original Tomorrow's Doctors came out, there were disasters in our curricula, which is why then the General Medical Council redefined tomorrow's doctors and produced the second account of it. They were absolute disasters. And that's because people didn't look at what problems there were. So if you are going to change, look at the problems that you've got, look at your context. Of course, you need to know, and it's quite useful to know what people are saying about curriculum or anything else so that you can think about it. But, you know, what's done here in Manchester or Brighton or in Harvard or somewhere, it's not going to solve your problem in your context. So this is why the expertise in medical education is about analysis of your context and coming up with your solution. And if that solution says you've got to give them lectures all day about basic science, I'm not unhappy. So yeah, it's about you. It's not about anybody else. And it's about what problems you're trying to solve and then see whether you've solved them.
There's a question in the from the chat box where they're asking that instead of using one particular so-called brand name of a curriculum, can hybrid models help?
Yeah. You know, none of it. Yeah, well, the answer is, well, I don't know about hybrid. Make your own. Look at the ideas. You know, hybrid always sounds very apologetic. You know, when PBL was at its peak, never do PBL. When PBL was at its peak, you know, people would say, would come to conferences and they'd be very apologetic. And they would say, well, we've got a hybrid curriculum. We've done a little bit of PBL and we really tried, but we've got a few lectures as well. Well, good. That's because people need lectures. They need to be taught. So don't apologize and don't call it a hybrid because that suggests that you're not good enough. No. Do what you want to do. Look at the resources that you've got, how you want to achieve it, what strengths your teachers have got, what sorts of students you've got, what sorts of learning environment you've got, where you want them to teach, all of that. Then you decide from all the options what you want to do. And if that turns out to be a curriculum that you give a different name, go for it. Because all of these things, you know, they're marketed. People write papers. If you write a paper, you have to think of a new thing. I mean, look at what comes out of Dundee. Every 5 minutes, it's another term. Task-based, case-based, this based. By the way, anything that ends -based, just ignore it. Something, oh, there's one every week. Why? So do what's right for you. Have courage. Believe in yourself.
Right. Thank you so much, Janet. Diwali is around the corner, and this was one cracker of a session. Thankfully, there is a lot of light at the end of it. So thank you so much. We'll have to end this. There are some more questions in the chat. I think you can answer them yourself. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much. So this is the end of the session. Thank you all.